Guys, Dynasty Trades in 5 hours. Let's get going. 12 team Superflex PPR 1.75 tight end premium start 10. Are you going Justin Fields and a 2025 first projected mid, or Joe Burrow and a 25 second? Scott, where you at on this one, man?
Can I wait another week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks until Fields has 2 or 3 more good games and then sell for even more? Can I get closer to Burrow than this? I think I'll take the Burrow security, even though he's not looking good. I talked about it a couple weeks ago, right? I just didn't think it was going to go good for Burrow. And it's just like treading water. It's game to game. It could turn around at any game, but it could end in any game. So I think if you were nervous about Fields, which a lot of people were, we talked about it a couple weeks ago, this is your window. This is your life draft. This is your time where you can get somewhere close to the value you were thinking, the value that Clay a couple weeks ago said he would have needed something close to this to sell, not the random first, like Shane and even I would have said, you know what, I'm okay taking it. So this is your time. If you don't accept this, then you really were never skeptical on Fields to begin with. So yeah, I think I'm going to take the Burrow in the second, especially if my team is middling. Maybe it's surviving because of Fields the last week or two.
Right.
But if I'm in the middle and this maybe allows me to soft tank and get what I think is a better and more secure quarterback, I'm okay doing it. It puts a little pressure on me if I'm giving up my own 25 first, but I'm okay doing it. If you want out on Fields, this is a reasonable price, but maybe it gets a little closer to even if Burrow continues to struggle, then maybe he goes on IR. So I would take the Burrow in the second.
Mr. Manila's got his pen out.
Oh, there's a lot of words.
To drop some knowledge.
What do you got
for us, buddy?
Yeah, I was taking notes while Scott was talking, and Fields had 2 good games, right? But we were off Fields. We were off Fields. I can't then 2 weeks later go, well, give me Fields and a rando first over Joseph Burrow, who is a top 6 dynasty quarterback in a 25 seconds, just because Joseph Burrow is having a rough year. Now, if you were doing this with the thinking that, well, I'm just competing this year, I'll worry about buying a quarterback next year, I'll use the first and I'll use I have some other assets. I have 3 other firsts. Cool. I'm going to buy another quarterback. I can do it. But in general, no, I'm going to pass on this. Even if Fields did have 2 nice games, one that was completely propped up by the insanity that is DJ Moore, and defenders apparently deciding that he had COVID or something and just leaving him alone.
So here was a question that I had in the hopper from the community tab. So speaking of quarterbacks, what do you do in a league that doesn't properly value QBs? I have Mahomes, Burrow, Watson, and CJ Stroud in a league. Been shopping them, but nobody wants to pay more than a first. So we've had this conversation before, but Shane, go ahead, man. Where's your head at? If you've got these 4 quarterbacks, nobody's paying for them. What do you do? You don't like to hold a bunch of quarterbacks.
I don't like to hold them, but I'm going to hold these folks until they've realized, like, oh wait, those quarterbacks are really good. Like, did you see that CJ Stroud just put up 25 points on Shane's bench again, and Watson put up 20, and that outscored my starting quarterback tandem of Daniel Jones and Jimmy Garoppolo. So I'll hold on them until the league learns to value them, because that's a beautiful thing about quarterback and superflex, at least elite ones, is they're going to show the rest of the league that they're wrong at some point. Not everyone. There are teams that can build winners without having elite quarterbacks, but not enough people are going to be able to do that. So I'll just hold on them, let their value increase, let the league realize what their value is, and then move them.
Scott, what would you do in this case in particular? These are your 4 quarterbacks, right? And you do want to ditch one of them. You want to go against your inclination, which is to hoard them. What would you do though if you wanted to sell here? Would you tear down? If you did sell one straight up for a positional player, what would that look like? Go ahead.
Well, Shane had to disappear for a second.
Yeah, we got 5 hours tonight, Shane. All right.
The field position has flipped here on this question, because that's Shane saying,
yeah, right,
I'm just going to eat the 4 top 8 QBs and just wait and wait. Top 10, if you want to consider Watson, top 10. A lot of people don't like Watson. But the point is, I'm surprised of Shane's answer that he's just going to sit and wait. Because I'm pretty sure.
Here's my thing. When I trade them, I want the proper value for them. Like, I'm not going to just trade an elite piece for some rando, like, oh, well, why does Michael Gallup always pop in my head? But like, I'm not going to be like, all right, I'm trading Patrick Mahomes for DK Metcalf. Like, I'd rather get nut stomped than do something like that.
So would you, if this is your QB room, Shane, would you sell Deshaun Watson? You needed a hammer. Would you sell Deshaun Watson for Tyreek Hill?
Yes. Again, but that's Tyreek Hill's a top 3 scoring wide receiver. So that's a value.
How about Jalen Waddle?
I don't know, man. Jalen Waddle's scaring me a little bit this year. I think about it, but that value is not bad. That value is not bad.
All right, so I'm going to go off on a tangent here because that's where we're getting a little twisted on what is a random first, what is a first, how good is the first, who is the team that's giving me the first. Yet we'll take Tyreek Hill. I get it. We're talking about production right now, but the whole premise of this is, and Shane and I have had this conversation how many times on this stream. You have 3 elite QBs. What this question is saying is, what is the threshold to where you would you are absolutely selling one of those guys for a discount if you're selling for Tyreek Hill, Shane? That is a 29-year-old receiver. I get it. He is smashing right now. But if you were giving up one of those QBs for Tyreek Hill, you're selling at a discount. Now,
I'm getting a guy that's going to probably be top 3 scoring wide receiver for 2 years. So that discount is that's good. If I get anything like that in discount in life, I wish mail order brides came with those kind of discounts because they would be awesome.
My point is, then you ask for. I just want to highlight what's going on here. I'm not saying Jalen Waddle is good as Tyreek Hill. Okay, he's not. Yet Shane was absolutely dismissive when you said Jalen Waddle, and he was all about Tyreek Hill. So there's either a massive gap between those two, or really what it is if you want to sell one of these guys, of course you don't want to take a random first. You'd rather say, you know what, let me shop them. But I think the way to do it, don't get greedy and try to sell the one you want to sell. Don't try to sell Deshaun Watson. You're not getting probably Tyreek. The team with Tyreek Hill is probably winning without Deshaun Watson. So why are they going to necessarily make that deal when they probably haven't had to through a month? So what you have to do is you have to shop the one that other people want. You got to say, you know what? I would love to trade Deshaun Watson for his startup price. But if I see a team that has those 4 QBs, what is the last thing I'm going to do? Hand them another first-round skill player for their Deshaun Watson when they already have Mahomes, Burrow, and Stroud. I am just feeding a monster in my league. So I wouldn't expect that there would be a huge trade market if I have all 4, especially not on the 4th of the 4. Put CJ Stroud on the block? Okay, maybe I get a legitimate offer. You want to get real ballsy? Put Patrick Mahomes on the block. Maybe I get an offer where it's like, okay, that's close to his dynasty value. You're just going to feel uncomfortable. So I think you have to go through that exercise. If you found yourself with this situation, A, give yourself a round of applause because you have a really good spot. You know, you have 4 of the top 10 QBs. But B, don't just go, I want to sell the one I want to sell. Because if another smart manager sees that, why would they cater to giving you the value for the one you want to get rid of and giving you close to what the market is? So you got to sell on the uncomfortable range. I think you can get more than what you think. You just got to maybe market it a little bit differently and be open-minded.
Well, so here's the thing, too. People in your league might go, well, I'm willing to give up a Tyreek Hill, right? Just devil's advocating for Satan here. I might be willing to give up a Tyreek Hill for Deshaun Watson, but I'm not willing to give you a Jamar Chase and a 24 first for Patrick Mahomes. So there's a price range. We're all about trying to find we're trying to find an equilibrium, like a deal that can be made. And, you know, like if I have Tyreek Hill and Jamar Chase, a couple 24 first, maybe I'm going to go, all right, Hill's the one I can give up because he's 29. And I can tell myself it's a 2-year bet because he told us he's going to retire in 2 seasons.
So go ahead.
I was going to say the takeaway is if you have all 4, the smart person in your league is going to realize you have all 4 and that you actually don't have, you may think you have this leverage over the rest of the league, but in reality, you don't have the leverage over the rest of the league if all 11 other managers are like, you know what? None of us are just going to hand you tons of value for one of those guys. So maybe you have to be a little flexible with the 4 that you trade. And how many times do we see this in leagues where a team is stacked? They want to go sell from all their excess. Or vice versa, a team is rebuilding and they want to
Well, they
buy.
want to sell their crap.
Well, no, they want to buy, but then you go, well, I'm interested in those young players on your taxi. Oh, no, I can't trade any of those. My 10 rebuild young assets are off the table, but I still want to buy. I still think I may be able to win this year, and I'd like to buy your Keenan Allen. Well, what are you willing to move? Some seconds, some thirds, maybe a Sky Moore here, a JMO there. Zay Flowers, nope, can't move him. At JSN off the table.
Yeah.
Future first, nope, can't move them. I'm rebuilding. But then they want to buy something of value, and they say, well, all those pieces are off the table. So just be flexible.
Right. So let's put this one up here. So I feel like it's good to kind of frame up the value we have for second round rookie picks. So as a strategy question that we had from our subs, is making second round rookie picks underrated? Though they rarely help your lineup, I have better luck trading players drafted in the second compared to future rookie seconds. What are your thoughts when you see this, Scott?
Well, I mean, if you want my first thought that I saw was as soon as I saw this question, of course they're underrated when you hit on the right ones. I mean, how are those second round Zach Charbonnet shares feeling right now? How about those Kendra Millers or Jonathan Mingos? Or how about those Michael Mayers? You got a hell of a deal on him. Will Levis. I mean, the point is, if you hit on the right second rounder and they pop early, can you move Jaden Reed or Marvin Mims today? Probably for what you paid, yeah. Devon A-Chain, if you got him in the second, yeah, you're feeling good. Roshan Johnson, got him in the second? Man, not really. I mean, the point is, if you hit on the right ones, of course, you can sell those players for probably a little bit of a profit. If you don't, what happened to half of those guys I mentioned? You're stuck with them. And you paid the 204 for Kendra Miller. So when someone comes to you and says, hey, I'll give you a 25 second for Kendra Miller. Oh, man. I just can't let him go for a second. I paid a second. Yep. All he needs is his opportunity. So I don't want to say it's underrated or overrated. If you hit on the right ones, I think the discipline is have enough of them to spend when good deals come up and pick the guys that you're convicted on. And I'm going to change my draft strategy next year to a lot less analysis on players and a lot less analysis on landing spots. Landing spots matter a little bit because the community is influenced by teams and coaching staffs and whatever. I honestly, though, think if you get once you get past the early to mid second, every other pick should almost be based on who is the sexiest profile that someone else will buy into.
Exactly.
Period.
That has a chance for some value.
Correct.
Value.
Period. Yep. If the community didn't like him, going, man, I just got to take Jonathan Mingo because he went in the early second of the NFL draft. Realizing that most people didn't like his landing spot. Most people didn't like him to begin with. So what are the outcomes on him being good? It's very slim, and when it doesn't happen, he immediately becomes buried on your roster. So I think it's just pick the right ones, pick the ones people like, and then hopefully there's positive news. Then you have a market.
So let's go to our crowd here. We got Dustin DeConing. I want to hear him say his own name. Surely it's not that. He says, SuperStream's going to be dope. I need more Shane in my life. Don't we all? But he gave us a super chat. He's got an inbox offer. Thank you very much, Dustin. So it's a 12-team start 11 super flex PPR. It's 2.0 for tight ends. Or I'm sorry. It's 2 tight ends, no premium. So let me start over. 12-team super flex start 11 PPR, start 2 tight ends. Give Kyle Pitts a 24 second, get Friermuth and a 24 first. The roster is T-Law, Deshaun Watson, ETN, Monty, AK-41, CDT, Devontae Smith, Nico Hollywood, Kincaid, Logan Thomas, 2 firsts and a second. That was so challenging to read, that capitalization. But anyway, what do you think here, guys? Give Pitts in a second, get Friermuth in a first.
Well, Dustin, I will say, good job. You jammed all of it into one chat box, which is impressive, but painful to read. But Shane, go ahead on your answer.
I don't know, man. I wrote this in the Follow the Volume last week or this week. I don't know, some week. Like some players, you just don't know what to do with anymore, right? And that's Kyle Pitts for me. Like everything about him says he's going to be great eventually. But I got to be a little worried that Geno Smith is outproducing him, right? Like in real life, in real time.
Yeah, he is.
Pat Friermuth, I don't care about. I want to put that out there. Pat Friermuth doesn't even matter in this deal to me. It's, do I think a first is enough to move off of Kyle Pitts? And quite frankly, I'm not sure. It depends on the day. If I'm a pessimist and I look at what's happened in Kyle Pitts' career, I'm going to just go, let me move off of him and go on, and maybe I can move Pat Friermuth too while we're at it. But yeah, so I guess that's actually where I lean, the pick in Friermuth. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, so it's interesting because the Falcons are essentially just using Pitts as a receiver, and they're using Jonnu Smith as a tight end. You know, he leads the league in air yards and team percentage of air yards. He's literally at the top of the league in both categories. So it's like he's being used how you would want him to be used. He's just not getting anything easy. I think his catchable target rate is one of the lowest in the league at tight end. So he's not getting any sort of he's not getting layups. I think people would be okay with Kyle Pitts still, even though he's a lot of just hopium and mythical value built into his profile. If you knew you'd get him, you knew you'd get 4 for 40 every game. You know, they'd give him a couple easy targets where he's giving you a floor, because if he was giving you 11 points per game, 10 points per game, and he was just in streamer territory, people would be willing. Like I have on a lot of teams, I just start him every week. I just live with it. But the fact that he's giving me 4, 6, you know, like if I could just get 10, I'd live with him being in streaming territory, because relative to every other tight end, that's not that bad. So I think his value is, all it's going to take is a change in his usage just a little bit. And I do agree with Shane. Pat Friermuth is useless in that deal. Really just depends on those first. What can first get me in my league? If I can color up to a first there and it means I can go get something better because it's a first versus a second, I would be willing to move off Pitts.
Yeah, I feel like since it's a 2 tight end, okay, it's no tight end premium, but since it's a 2 tight end, that makes me want Kyle Pitts even more, because he's even more valuable in a very scarce position in that format. Oh no, that's tough. That's tough.
You know what? So this is what Kyle Pitts feels like, right? I'm sure this has happened to either any of our female listeners or male viewers, but like you go out with someone and they're a smoke show. Like they're really attractive. And all you're thinking about is like the things you're going to do to them when you get in bed with them. And then you get in bed with them and they suck. And you're like, I don't understand, because your profile and your peripherals suggest that this should be the greatest moment of my life. And I'm a little bored, if I'm being honest. That's what Kyle Pitts reminds me of.
Fair enough.
I'll just say this, because I wrote that article a couple weeks ago on Pitts, and I think everything in that remains true. And the funny thing is it probably remains true for next year and the year after and the year after. Just need to see a sign of them changing. And if they're not going to change, this is going to be one of the biggest conundrums in Dynasty. Is there's going to be a breaking point where the dam just implodes on Kyle Pitts. It's going to happen at some point in his career. It could be this year. It could be next year. It could be 2027. And when it does, you're going to go, damn, I wish I had him on 5 or 6 teams where I can sell for the current price, especially if it's a 2 tight end premium like some of these. I know this was 2 tight end, but man, imagine having an extra piece where you could go turn around and sell for any receiver in Dynasty, you know, just because it's a 2 tight end league like that. To me, almost talking through it more, I'm giving up nothing in Pat Friermuth. Don't even care. So like how much value does that lottery ticket that's tucked away in my drawer that's going to hit eventually, how much value does that hold? So I think I may even lean the Pitts side there. I think I'm changing it a little bit.
We're making the assumption Pitts is going to hit. Like that's the assumption. Anytime anyone trades for him, they go, well, he's going to hit. I mean,
there's too many signals.
You're taking a bet. You're making a bet.
There's too many signals, but you're right. There is no guarantee in life that it ever happens for any player. Right. So
besides the last 2 years of his NFL career, which are pretty important, there's plenty of signal, but yeah, I know. I'm just saying. Look, I get buying Pitts low. It's just if I have an out that seems reasonable, I'm willing to take it.
Would you pay a first in a 2 tight end league?
I could see paying a first, yeah.
Okay, and you would take Friermuth. You would take a second for Friermuth without really sweating it, right?
I wouldn't even think twice.
Isn't that the exact trade?
No, it's not, because there's context in my head.
When you separate the two, Shane smashes both.
No,
when you put them together,
because
he's
there's
confused.
No, you're saying, would I take a 20 or would I move a 25 first? Sure, I would. Or a 24 first. Is it late? Am I, do I have a bunch of firsts already?
That's all first rounders. We do a very poor job of saying where they're going to be. I mean, the worst term you can throw out is any first.
Yeah.
Because then you decline the first 8 trades someone sends you for a first, or you know what I mean? You do have to define that first because they do hold way different values.
So let's knock out a couple inbox offers here. So Jo has a 12-team Superflex, start 10, PPR, give Fields in an early second, get Deshaun Watson. Let me go ahead and say this too. So especially for people watching on replay, we're going to say a lot of start 9, start 10. So what that means, the amount of starters you have in your roster each week, not including kicker and defense. Okay, so that determines how relevant and thus valuable those players are in whatever format. So this is a start 10. This is kind of our stock format that we use when we talk about these trades. So you're giving Fields in an early second, and you're getting Deshaun Watson. What do you think, Shane?
I think I'm going to take Deshaun Watson here. You've given me. Scott talked of the life raft, the thing that what do helicopters drop to save your life? They drop a rope or something, and they're like climb on that.
There tends to be like a stretcher kind of thing on there too, right?
Yeah,
it's like a basket. The
like a
basket
basket
thing you're talking about.
Yeah. Not the stretcher, because you can't just put
it.
yourself on a stretcher. That's bad form. But if they drop down the basket thing, get in the basket.
Hopefully
you're picking the basket, Scott.
Well, hopefully you got to start Justin Fields this week while Deshaun Watson was on a bye, and you got to bypass that bye week, and then you trade Fields after this week before his bye, and you essentially eliminate a bye week from each player, and you make a trade that's positive to get off of Fields. So I'm good with that, especially if this is sitting in your inbox and it's one of those can't sleeper. You accept the trade and it just doesn't go through till next week if they're already in your lineup.
Is that how it? No, it goes through and then it says that it's off your roster. Like it shows the points, but
if you had him in your lineup, it stays on your showing on your team until the next week. Yeah, if that's the case, do it. Yep, if that's the case, do it for sure.
Inbox offer.
Everyone hates
Luke.
Watson, by the way, from the crowds. So I buy you some more Watson. I don't know what to tell you, people. You must not have seen his last game. He looked superb.
Looked stellar. So Luke has an inbox offer. Tank Dell for a 26 first. 12-team start 9, Superflex, PPR.
He got a first for Tank Dell. Yeah, I would trade Tank Dell for a 26 first. I don't appreciate sending 26 first because it's 3 years from now, but whatever, I'll do it.
It's Tank Dell and a start 9.
Yeah.
First, please.
Just for you make that trade, you hold the first, and you forget you even had Tank Dell.
So let's yeah, exactly. So let's put up another super here, and then I'm gonna go back to the hopper from our sub questions. So MJ, and apparently this is not the MJ.
No, because if it was her, there'd be like a photo, like a head glamour shot.
There totally is. I'll have to send her a message and have her pop on here. So one of two. Thank you for the super chat, MJ. 1 QB start 9, 8 IDP. Definitely our specialty here. So half PPR. It's a young team, Olave, ETN, JSN, but not competing. I have a bunch of wide receiver 3s and 4s. It's a dry wide receiver market. Traded Brees, got 2 firsts and 2 seconds. Offers. There are, looks like there's a couple here. So give QJ and a 24 first for Ayuk and a 3rd. What do you think about that one? No, thank you for me.
I mean,
not for nothing. Ayuk's kind of smashing, and we kind of all saw it coming. And Ayuk, if you want, I know his sophomore season wasn't great, but because of whatever Kyle Shanahan not liking him on a personal level. But after his rookie season, that's somebody that should have smashed, and now he's smashing. I'm just saying. And QJ doesn't matter. So it's really okay. Fine. QJ's a person.
Half PPR, 1 QB start 9. There is all the IDP too.
Well. Yeah. To Clay's point, the one thing that is a drawback here on a surface, if this is the best deal I can get, I'd be willing to package up for an asset that's in starter range, which Ayuk is probably closer to that than QJ. The only drawback is, like you said, Clay, it's a half PPR. Is this what I want to spend that first on? But then he goes on and says he has a bunch of firsts.
Yeah. So let's go to the second one here. So the second offer is 4 firsts and 3 seconds for Jamar Chase. And then the last part here is what's the max you would give for Chase?
All right, I just real quick, I want to just jump back on Ayuk for a minute. So I'm
Go
looking
for
at half PPR scoring. My dude's at 17.5 points per game. Right below him's AJ Brown, 17 points. And there's a 2-point drop down to Mike Evans and enough 3-point drop to Adam Thielen. So he's more than in starter range. He's in difference maker range. He's like the wide receiver 8 points per game in half PPR. Anyway, second part of this deal, I wasn't paying attention. What was it?
You giving 4 firsts and 3 seconds for Jamar Chase?
Start 9.
What QB start 9 with 8
And it's
8 IDP though?
Yeah, and it's 1 QB. And he says it's a dry wide receiver market. So what are you buying with Ayuk if you give up QJ in a first? I think the only thing I would say is, can I do better with the picks that I have? But I'm fine with the deals that he's getting, especially if he says it's a dry market. The hammer move is you've collected all these picks. You definitely don't want to make all these picks, right? Not in a shallow start 9. And you've just been handed a top 5 skill player in Dynasty. Yes, it takes 4 of the picks that you have, but isn't that kind of the reason you collected all that stuff to begin with? Was hopefully that shows up in your inbox one day,
for a 7 for 1 to get Jamar Chase.
Well,
we're disregarding the seconds in a
No,
start.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I care about seconds. I don't want to act like I don't, but honestly, if I'm giving up 4 firsts, is it 4 firsts? Clearly, I don't care about seconds. You know what I mean? In the grand scheme of this trade, I think I would do it.
Yeah. Okay.
So would you rather do the Chase deal? Forget the Quentin Johnston in a first. You just do the Chase deal.
So I wonder. Well, you know me. First, I'm going to go. All right. Well, can I get AJ Brown or Justin Jefferson or someone else for 3 firsts? Can I get them a little cheaper?
Can I do Quentin Johnston in 3 firsts for Jamar Chase instead of 4?
Yeah.
Can I get a little value for Quentin Johnston instead of having to hold him? But I agree with you. Start at Jefferson, go down the line, and what's the best bang for your buck?
Right. And then if it comes down to it and you have to nut up, hold on to them and just let all 4 picks go, you let all 4 picks go and you go, I can't believe I did that, but I got Jamar Chase.
Would you give up the 4 for Bijan Robinson first before Chase and Jefferson?
In a half PPR.
Half PPR?
That format screams running back.
And given how far away some of the other running backs are potentially from Bijan, it's interesting.
I don't know. I don't know if my soul would let me do that trade. I think about it though.
Yeah, you'd immediately be trying to split Bijan, even at a shallow start 9 after that.
Shane
would put him on the block right away, and someone would offer him 4 firsts.
And I'd be like, deal.
So this one's for Shane. It was literally directed to Shane. Last year, I traded Amon-Ra for Mike Williams, a 25 first, and Romeo Doubs. Shane hated this trade and specifically questioned, is Romeo Doubs even a real person? Question, Shane. Is he now real?
I'm sure he said that too. 100%.
That sounds like some ignorant ass stuff that I would say. Look, he's a real person. Is he playing well? Obviously. Is he going to continue to do that? I don't know. So you're automatically now going to put Romeo Doubs in Amon-Ra St. Brown's category because of 1, 2, 3 good games. Without let me not do the Christian Watson wasn't playing because you earn targets when you're on the field. I'm going to say that based on Amon-Ra St. Brown, what we've seen from his career compared to what we've seen the Doubs. Yes, he was a rookie last year. I still am 1,000% more confident in Amon-Ra being an elite performer than Doubs being a useful performer.
Clay, is there a little bias on Romeo Doubs because he was not a high round rookie pick?
Sure.
And the fact that he is one of 14 receivers that has more than 25% targets per route run and market share. And if he was a first rounder from last year, I mean, just imagine if those were the numbers Sky Moore was putting up. People would be going, oh man, God, finally the Chiefs have their Tyreek replacement, or they have their next wide receiver 1, Imagine if those were Treylon Burks' numbers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but there's different reasons for that, because when you take an orange and turn it into a tomato, then it has tomatoes properties. If Romeo Dub, if he had that draft capital, that means he produced like them in college, most likely. That means his rookie profile was much better than it was. Okay, so all those things go into it. That said, he's having a very nice 4-game stretch so far.
Isn't it interesting, though, that we're willing to, and I get it, they're on different parallels, but the community, Puka Nakua is worth 2 firsts. But Romeo Dobbs is still struggling to be a top 36 receiver.
Well, I mean, partly because one has done it, I should say, in his rookie season, his first 5 years. And what's most important to a wide receiver, like for predictive value, is their rookie season. And Dobbs was okay, but he wasn't special in any way. So that's partly it. So that part I get, I do understand. But yeah, I mean, Puka is obviously a late round pick too. But if Dubs, whatever, did this in his first 5 games, the community would have done the same thing with him, I think.
Isn't it interesting?
Brown, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I just made a deal the other day. I traded the rights to Nico Collins and a late third for the rights to Romeo Dobbs and a early to mid second.
Okay.
Why is everyone excited about Nico Collins, yet not Romeo Dobbs? He is a 3rd-year receiver that got 3rd-round draft. So his profile is no better than Romeo Dobbs. And Dobbs is doing it earlier, and neither of them had a good quarterback. Probably, I guess you can count Rodgers last year, kind of, but his efficiency was terrible. So it's just weird how everyone's now pumping. Nico Collins is a top 24 receiver in Dynasty. Dobbs, well, I got to see it more. It's just, I'm not saying that Dobbs is better, but it's just interesting how the preconceived notions of a situation and a player really weigh into the current market. And I'm not even trying to sell people on Dobbs. It's just funny that you take away the profile. And if you showed me another player that was doing that, unless it was a 1st-round pick, like Shane was saying, there's just some player bias. You know, there's narrative bias on Nico Collins versus Dobbs. Oh, he's going to get replaced, and Nico Collins is going to smash this year. But what's the difference between the two?
Look, and I have no problem if you want to buy into either player this year, but I think it's a little premature to just go, all right, or Dobbs is as good as Amon-Ra St. Brown. Like, there's a much longer track record of what we've seen from ARSB as compared to what we've seen from Dobbs, who's had a nice 4-game stretch.
Real quick answer here: Hollywood Brown or Dobbs and a 24-second mid.
I'd be fine taking the Dobbs in the second. I think that's close enough
a good enough
where,
package for you,
especially if you know you're going to start both. I'll bank the second.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I'll say this: I've gotten offers for Marquise Brown in a couple leagues, and really not that good. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just not that good.
Not a second on top.
No, it's like a second and then some trash can player. Like, here's a second and Greg Dortch. So it's like, oh, so you're just giving me a second.
Yeah. So Mystic Flame, thank you for the super chat here. It is a 12-team Dynasty Superflex start 11. QBs are Hurts, T-Law, Kyler, Bryce Young. Running backs, Algier, Moss, Kendre. Sounds like us. Wide receiver, Devontae Smith, Jordan Addison, Jahan Dotson, Dio John. Tutu, Jaden Reed, Downs, JSN. Tight ends, Njoku, Everett. He's got 324 firsts. Traded away Fields and Monty for Lawrence and A-Chain and okay, let's start with that. Traded away Fields and Monty for T-Law and A-Chain.
I like that deal.
Do you like both sides, right? Both pieces, T-Law and A-Chain better than the others, right?
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Wait, he got Kyler and Devontae for Christian Watson?
You already skipped that.
Yeah, so the next one is and Christian Watson for Kyler and Devontae. Good trades?
Yeah, he
Wait, so did he sold? Okay.
How did he sell Christian Watson for Kyler and Devontae? That's pretty good. Or is there commas and semicolons missing here?
Oh, I get it. I think he traded away Fields and Monty for Lawrence. And then he traded away A-Chain and Christian Watson for Kyler and Devontae Smith.
That's
I'm guessing it's probably that. Otherwise,
Yeah.
I'm sitting here going, you traded
right.
Christian Watson for
So-
Kyler Murray
yeah.
and Devontae Smith. Yeah, it definitely that
Fields
it's
and
more
Monty
reasonable.
for T-Law. What do you think?
Yeah.
Fields and Monty or T-Law?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Especially if I don't know when he did these deals, but I assume it was recently, so I would be fine with that.
Well, how about A-Chain and Christian Watson or Kyler and Devontae Smith? Not even close.
I mean, you got the
Kyler and Devontae.
You got the two best players in the deal.
Yeah, that's going to be the Kyler side.
Yeah,
David's
quite
confused, but
easily.
Thank you, David. We are all. I just need people to. I like when people say they're confused as well, because sometimes I'm not gonna lie to you. When I sit up here and I'm reading things and I'm confused, I'm like, am I just stupid? Am I legitimately stupid?
Commas and periods are good versus just everything and
they're underrated.
And yes,
they're underrated for sure.
Thank you for the question, though. It was a good trading.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
okay, so Banish.
We like to trade.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Banish 3D, thank you for the question. Inbox offer here. 12-team Superflex start 11. It's 2.0 for tight ends, and it's also Devy. Give Burrow, get Stroud, Pitts, Addison, and Devy Henderson.
Devy's not.
Yes,
he's a Devy player. Trevian.
No, I know. I'm aware of this.
I mean, Burrow and Stroud are. We talked about this with Burrow, Stroud and Burrow, or not even Burrow, but just Stroud is in that tier of the tier 2 QBs. So you're getting. What's he getting back? Jordan Addison, Kyle Pitts, and Travion Henderson.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
I mean, you'd almost consider trading like Mahomes for that tier, for that package. I mean, what
start 11 too?
It is start 11 too.
2.0 for tight ends. That's a crazy trade there.
That's a really
Banish
deal.
Where's the super chat? No,
that was a brag.
That was a brag.
Yeah, when you win the league because you smoked everybody on that deal, give us a little bit of a tip or something like that for that question, because hopefully you just pulled the trigger. You didn't actually wait for us to tell you to do that deal. And that's a smash.
I got to be honest with you. I want full credit for that deal. Like, I didn't know if I should have taken this. Then I talked to the Trades and Five guys, and they really talked me into it. Like, I just want like a full lie. You know what I mean? Like, I basically put the deal together for you is what I want people to know.
Right. Yeah. For sure. Okay. So David Filippi, thank you for the super chat. He says, thanks guys for laughs and great content that has helped me improve my process, especially Scott and Shane for retweeting my trade polls. Dynasty Trades in 5 and DD helped inspire me to write this year over at RotoViz. Well, congrats. That's awesome.
Yeah, David, I didn't know you were a writer. Share some of your stuff with me. I like reading, but I don't sub RotoViz because I have limited funds. Because if you saw my tweet earlier, child support. But I'd love to read it if you can give me like a non-paywall one. I'll hook you up. I'll share a non-paywall article with you. Just don't tell Ray.
I love how you guys are starting like little monthly paywalls just to share content. Oh man, what child support makes you do apparently, right? Let's go to Johnny Detroit here. Says DTI 5 introduced me to Dynasty. Thank you and congrats. Thank you very much. Yeah, 2-year anniversary as of today. So this is very cool. It says happy anniversary.
Let me ask you guys, did you guys notice, and maybe it's just me, but do you notice over the last year there's a lot more Lions fans?
Yeah, isn't it funny how that happens? How they come out of the woodwork.
I'm proud. I'm happy for them because they had to hide their face in shame for just centuries.
Under the paper bags on Thanksgiving. Yes.
And look, and I made fun of Dan Campbell because he talks like a meathead. But you know what? They're a good team, and they were put together well. Even if I want to trash them over the Gibbs stuff, they're winning. So at the end of the day, what they're doing is working. So congrats to all you Lions fans that get to show your face. You know what it's like to be an Eagles fan all the time because we can always show our face. Or maybe a Phillies fan because we're always in the playoffs too. So anyway.
All right. Thank you, Diet. Oh, man. Go Commanders. Dr. Ryan Cecil. Yeah, I know. Thank you very much for the super chat. So 10-team Dynasty Superflex start 10 is giving up Garrett Wilson, Javonte, and a 24 mid to late first worth Bijan and the 201. So let's start with that. if that's the trade. You're giving up Garrett Wilson, Javante, and a mid to late first for Bijan.
Yes.
Javante Williams?
Yes.
Yep.
There's no other Javante involved here, right? Is there a Javante I'm not thinking of?
There's not another Javante, but it's a 10-team, 100 starters. So you're talking a 12-team start 8 equivalent, close to it, and you're getting Bijan. And in this format, I mean, yeah, you're giving up a first and getting back the 201.
Yeah.
You're just bet as long as that's like the 107 or 108 in the 201, I don't care. And yeah, Garrett Wilson and Javante for Bijan in this format, easy.
Dude, and if it's your first, like you're saying, it's going to be a late first. I hate giving up Garrett Wilson. I think that everyone knows that. But yeah, I'm fine with this deal because Javante doesn't even rate him. But yeah, I like this deal.
I like that better than giving up Gibbs and Garrett Wilson for
Yeah.
Bijan. I like that better. I like
That's the second part is giving up Gibbs and Garrett Wilson, no first for Bijan. You like that better?
Yep.
I don't like that. Because Gibbs is worth more than a first.
Yeah, you like the Javante one better. Sorry.
Yeah, Gibbs is worth more than a first in Javante Williams.
Yeah.
Even if the Lions don't like to break him out of the box and let him play.
So let's go to another one here. We'll pull up a super from Ari. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. 12-team Superflex start 10 rebuilding. Gave Hurts, got Stroud, Tank Dell, and a 25 first. Did I get enough at this point? I need more assets and believe Stroud is going to be a star to tier down to. All right, so he's got the player bias we heard there. What do you think?
Well, he obviously gave his assessment of he thinks Stroud is a star, so he's already viewing him as he's in that tier 2 of QBs, like we talked about earlier in the stream. I like it. I don't love it. I like the process of tiering off of Jalen Hurts for Stroud, and you're getting the first. This could be a home run deal in a year where you're sitting on a future, especially if the first starts to trend towards it being a team that's a little struggle. Maybe it tiers towards being a high first. Like you're looking really good with this. What I don't love is I really don't think Tank Dell adds anything to the deal. I know people like him, so if I could flip him and turn him into like another second or something, I'd really like that deal. I'm okay with it though. If you're convicted on Stroud, it's probably the best tier down, gain extra first value you're going to be able to get because you need to find one of those teams that's willing to make that deal. You know, not every team's going to be willing to buy up to get Hurts, so I'm okay with it.
Scott, let me ask you a question that I should know, but I have 100% don't. Do we have rankings on DD?
Yes, Ray has his rankings on DD. Why? What would you want with those rankings?
I'm just curious where Stroud would be at this point in most general rankings and really anyone's rankings. Like he's top 10 easy, right? Like we had him top 12 before the season, so he's had to move in top 10, right?
I think with rankings, you're probably better off just looking at like the tiers versus the actual rankings, because here's the thing, like, is Stroud going to be in somebody's top 6 dynasty wise? Like, I don't care if you put him at 6 or 8. What I want to know is he in that second tier? Okay. Is he in the tier where you're like, all right, I'm willing to tier off of one of the top 3 to go into that tier? And he's clearly identified that he is. So is the 25 first enough? I'm curious, Clay, if you had a middling team with Jalen Hurts, would you be willing to do this? Or is this a pure conviction move? You need more. You're muted, Clay.
No, I thought he was really thinking about
Not
it.
enough. Not enough. It would have to be a 24 first for me.
Does it change if and here's the thing. I would say as a rebuilding team, because he says in the chat he's a rebuilding team.
Yep.
The only problem is I don't know if, and this almost talks me more into the deal, is like, I don't know if Stroud, if he is what you think he is, there is no, like, he's going to help me get a better draft pick, you know? He's going to score as much as Jalen Hurts almost. Like, he's not improving your draft pick. If this is one of those where, like, if Burrow goes down and gets injured and he puts on IR, one of the benefits of moving one of these deals to get Burrow is you're also helping your pick and you're maintaining the value on your team. And you may even be able to get more than this if it's the Burrow chair that you're tiering to. So in this case, I'll just say if he's convicted, it's a good deal. You got that conviction. This is probably the best tier down you're going to get. So
Yeah, it probably is. I'm going to say I don't want to say I don't like the deal. I don't know that I would make the deal. The rest of my roster would have to be pretty barren because Jalen Hurts, even as bad as he's played this year, is still outscoring Stroud by 3 points a game. And that's what Hurts is his name, not Church. Hurts having a down season so far. David brought up the point that it's hard for a quarterback to put up this type of scoring just on passing. And when he does it, it's because he's putting up 44 attempts a game, 40 attempts a game.
Mm-hmm.
Hurts can put up a 40-point week with 10 carries and 15 completions. Like we've seen it. I mean, just the upside, the scoring, they're different that way. So for me, it's hard to let go of Hurts. I think I would hold on to Hurts here, but it's not a bad deal, I don't think.
Clay, I want to ask you this on the other way. So let's say you have a team where it is currently in 10th place. You're building, you've built okay through the draft and whatever, but you're in 10th place in week 5 of 2023. You have CJ Stroud. Are you giving up your 25 first in CJ Stroud right now for Jalen Hurts?
Probably not.
Because now, once you make that deal, you have 1 year to fix your roster.
You're behind the 8 ball.
And if you don't fix the roster, you just traded away a top 3 or 4 pick in 2025. Yeah. And you got to tear off of Jalen Hurts for, I don't know, CJ Stroud and your 25 first.
Exactly.
So it's funny if I reverse gears and you're a middle of the pack team, you don't want to even consider giving up what he got, which makes me say it's an okay deal on the other end.
Yep. So let's put this one up right here. It's a quick one from Saxon. Higgins in a second for Brees.
Brees.
Yeah, current market says Brees just because he's going to be 100% playing the next couple weeks.
They took the change off, right? What did they say?
Yeah.
They took the pitch count off. Yeah, they're
no longer on a pitch count.
No longer on a pitch count. So it was their plan to give him 6 carries a week, apparently.
Is that because they realized Dalvin is cooked?
Yeah, I think that might have a little to do with it. I think it has a little to do with it. Plus, I think Brees has ripped off like 2 60-yard runs on a total of like less than 30 carries. So maybe they're like, we should do this more often. So that's going to be fun to watch Brees back.
What do you think?
Also, Higgins doesn't have any. No one wants Higgins right now. So if you can move him in a second for Brees, dude, you're doing well because nobody likes Higgins right now.
I mean, he's a victim of he's on an offense that people don't want right now, and he's injured. In 4 weeks, people
he's the number 2 on that offense.
Right there's not a positive about Higgins, so yeah, his perceived value is lower. Until you go try to trade for him. I'll just wait till he comes back. He's just a player. Unless you package him, he's very hard to move.
So this one was really early. So this was 11:48 a.m. got this in. So we're going to get it up on the screen. Mookie Phelps, 14 team, half PPR, start 8. Anthony Richardson, Brees, Ken Walker, JT, Mike Evans, DJ Moore, Drake London, Pat Friermuth, QJ, Down Sky, Mac, and Trash Cans. I started 4-0, 33 and 21 all play, but it feels lucky and the league is sleepy this time of year. Where should I improve?
I love how he just puts cans
in cans. That's a long time sub. You could tell Mookie Phelps is a long time.
He doesn't even have to say trash. He just puts cans.
We know.
I mean, that's a pretty damn good team for a start 8. You got a top 5 QB, so you're set there in a 1 QB, and then you're probably setting a better lineup than everybody else. And if you started DJ Moore, you're probably going to 5-0. So I think you just keep riding it. And he says it's a sleepy time. I guess that assumes he's not getting a lot of deals done right now. I mean,
obviously you want to upgrade at wide receiver because London, Evans are not. Evans is injured, obviously, and London's, we know what's happening in London and Atlanta. But the problem is what are you going to do to do that? You can't combine those two and tier up because no one's going to take those two from you and tier up because one's old, one's young. Like they don't even fit you can't go buy an ascending piece off of someone and be like, here's Mike Evans because they're not going to take it. So maybe QJ and London and see if you can tear up at wide receiver. But you might have to wait for London to have one of his good games, which, hey, apparently, based on what happened to every player I trashed on the AMA with Ray the other night, it should be this week.
I think you just ride out Evans because he's producing too much to really try to get anything.
Yeah.
What about, can you get Michael Pittman for Drake London?
I'll tell you right now,
No.
Because he has Richardson, and Pittman would be the perfect receiver to just throw in there as your 3 and just start him every week and live with the results.
So I've tried that in every league that I have Richardson, and I had London. Well, I've tried to get Pittman in every league I have Richardson, period. But especially the ones where I have London, it's just, here's London straight up. Here's London straight up. And absolutely no one has accepted those offers.
Would you add a second?
Yeah, because yes.
Yeah.
There's a trade idea, right?
A second.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I don't like giving up picks freely, but if it's to make a move to get the guy I want, I'll throw in a pick.
So Nathan says, "Sup guys, sup Nathan. Thank you for the super chat. What are you doing a rebuild with multiple late first round picks with my own first? Have Lamar Jackson, Stroud, Young, Andrews, and Trash. Superflex tight end premium. Much love. Appreciate it. So multiple late firsts with my own first. So, okay. So an early one and then a bunch of late ones. What are you doing today if that's the case? Let's just assume those firsts look like they're super teams and they are going to be, in fact, at least past 106, 107.
I'm looking at Shane. He can go first on this one because I have a lot of thoughts.
Oh, I was just
Shane has zero thoughts.
No, I was going to say, I mean, we were just talking about how T. Higgins market's down. I'd buy a player like T. Higgins right now try to buy a player like T. Higgins with one of those first. I mean, I don't know, Scott. I'm going to think on this. You speak since you got the thoughts in your head already.
You're gonna wait for me to talk and just piggyback on.
I'm gonna repeat whatever you say that I like, then argue with whatever I didn't like, and then I'll sound smart. So go ahead and make me sound smart.
That's how we built 2 years of content here. It's just Scott goes and then Shane listens to 40% of it and then agrees with one thing. And I'll just say this: I think with this you have a bunch of extra late firsts and your own first. I assume do you get the vibe that he says his own pick is probably going to be like 101, 102? Like his team's got based on what he has.
4 pieces, but yeah, exactly.
Is there a way I can move Bryce Young for even more liquidation? Can I get another first plus maybe a speculative receiver or something like that for Bryce Young, knowing next year I can pair probably Caleb Williams with Lamar and Stroud? Because otherwise I'm going to be stuck drafting a QB, and now I'm going to have 3 other QBs as well. But can I get a little value? And the thinking here is if I can leave with the 101, and let's say the other 3 firsts I have are 108 and later, can I get one of those other firsts in between the 1 and the 8? Which, what do we always say? When you have a bunch of picks, you have more leverage with the picks that you hold, even the late ones. So can I liquidate Bryce Young and get 2 pieces, a first and something else useful? 26 first, 25 first, whatever it might be. Can I just dump him, worry about my third QB later, and bridge the gap and just get another pick in there? It gives me more flexibility. Otherwise, you're going to have a weird build because next year you're going to go, hell yeah, I have Caleb. Now you have 4 QBs and nothing else but late first. Feels like it's going to be hard to build out the rest of your team.
Eric, we will start with you on this one, Shane. All right, let's get those thoughts handy. 1 of 2, 12 team, 1 QB, start 9, half PPR, no tight end premium. Give London a 24 second, get Hollywood and a 24 first. Yes, please.
Yes.
Let's just hear what he had to say. You want to cash out on London for more reliable points at wide receiver? Thanks, guys. Y'all are the best. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, that's a dream. Right there.
First of all, appreciate the nice sentence. We are the best. Appreciate that. When anytime someone says something nice about me, it makes me feel good inside, and I like that person more. So I like you, Eric. I like you a lot. Also, I would deal London for a random first. So to do the pick swap part of it, you know what I mean, and get a player back, that's fine. That works completely fine for me. I didn't look at the scoring. I'm going to assume Marquise Brown's outscoring Drake London, even if Marquise Brown's having a down start. Although he's wide receiver 18 or so. So he's definitely outscoring
He definitely is.
Drake London.
I think he's had one game that's outscored almost Drake London's entire year.
So did Junior Smith. But, I'm fine. I'll take that deal. Dude, we were just talking like you can't trade Drake London for who were we saying straight up?
Michael Pittman.
Like, yeah, and not to shade at all Michael Pittman because I like him, but just he's not a fungible asset right now.
So this time of year, if you had 3 or 4 firsts and you had one that you thought would be late, would you just throw one first at Michael Pittman right now? Where we are in the season, would you just throw one at him and see what happens? If it gets accepted, great. Or are you a little bit more tight and calculated than that, Scott? Or not that convicted to where you would just blindly shoot a first?
I wouldn't be as aggressive, but you've seen me make a couple deals where I give up first. And a lot of times those look in the form of I'm going to get a player that I think is worth close to a first, but I wouldn't. So let's say Hollywood Brown. Our last Mannequin Chill, I talked about Hollywood Brown, how it's a guy I want to buy, but I don't just want to go, let me throw my first to get him. Because I'm paying the peak market. I'm paying he's performing a little bit right now. His situation is better than we thought. I'm paying that price. Not getting any discount. I'm giving up all my flexibility the rest of the year. But I did make it in one of our leagues, Clay, where I gave up a first, but I get back Hollywood Brown, and then I get back another piece. And this is a point per carry, and I got back Tyler Algier as well. It's a small piece, a player maybe barely worth a second, but it's enough to where it's like, okay, I'll do the deal now. They had to pay the tax to get me to give up my first now. If it's just a 1-for-1, I'm not a huge fan of that. But that's also one where I'm like, you know what? To start 12, I could use those guys to start this week. Like, especially if I have a lineup hole in the short period because of an injury or bye weeks or both.
Yep.
I'm okay doing it now. Just don't just go, I don't even need Michael Pittman, but I'm just going to throw a first for him. And maybe I'll start him. You got to have a purpose. Otherwise, like, this is part of the week-to-week dynasty game that I try to employ is literally look at your league. Are you comfortable with your starting lineup? And I'm curious to Shane's thoughts on this because we haven't really talked about this. If you look at your lineup for a week, Shane, does it sway you on whether you're rushing to do a deal, or are you still going, you know what, I'm going to do that deal because it's a good dynasty trade? Or have there been deals where you're like, you know what, I might have done this, but I feel good about my matchup. I feel good about this week, and I'm pretty confident this deal is going to be here in 4 days, so I'm just going to wait.
So here's the thing. I never make a trade with any thought to the current week. Like, I have literally no idea. Like, you know what I mean? Even spot starts, obviously. Like, just straight up spot starts where I know, like, hey, this starts for Latavius Murray. That's what it is. It's not going to help me beyond that. But the rest of them, I don't look at trades and go, oh, well, I traded for Keenan Allen, so I won this week, so it was a good trade. You know what I mean? Like, I traded for Keenan Allen a couple weeks ago, and he went off and had 1,000 points. Now, I don't expect him to do that every week. It's nice that he did it that week, but that doesn't mean I won the trade. That means I won, that week it helped me. But there's going to be down weeks too. So I don't look at it. It's just like a week-to-week proposition. I'm looking at the long run, which for us in this context is the rest of the season.
Well, Clay, let me ask you this. Let's say you have a deal where it's a really good team where you're giving up a late first, right? You have to give up your late first. You get Hollywood Brown in a third. But then you look at your lineup, and instead of Hollywood Brown, instead of the slot you would put Hollywood Brown in, you have Nico Collins in this week. Or you have DeAndre Hopkins in this week. Would you wait a week because you don't really need him this week and go, you know what? I have all the leverage here with the pick. That guy has a 26-year-old receiver that has had a hot and cold dynasty market his entire career. Would you be more apt to just wait a week, not do that deal now, and just wait till Tuesday to do it next week? Especially if you look at your lineup and now you go, damn, I'm taking Chris Godwin out of the lineup to put Hollywood Brown in it. What's the point of me doing this trade right now? How would you have some influence as to your lineup that week before you just give away your pick like that, even if it was a fair dynasty trade? Yeah,
probably a little bit. Yeah, and I would go as far as to look at the matchup for this week to make sure I'm not screwing myself. If it's a cake matchup, you don't want to be like, I'm going to wait a week and have that player go off because then he's unattainable unattainable or 25% more expensive. So
Yep,
yeah,
good point.
I'll get that granular sometimes if I'm
Yeah,
in
so
that kind of mood.
the problem with that is too is if I decide, well, I don't need him this week, I'm going to wait. Well, guess what? He's just going to make that move to someone else. Like it's a motivated seller most of the time. Most of the time, it's not like me and the trade partner have this monogamous relationship where I expect them to just deal with me and me only. Like there's 11 other dudes in the league that they can give it up to, and they probably will.
Monogamy. Oh, my cursor is all over the place. I'm trying to rock this like big screen behind me too. Okay, we're doing our first giveaway of the evening, or starting the hashtag for it. So hashtag hammer. Okay, put hashtag hammer all lowercase in the chat, and the winner of this will be getting a hammer hat once I do the drawing. So hashtag hammer. Okay, we are collecting.
Am I eligible?
You've got a hammer hat. I actually don't have a hammer hat, so I'll put 2 in the cart. Let's see. Cameron, thank you for the super chat. So it's a 10-team Superflex start 10, half PPR. Lamar, Hebert, Love, Stevenson, Mostert, A-Chain, Charbonnet, etc. AJ Brown, Garrett Wilson, Olave, Andrews, Christian Watson, JSN, Dio John, Jacoby Myers. Trade Watson for Keenan Allen.
No.
Christian Watson for Keenan Allen.
Is that Christian Watson?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 5-point hero, Love, Stevenson, Mostart, A-Chain, Charbaza, AJB, Olave, Andrews, Christian Watson. I gotta be honest with you. Yeah, I'm fine moving with Christian Watson here. And I know this is a 1-year move. I know that, and I'm okay with it. But the proposition, that's not what I'm thinking of. The supposition, also not the correct word. The chance to have AJB and Keenan Allen putting up 70 points on Fools in 1 week feels pretty good, even if I am giving up about a 14-year age discount, I guess.
Yep. Okay. Let's keep on rolling. What's up?
Real quick,
Bjorn,
I don't know what a nook is. Does anyone know how much a nook is?
Yeah, this is Norway, right? What's it? Quick, do a
Oh my
Alexa, get your shit together. What is a nook? Well, Bjornar, thank you very much. It's either way. Thank you for the super chat. 12 teams.
It's $25.
Nice. Thank you, man. 12 teams start 10 super flex. 2-2 on a tanking team with 624 firsts. Anthony Richardson, T-Law, A-Chain, Pacheco, AJ Brown, Addison, Tutu Atwell, Goddard. Picks are undervalued. No team is 4-0 or 0-4. What's the plan going ahead? 8 teams make the playoffs. NR 5 and points 4. What does that mean? NR 5 and points 4. Ranked 5. Guessing they're ranked 5 and points 4. Okay.
I'm thinking it's some Eastern European thing, just like
it's
a kroner. Yeah.
And it is Norwegian krone, and it's $22.84 in US dollars. So thank you, Bjorn, for the donation. Very nice.
Yeah, thank you.
If I am 4-0 and I have 6 firsts along with this team, I'm totally fine picking a couple to sell and trying to kind of back into a contending team here, especially if 8 of 12 make the playoffs. Like, all you got to do is probably make 1 or 2 more moves and you're in the playoffs. And why not? That's a great, he has a great place to be, I think, with this team, because he's got enough firepower. If it stays healthy, he's got enough firepower with Richardson, AJ Brown, A-Chain, tight end, and Tutu Atwell. I mean, you probably need 2 players at least here to give yourself like the bare minimum to try to win it. But I'm good with trading a couple picks.
Always okay
with all that capital. Would you try to get? Well, I guess there's only like a couple of them. Let's say try to get like a Hawkinson or a Kelsey or something, like really lean into it and try to go for it.
Go get a Puka Nakua.
Go get a Puka. He's got a tutu.
Yeah, a Puka is much better than a tutu.
Yes, it is. Any thoughts on that, Shane, for our boy Bjornar here?
Shane, what's the most picks you would sell here?
Let's see. I have 624 first.
Yeah,
all of them.
I would sell let's see, 2-2 and a pick, get me better. Got her in a couple picks, 2, 3, 4. I'm fine with selling 4 of these picks.
Okay.
I want to keep a little bit just for funsies and because I'm going to need them just for 2 more picks. But yeah, no, I'm fine with selling 4 picks. I'd probably use 1 or 2 at T-Law too, see if I could tear up a QB. Like I know not everyone likes taking a strength and making it stronger, but you know my motto is I want to beat you in the face with my strength. Like I just don't want to just beat you at it.
Yeah. Okay, let's one more reminder, #hammer for a chance at a hammer hat here. Let's go to, seriously, I'm struggling with the cursors. I'm just waiting for it to come across the screen. Here we go. All right, let's go to JN here. Scott, what's your favorite source for weekly start sit advice? Thanks for all you do, guys. Thank you.
So just to organize my thoughts, I will usually pull up something like Draft Sharks or Fantasy Pros or something, just so I have a list in front of me. I would say that mine comes from my own brain 95% of the time, only because I consume as much content as I can throughout the year or throughout the week. Those 3x, 3.5x podcasts on Overcast are a godsend because I can listen to over 100 podcasts a week, just back to back to back to back to back in my ear constantly as I'm falling asleep. I'm listening to podcasts. I'm listening to stuff probably 16 hours a day. So a lot of it I already am just like, yeah, intuitively, that's what I'm doing. And then if I truly have a question, I'll go look at the list and go, you know what tiebreakers could I use here? What are other people saying from like these guys are close? What could be the factors? Is there a stack? But I try to limit those. I don't want to go to every league and go, what's the tiebreaker? Do I have a stack? Who am I facing? Who has more upside? I hate that. I try to set 90% of my lineups just based on the content that I've consumed. So I would just say it's an aggregate of the content the community's putting out there. And it's not all sit start stuff. A lot of it is DFS shows, just different nuggets that I pick up and just roll with it. I'm maybe a little bit different when it comes to that. I don't just use a source and go with whatever they have.
Weirdo. I don't listen to any start sit advice. I mean, I listen to some obviously because people give you their opinions on the podcast we listen to. Like it's like Scott. I don't listen to as many podcasts as Scott, but I do listen to a good amount of podcasts. I'm probably listening to, give or take, I don't know, 20 to 30 podcasts a week. Like obviously JJ Zacharysen's. Just anything with data is really what I'm looking for, like as opposed to start sit, because that's start sit. I don't want to say it's the least important thing to me, but it's the least important thing to me because I'm trying to build a dynasty roster as opposed to going, well, I need to build a roster to win this week. If I play DFS, obviously it'd be a little bit different, but I don't play DFS.
So let's pull this up right here. Cole World says, celebrating my birthday tomorrow, 5-hour stream tonight. Thanks for the early B-Day gift, fellas. Thank you for being here. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Cole. Thank you for giving me Jaleel McLaughlin. Hopefully he crushes this week.
Nice. Alyssa's got a question. How you doing, Alyssa? 12-team Superflex, start 10. I'm 4-0 and got an inbox offer. Give Bijan, get CMC and 224 first. And the first from those teams are 1-3 and 0-4. So it could be good.
Done.
Love you guys still. Done? Yes.
Yeah, we are going to smash that hard, bro. You're going to get better production. CMC scoring like a quarterback right now. Not just a quarterback. The best fantasy quarterback of all time is basically how he's scoring. And then you get 2 firsts. And also, Alyssa, I hadn't forgot. How's Jerry Judy doing?
Ooh, shots fired. Shots fired. Let's see what she says in the audience there. She just stood up in her chair. Okay, let's go to Zach here. Thank you for the super chat, Zach. Hey guys, I tune in every week and love the content. Appreciate it. Asked a 3-parter before the live started near the top, but couldn't make them a super chat. Would really appreciate it if you all get to it. Okay, so Shane, you went back and got them? All right,
yeah,
sweet.
they're the last 3 I just did.
Beautiful. Okay, so we will thank you for that, Shane. Okay, 2023 startup. I knew everyone would be trying to compete right away, so I punted by selling startup picks and drafting long-term value. Strategy is to tank 2023 and begin building after the season. It's a 12-team start 10 superflex PPR, 33 total roster spots. Have T-Law, AR5, Kyler, Hawkinson, JSN, Addison, Dotson, Mingo, Mims, and Trash Cans. 24 firsts has 3 of them, 424 seconds, 325 firsts, and then everything in 26. All of his picks in 26. The third part is can't really improve my 2023 lineup without forcing myself into wins. Any moves left for me to make, or have any advice, strategies for going from tanking to competing in 24? So take a peek at his roster and see where you think he's at in terms of the rebuild.
So, I mean, to answer his direct question, assuming he's going to go into next year with pretty much what he has right there listed on the screen. The two things you never stop doing is doing everything you can to get points off your roster, whatever you can do to manipulate that. So pivoting from guys like Dotson or Mims or even Addison. Honestly, you think Addison is a building block player, but he's trading like a mid-tier wide receiver 2 in value. Like, people like him. I know he had a bad game last week, so the little bit of luster has worn off on him, but he's another good game from people value him pretty significantly, where you could move Addison for, Higgins in a second or something like that because Higgins is injured, like that kind of deal. So looking for small edges where you can gain value, shed points. You're in a great spot with T-Law, Richardson, and Kyler. There's no pressure for you to have any specific usage for those picks next year. So that's great. And then the last thing, and this is the most underrated thing about a team like this, never stop the grind. You have 33 roster spots. You should be dumping. You guys have probably seen some of my rosters. I'm looking at my worst team right now. I have 18 quarterbacks. I have everyone's backup. I've dropped every running back that I don't need. Don't even care, because I think I can probably sell the quarterbacks in that league if something happens easier than I can sell Jordan Mason or Zonovan Knight. Like that's not a league where people value those types of players. So I've just picked up every backup quarterback. Some I've been able to sell, some I haven't. But the goal was I have a bunch of dead roster spots. Instead of just sitting there and letting them be filled with Kendrick Bourne, those types, just cut those players. Literally, if you have Juju Smith, Kendrick Bourne, just cut them. Send them to waivers. Try to get a fourth. If you can't get anything, cut them. Unless you can see a path in the next 6 months where you're getting something for them, just get rid of them. Pick up things where you go, all I need is one thing to happen, and someone will give me a third for this backup QB. So that grind those edges, because those extra 2 or 3 thirds that you get, that could be the difference in moving up in the future draft, and you don't even know until you don't have them.
Okay, let's do this. Let's do this drawing real quick. Let's see if I can share here. Okay, can you get rid of that overlay for me real quick? Make this look pretty, please. Okay, let's hit the draw. This is for a hammer hat. All right, it is rolling. Hopefully I didn't get it. Oh, there was Zach right at the end. The winner is Jeremy Pilgrim Stoppel. So let me screenshot that. But congratulations, you get a hammer hat. Send me an email now if you don't mind. It's clay@dynastytradesin5.com and have hammer hat in the subject line. Congrats for that. I've got hold on 1 second. Now I've got the cursor thing going on. Alrighty. Let me stop sharing. Go back to the overlay. Can you hook me up here, Scott? Okay.
I assume it was Scott, not me.
Do you know your way around here?
No.
He's like, no, I don't.
He doesn't.
All right, let's go to this one right here. We had a very generous super chat come in from Mike. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. $50 super chat. 12-team Superflex start 9, half with a 0.5 for tight ends. So we're assuming full PPR for everybody, 1.5 for tight ends. Hurts, Burrow, Watson, Monty, and trash cans at running back. AJ Brown, CD Lamb, Devontae Adams, Drake London, Cole Kmet and Everett as tight ends. Have all my own picks. Traded Christian Watson and Pickens for Devontae Adams and the projected 101 in 24. Should I try to get a hammer at running back or hold? 2-2 currently.
Man.
Well, I think we know we're not moving that projected 101, right?
Would you move it for, would you move the projected 101 in Drake London for Justin Jefferson and a throw-in running back? Now you have Burrow, Watson, Hurts, Lamb, Brown, Jefferson, Adams. In a start 9.
No, maybe,
Okay.
probably. There's a good chance I would do it. I'd hate it. I'd hate myself because I'd be like, oh, Caleb. But I'm really good at QB anyway.
Yeah, you're
Hurts
in
and
good
Caleb.
shape.
I mean, I'm at a place, and let me just think this through, right? So let's just say I play this out as is, and I do get Caleb next year. We were kind of talking about this earlier. I'm in a position where I have to move Burrow and Watson, right? Because otherwise I'm wasting significant value on my bench that could be scoring points. It's got to be a good running back for whatever that's worth, for whatever that definition actually falls into.
That's a 60% chance of being the 101. Does that change your tone?
I mean, I had it. I'm assuming it's the 101 at this point.
Unless it's obvious, though, that's what I mean. I'm just curious if you would do it.
I think I like to think the worst case scenario. Worst case scenario for me is trading away this pick and it being the 101. So I'm trying to determine, can I live with that?
It's James Cook.
James Cook and Justin Jefferson for this pick.
Yep. And you're giving up London.
So it's so tough. It's so tough. Caleb Williams. Caleb won't get out of my head.
Yeah, right.
But here's my question, though. Let's say it's 101 next year. You draft Caleb. You're excited. Then what? You're going to try to put Watson or Burrow on the block and go, does anyone want to give me, I don't know, Justin Jefferson? They're going to go, no.
Yeah,
Same situation we had earlier, right? Where you have 4 top 10 QBs, and it's awesome to have them unless you're able to get that. If it's just a package of stuff, I get it. But here, the hypothetical is you are getting the best non-quarterback asset in a situation where you know you're going to be stuck in that quarterback conundrum, and it's not even guaranteed to be the 101. Like sure, you can pretend it is 100%, but I'm sure it's not in reality. So I think you take it. But aside from that, I'm not throwing that 101 around. You know what I mean? Like I'll move everything else before I consider.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's got to be Chase. It's got to be Jefferson. It's got to be. Is that about the list? I would think about Bijan because, well, it's Bijan. He is a running back, which would cause me a little more pause than either of those 2 wide receivers. Yeah, I mean, that context, I think you'd have to. And especially if you're getting a running back as decent as James Cook, because, I think I would.
Yeah.
Would you be willing, let's say you can't get one of those guys, would you be willing to move it for 2 hammers, Shane? Someone's given me Mark Andrews and Tyreek Hill.
For the 101?
For that 101, yep.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. Then you can shop around and see if you can get two top 20 starters or something like that. But that's how much power that pick holds. I mean, the league may not value it like that yet, but if you're that confident it's the 101, you're literally treating it like it's a top 8 asset in Dynasty. It is a top 8 QB already, and it's a first round startup pick. So don't accept anything less.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Make sure that the league agrees that it's that it's the 101. Whoever you're talking to, it's like, listen, like I'm assuming it's the 101. You're going to have to give me your big boy. Okay, let's go to another one here. This is from Brian that we had starred 12-team Superflex, start 10, full PPR with a 2-point tight end premium. Would you send 3 firsts, 1 possibly being top 3 for Hawkinson and Waddle? Gonna have to overpay. We'll post roster and another comment. Love the channel.
No.
What you said, 3 first, one possibly top 3 for Hawk and Waddle. No.
Nope.
No.
I'd rather buy Hawk and not give away the extra first. I don't want to give 2 first for Hawk, but in a 2 PPR, I'd rather have him instead of kicking in the extra first. Can I get Hawkinson with a first and 2 seconds or something like that?
This feels like one of those deals where the other side is like, I'm going to milk you for all your picks. And the only way I'm going to make this deal is if you give me the 3 first. So if you try to come back to me and go, well, I'll give you the 2 late first for Hawk, he's going to go or she's going to go like, nah, I'm good. And that's when they're like, well, I'll give you Waddle too. And you're like, oh, it is Waddle.
Well, they want an all or nothing deal, right? Like they probably are either on the fence and they're like, take everything and give me all picks, or I don't want to trade away one or the other. So I can see that.
Yeah, but I'm going to pass too.
Thank you very much for that super chat, Mike. So let's go to a quick one from Saeed. Thank you. 12-team Superflex start 9, Tank Dell and Reed for Ridley.
Jaden Reed, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I asked it like that. Someone said it was cute. Someone sent me Ridley a Ridley offer the other day. They wanted a 2-for-1 for Ridley, and I'm like, have you not been watching football the last 3 weeks? Fake alpha. Anywho, I'll start 9. I mean, you should lean Ridley, right? I guess he's the one that's closest to being useful, but I'll just hold on to Tank Dell and Reed. I'll take the 2 shots as opposed to the 1 dude.
You got to know your league, because I think this is the type of deal where if you take the Ridley side and he goes out and has a good game or 2, you now can use him to get another receiver you like that's in the same tier. You're going to struggle to probably get a receiver in that same tier. You're saying Ridley isn't in the tier, which he hasn't been producing like he would be in that tier, but I think he's closer to getting you there versus saying, hey, who wants to give me any top 20 receiver for Tank Dell and Jaden Reed combined? And the league's probably going to be like, nah, I'm good. Like anyone you want, nobody's going to want to move for that price. So they'll got to take a little bit of a leap with Ridley, but if he goes out and has a good game, all of a sudden he's a top 20 receiver again, top 18. You can go get Ayuk, or you can go get, this guy, and it's much easier to get there.
If you could add a first to Ridley to get Ayuk, I think Ayuk's being slept on. I think you probably just throw a first at someone and get Ayuk and leave Ridley out of the equation. Just go make that deal instead. Go try to trade for Ayuk.
Okie doke. Let's go into one of these starred ones here. Let's adjust the crowd. So 327 eyeballs in here. We're an hour and 21 minutes deep into the 5-hour super stream. Thank you for being here. 2-year anniversary of the channel. Hit that like if you'd be so kind. That's how we got this far, right? Everybody hitting the like who's in the crowd. No, but thanks for being here. We're going to Shane and Scott are going to be doing a live roster review at 9 p.m. top of the hour, so 35 minutes from now. I'll take a break during that time, switch locations, and Shane, let me know if you want to break before that. All right.
Oh yeah, I'll be definitely taking, and if there's any kids watching, earmuffs. I'll be taking a cigarette break.
You didn't quit right before the super stream?
No. So yeah, I'll be taking a cigarette break before we go, and then you can go away.
Can we hit on a little nostalgia here real quick, Clay?
Of course.
Because obviously it is our 2-year anniversary, right? And Shane and I have known each other for a long time. I just wanted to kind of just remember the summer before we started the channel. And we had that, I think we both did it separately with you. You had kind of like a pitch meeting to both of us where we sat down on Zoom and you talked to us about Dynasty Pandemic and talked to us about how you have this vision. And apparently you sold us enough to where like, yeah, sure. Like you can be partners with our Patreons, and, you joined both and started ingraining yourself with the group and whatnot. And I looked back the other day at our first video. I believe it was the Miles Sanders video. Yeah. And it was, you look back now and you just look at the production quality. I think, I believe looking at where I'm at,
you were in bed.
I am laying in my bed against the backboard of the bed, and Shane's head is halfway cut off the entire video. Like it's moved down, like it's like right here. And then Clay is,
I'm like in the dark. I look like a disaster.
You're in the dark. You have a halfway tilting over DTI 5 poster in the background, and you already had the poster, so I'm impressive that you had that. But then we just put out this video. It's a quick video. It had 607 views as of a couple hours ago, and 0 comments. None.
Yep.
Still no comments. I'm shocked nobody has gone back and commented on the first video, but yeah, 0 comments. Absolutely terrible production quality. It's just, you see where we've come from then to today. So just a little nostalgia, kind of feeling it a little bit.
Yeah, man.
I would just like to say that I've improved absolutely none in the 2 years. I'm exactly the same terrible person.
Do you have the same headphones, Shane?
These are the same headphones, and they're falling apart. I do have a camera, and I went through several lights since then. But yeah.
Several lights. No, good stuff, Ed. Yeah, it's a night to celebrate, no doubt about it.
I should have brought out the disco lights for tonight. Oh well, sorry.
Disco Shane.
Yeah.
So let's go to a question. This was from our Discord earlier. So 10-team Superflex PPR tight end premium start 10 gave Joe Burrow and a 26-second, got Amon-Ra St. Brown, Puka Nacua, and a 25 fourth. Other 2 QBs are Purdy and Lamar. Would you have given up Joe Burrow for this?
I mean, listen, if you think you can flip on the open market and get something, can you go get like CJ Stroud for Amon-Ra in a second or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
If you can, then I mean that you're basically taking value and you're deconstructing the roster how you probably want it. And now there's pressure on you to go make another deal. And if you can't, then you're going to be like, damn, I wish I would have kept that QB. But I can see it. I can see if you can go turn Amon-Ra and a throw-in piece in a second and go get, whoever quarterback you think you would have wanted to tier from Burrow to and get a little bit of a plus. You effectively did the same thing, and you got Puka for free. So there you go.
I don't like it. No, I mean, I like the wide receivers, obviously, but it definitely feels like you know what? This isn't even really sound low on Burrow. You did get a wide receiver 1, and you got a guy that has been a wide receiver 1. So I can't be mad at you. I would have preferred, obviously, you move Purdy, but I'm sure you tried to move Purdy for a similar package or even just one of these dudes. And he or she was like, no, that's not going to happen. I'm going to assume that you did try that. So I'm going to say I'm okay with this deal. Obviously, I don't love it because it's super flex and we're giving up Burrow, but I understand it.
Yeah, I'm always scared to do moves like this where I would just leave myself with Purdy and Lamar. I mean, those are fine QBs, but just one injury, you're in bad shape.
This is the equivalent of, you ever been to like Dave & Buster's or the equivalent?
Yeah.
That type of place.
Yep.
So it's like you walk in with cash, and while you're there, you're able to convert your cash to coins or tokens, and now everything's just digital, but it's on a card. So it's like, Shane, you put in $20. The machine is going to give you $30 in credits. But now you got to figure out a way to get $30 back in actual money. It's exactly what this trade is. Like, you're getting, I think, equivalent or a little more value based on your market. But to get it in the form you want, you got to do a little work. So what is that work worth to you? If it's not, you don't want to do the work and you're just good with your QB room, then you don't make a deal like that. Take some balls to do it.
You should never be that lazy where the thing that scares you off of making a move is further work down the road. Like... And when we say work, we mean sending out trade offers in fantasy football. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're not taking a pickaxe and breaking rocks. You're hitting, send. If you don't have the work ethic for that, then I have concerns about you. I have concerns, deep concerns.
Oh, man, this is, Scott, I just saw your message. Definitely going to hit this. So look at what Mike put in the chat here. I met my wife in the Dynasty Trades in 5 chat. Okay, so what is the crowd saying? I'm not watching the crowd.
We have to verify if this is actually true, though, because Sandiford was like, "Wait a second, is that real?"
I mean, because
prove it.
And
first off, that's amazing. But go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, if that's true, that's awesome, dude. I mean, I'm one of those people that think sometimes you probably would have met someone. If you're meant to be with them, you would have met them somehow, some way, anyway. But even not, that's still awesome if it's true. Only thing is, I hope you don't play in any leagues together because that can ruin a marriage.
If this is true, that's absolutely crazy.
If it's true, the fact that we weren't invited, I'm a little annoyed because one, I'm a single male, and every single male gets laid at a wedding, and I really could have used that. Clay too. Well, he's not single. Never mind. He's got his ring back on. But I could have used that. So if this is true, I really am. Now I'm a little upset that we weren't invited, or at least I wasn't invited. Like not even to the wedding, just to the after party. What do they call those?
That is true. The wedding, like the wedding party, like the reception.
Reception.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, not the after party or the after party. Just invite me to the after party. I would have been fine with any of them. But anyway, congrats.
Yeah, if Mike could confirm that is in fact
we need wedding photos and cake.
Yeah. That's awesome. CLC F15, thank you for the super chat. 12 team Superflex, start 9 PPR. I'm 1-3, probably 1-4 because he just played DJ Moore against DJ Moore. Team is Tua, Watson, Kyler, Bijan, Aaron Jones, Cooper Kupp, Tyreek, Olave, Amon-Ra, Pitts. Feel like I've got a good squad. And then he has in parentheses, maybe Pitts. 0 picks. Hold or sell Kupp and Tyreek.
Man, what do you think, Shane? This is a tough one. This is one of the tougher situations to deal with because you feel your team should be better than this. This is probably a team before the year where you go, wow, this team's adding Bijan. Hell yeah. You know what I mean? And then it added Bijan, and it's got some good performances, but it's also had some duds at the wrong time with Olave and Aaron Jones. Like that's probably cost you in a short sample size a couple wins. But yet we would have said this team is like one of the favorites probably going into the league.
Here's the beautiful thing. Sometimes God forces you to do things that you don't want to do that you should do. And what you should be doing on a roster like this is looking to move Kupp and Aaron Jones, at least just those two pieces.
Not Tyreek?
I am a little more bullish on Tyreek because 2 years of wide receiver one production after this year is what I'm counting on. And it's, the type of wide receiver one production. He could put up a DJ Moore like week. Who knows at any time. I'm willing to hold on to that. Yeah, I'm allowing that. I'm okay with that perishing on my roster. So I would like to move Kupp and Jones. Obviously, we're going to need Kupp to have a good game this week or next week. And then AJ, well, he needs to touch the football would help. So I'd be looking to move those two and still compete. I'm still in a position where I can compete. You're going to be a little Amon-Ra might. I think Jeff on Twitter was just like, he kind of thinks that he might have a sports hernia. If he does, that would suck. And that would really tank your chances. But I'm okay with trying to still compete because the team is good enough and trying to move Jones and Kupp.
What if Tyreek is the only piece you can sell? Because Kupp is injured and Aaron Jones just came off an absolute dud game. What if Tyreek's the only one you can get a first plus value for?
Then I'll just hold. And,
you wouldn't try to get the value for Tyreek and then try to compete with Aaron Jones and Cooper Kupp?
You know what you could try to do? Let me look at his roster. He doesn't have Garrett Wilson, right?
Olave, Amon-Ra, Pitts, Bijan,
right.
Kupp,
Can I get
Jones,
Garrett Wilson
Tyreek
plus for Tyreek Hill? Because I know Garrett Wilson had a better week. He had 37 receptions for 8 yards this past week, which was great. Thanks, Zach Wilson. But the community is still very skittish on him because of his current situation.
Right.
Can you get Jamar Chase for Tyreek Hill and Aaron Jones?
Yeah, if you could do something like that, you do that all day.
Just see if you can sell somebody on I'm going to give you the guy that's going to smash.
Yeah, like it's got to be a deal like that though, where it's got to be like a really elite asset that I'm getting back.
For sure. So let me read this here. Sandford texted me this saying, when you see this, can you give a birthday shout out to Andrew Canlas? Sorry if I jacked that up. Canlas. His wife just bought him a roster review for his birthday today. That's awesome. What an awesome wife, Andrew.
Oh, yeah.
You will love the roster review. Good stuff there.
Happy birthday, dude.
Happy birthday, Andrew. That's pretty awesome. Glad you showed your wife Dynasty Trades in 5, the channel, right? Got your roster review out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good
look at all
stuff,
these
man.
wives involved in our show that
I'm-
we're just now figuring out here.
I mean, look,
Man.
we basically are keeping marriages together. That's what we do, because a lot of the men that watch the show hear me describe single life, and they're like, I can't do that. That sounds absolutely awful.
Yeah, I mean, we came up with the squirt emoji as one of the logos. Maybe that's what really opened the floodgates with wives becoming involved. I don't know.
All the big vagina talk.
You never
I think it
know.
was all the big vagina talk. Women appreciate when I
never
talk
know.
about giant vaginas.
Oh man. Okay, so let's go to here's another starred one from Graphic 13. Sent Charbonnet a mid-24 first and second for Justin Fields, Sam Laporta, and Khalil Herbert 1 hour before the game. It was 12-team Superflex PPR, 2 tight ends, start 11.
I mean, we weren't in the buying Fields price, but you paid less than a first here for Fields. I mean, Charbonnet and Khalil Herbert, to me, they're the same thing. They occupy a running back spot, so you can almost wash those two in the deal. I mean, I'd take Charbonnet if I had to pick, but the point is they don't really matter here. Then you got Laporta and Fields for a first and a second in a 2 tight end league, start 11. I think you actually bought a little cheap on Fields and Laporta. I mean, I don't love buying Fields, but I think you bought cheap for what you paid. And then you just got a 36-point game or whatever the hell it was. I mean, I think you did pretty well here. Even if we don't like the players, or at least I wouldn't have wanted to spend my money like this. You still got a good value on it.
Yeah, here, and I won't, look, and I am advising everyone to move Fields for any first you can get. I still am. But that said, I don't expect him to be bad for fantasy this year. So if you want to give up a 24 first, it's no different to me than taking a bet on a running back. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, well, this is a production bet for me. I'm making this bet on there's going to be production this year. After this year, who knows? And if it turns out that, he gives you more than that, great. But if he just gives you this year, I'm okay giving up a first, whether it's for a running back, a quarterback, or whatever position, to be honest with.
The real move is now turn around and get 2 firsts for Fields.
Yeah.
Or get the picks back for Fields, and you just got Laporta for free. That's where it's really sharp, because you got that game out of Fields too. I assume you started him.
All you need is one more Fields game, and people are going to be dunking on us, because there are already a couple of them in our patron chat on the Discord. A couple of them are already dunking on us, lightly dunking on me. Like, they ain't coming hard with it, you know what I mean? But if Fields has another game, dude, people are going to be trying to posterize me. It's going to be pretty bad.
Shane, I know you want to take a break, but I'm just going to say this. People can dunk on your takes, but when they step up and pay the market price for Fields, then I'll give them the credibility to dunk. A lot of people like to say, and you get it on Twitter, but you get the haters, right? Didn't believe. But they're the same people. They're not convicted. They're saying it, but they're not out there in leagues. And I'm calling out a lot of the other fantasy analysts out there. I know they're not playing in leagues. They're not doing what they post on Twitter. Yep. They're not doing what they post on X. And even the people in our Discord sometimes. Like, they'll say something and then you send them a trade in a league with them. No, they can't buy that Fields.
Nah.
Can't do it. But they'll call Shane out for saying sell him for a first, yet they won't buy for a first. Like, they're even scared to pay the first in the beginning. So, yeah, a lot of talk, little action.
Yep. Shane, we'll see you soon, buddy, for the live roster review.
Be back by 9.
I got to
watch your phone.
Got to get that nice raspy cigarette throated voice going. So I'll be back.
All right, we'll see you in a minute, sir. Here, let me get this up, and we'll get a 2-person. Oh, look at that! Look at this good-looking overlay here. Got the Patreon, got the Birch. Scott, you ready to roll here? Ready to keep going?
Let's go.
So Buster McRib, appreciate you for the super chat. He said he appreciates us. 5 hours of commercial free. That's right. We do our best. Get right into the content. Stay with the content. Minimal banter, unless it's we have to let Shane go every once in a while, right? You have to let him just riff though. Yep. Let's go to this one right here from João Vitor. This is the cool name. Marchiori. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, 2023 startup. It is a 12-team start 10 half PPR. Just traded Kyron Williams, Addison, Rashad White, Deshaun Watson, and a 24 and 25 first for Josh Allen, JT, DK, and a 24 third and fourth. So what do you think about that trade first off? Lot going on at that one.
Let's just start with the Josh Allen for Deshaun Watson. If you had Josh Allen, would you even take the other three pieces plus Watson for Allen? You
No.
might take it because it's 4 for 1, but it would need to be what? Addison plus at least one of the running backs to even get in the discussion?
For sure.
So if you just say, okay, let's just say conservatively, Addison, Watson, and Rachaad White for Allen. You now got Kyren Williams, or you gave up Kyren Williams, the 24 and 25 first. So Kyren Williams and 2 firsts for DK, Jonathan Taylor, the 3rd and the 4th. So I think at worst, it's a neutral deal. I think the fact that you're able to get Allen, and yeah, you gave up 2 firsts, but you kind of just threw in some other stuff. You know, you sold high on Kyren Williams. You probably sold it. Rachaad White is what he is. He's replaceable. So yeah, I like this deal. A lot of deals like this, you may only see the Josh Allen and one of the other pieces, the DK or JT. But the fact that he got both and you got the hammer QB, love it. Great deal.
So he says the team also has Pat, I guess that's Pat Mahomes, Brees Hall, Jay Jaco. Who's Jay
Josh
Jaco?
Jacobs? Jay Jaco. Could have just said Jacobs, but he added one less character to say Jay Jaco.
Jay Jaco, Nico Evans, Dio John, Dotson, Ingram, Musgrave, and Trash. Not clearly the best team. Other contender has all the vets and 0 picks. Have my remainder of picks not traded. Any recommendations? Aiming for Pittman. Don't want to get old, and no pick with top 2 QB room. Congrats on 2 years. Thank you, man.
Yeah, appreciate the congrats again. Go back to the second page where he listed the rest of his players, because he's now has Allen and Mahomes, right? And he added JT and DK to this roster. So I think with what he added, I mean, he's got some players that aren't producing on there, obviously, like Deontay Johnson. I don't know what's up with your boy Jahan Dotson, but I think he's just a guy. You know, like I think he's probably proven. I mean, I've been anti Jahan Dotson for a while, but he seems like he can't earn targets. He's one of those players where like he just needs to be in a good offensive environment for him to have any shot at producing. So
exactly.
What would you do with this team? Because he's got the quarterbacks, he's got Brees, and now he's got Jonathan Taylor, assuming JT comes back, and he's got Jacobs. I actually think he's holding too much value at running back for a team that he's not saying is the best in the league. And then he's got a bunch of receivers where maybe he can move Nico Collins. Like, he's got some pieces that he can pivot off of. He also has a team that probably could win, but I feel like he needs to find some ways where he can create some value where he doesn't currently have the flexibility. The reality is what's going to win this league is if you have Allen and Mahomes go off, you have maybe one receiver spike every week, and then Brees Hall is a bell cow, or Jacobs. That's what's going to win it for you. It's not going to be, probably all your starters that typically win in a playoffs. It's like, do you have those 3 or 4 hammers? So I'd be selling some pieces. I'd be selling I'd be willing to sell Nico Collins or Mike Evans. And I'd be willing to sell Jacobs or JT if people are excited about JT coming back. But I think you need to liquidate 1 or 2 pieces, just get some security, because he really doesn't have any picks now that he made those deals.
Yeah, I totally agree. You can go a bunch of different ways with that one. You can be very fluid with that squad. You got options. Okay, let's go to another one here. So we have Mitchell. Thank you for the super chat. 12 team start 9 superflex PPR. He's 2-2. T-Law, Watson, Mac Jones, Monty, Chubb, White, Brian Robinson, HN, Swift, Algier. Has D-Hop, Addison, Tony, Adams, Mike Williams, Higgins, Downs, Goddard. 224 firsts, 2 seconds, and all the future picks thereafter. Sitting on my hands or trying to upgrade somewhere. So we'll go back to that first part. Okay.
Man, this team's had some rough breaks with injuries with Higgins and Mike Williams and Nick Chubb, and I don't know why
in a weird spot.
I mean, I don't know why people list Kadarius Toney as an asset.
Yeah.
Does anybody want him anywhere? You know, like,
No,
that's what I mean. And I guess
I'd rather
you're
have a roster spot.
pretty much. I mean, I just wonder, is he committed to? I don't know, man. Because now you're sitting here trying to tell yourself a story about how, well, I need Watson and T-Law have sucked thus far. So not sucked, but they're average. You know, they're not giving you the positional advantage that you probably paid. And then you have a bunch of players where it's like, damn, Monty, Brian Robinson, even Swift to a degree, Hopkins, Devontae Adams, all those guys are worth more to you as a producing team versus what you can trade him for. So it almost feels like he has very limited trade flexibility here. Like you probably have to try to trade like A-Chain or DeAndre Swift, because I think those are the two running backs you have that actually have some dynasty value. Because I have enough running backs to win here. That's not what's going to determine whether I win or lose. So I'd be moving those guys. That's how you get the flexibility in the future. I don't think you can, can you even move Nick Chubb or Mike Williams for much at this point? I think it's, you either just liquidate them and get them off your team, or you're kind of stuck. So I just don't think he has a lot of flexible pieces.
So are you holding those 224 firsts as kind of a hedge here with this team, the age of it?
This is one of those teams where I just wrote that article on Destination Devy this past Monday, talking about teams that are looking exactly like this. 2-2. This team's probably in the middle in potential points. It's probably in the middle in all play record. You need a lot to go right for this team to bounce back, but you also have 2 firsts to where if it bounces back and you can move those firsts, you could have a top 2 or 3 team. This could be also a team where you move a first in 2 weeks. You're going, I need to blow it up. And you want to do exactly what you did to get that first in the other way. So I think you really have to look at those other metrics, potential points, all play record, go to Dynasty Daddy, look at where your team sits asset wise. Because you may say you're 5th overall, but then there's 3 teams that are just loaded. Can you realistically catch them without gutting your roster? And if the answer is no, I am just more apt to push the team towards the bottom and sell off the pieces. And I know next year, going into the year with those quarterbacks, Addison, a couple of the first, like I can get back to this point that I'm at right now easily next year. I just have to retool and sell some pieces. So just that's the team you got to make the decision. You can't wait till it's too late. Then there's no more people that are willing to buy and you're cooked.
Yeah, good point there. Man, it's tough. Like I've got, even in the Dynasty Trades in 5 OG League, I've got so many running backs. I've got Gibbs. I think I have Gibbs, Bijan, Brees, and H-Chan now. And I've been trying to send out H-Chan offers, and why am I so horrified to trade him away right now? Why does part of me like fearing like he could be legit, like Alvin Kamara-esque in terms of output for a minute here? And I'm trading him away, and I'm 4-0. I mean, you
got to practice what we preach, though, Clay. You got to be willing to move one of them at, not saying at a cheap price, but I think you got to be flexible with the one you move. Because I've seen you put a couple of them on the block, and unfortunately, it's a Dynasty Trades in 5 league, so no one has sent you, CD Lamb in a first. You know what I mean? Like you haven't gotten a deal where you're like, oh yeah, I would take that for Bijan. So
no,
I know it's hard to follow the process, but that is the situation where you are flirting with disaster by holding all of them at their value and just going, well, I'll just keep playing them. And then hopefully they hold on to their value, you're operating on a very thin margin. I don't even know if I have the assets. I'd be interested in buying an H-Chain share, but I'll wait till he has a bad game. Then I'll expect you sell him cheaper.
No, I was looking at your squad actually, and I think you have ETN, so it could be a pivot there.
Which league?
You'd be going anti-leverage. It's the OG. Dynasty Trades.
No, I definitely don't have ETN.
Have them there?
I have, let me see, Stevenson and DeAndre Swift. So I'd be moderately interested, but I also am kind of in the middle right now. Like I think I'm in 5th and I'm like 6th in points. So I'm kind of in the spot where I'm going week to week. You know what I mean? Like I'm probably not blowing a first plus or something for a running back unless I know I need it. And right now I've been able to survive with, Swift. And I traded my own first for Swift before the season.
Oh, did you really?
I did. Yep. That was one where I'm willing to bet against my own first when they're, 14 or 16 teams. And I made a couple of deals like that on Swift, just 1-for-1s and here's I guess the education point about that. You can say whether Swift was worth their first or not. The benefit that I've gotten in that, every one of my Swift shares were started from day one. Like they weren't benched and I wait to see what happens and then I miss out on the 28-point game. You know what I mean? So like I did that with a design of I'm going to need a player and they're starting every week. So that's the only time I would do that. So that's the conundrum I'm in now. If I send you a first when I really don't need a running back, could blow up in a week or two.
I'm back.
What's up, Shane? Yes, you are.
Whoa.
How many? 2 cigarettes in that amount of time or just one?
Just the one. Just
a relaxed one? Yeah.
Yeah, just a chill one.
Good. Hope you enjoyed yourself. There's a hammer hat right there. He's got his hammer hat on. Nicely done.
I love this hat. I wish it said DT in 5 right here somewhere, but it's all right. I like that. I still like it.
You wanna go in and design it, sir?
I am basically an interior decorator, so yeah, I'm all about it.
You'll be able to see more of his apartment when they do the live roster review here. Do you guys have what you need for that? You guys good to go?
Yeah. I mean, he gave us his league ID and his league info. I think we're good.
There we go. Fantasy Draft Room. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, "Congrats, y'all, from the Fantasy Draft Room crew. Love you all as analysts and as people even more. Now enough simping. What is that? Simping. Is that a word?
Yes.
Yep. What is? I'm just now learning what simping means.
That's old school. That means basically you are you like someone. Generally, gentlemen do it for attractive women. They simp. Like, oh, you look so pretty today. Stuff like that.
That is the first time I've ever heard that word.
Yeah.
Talk to me about what pick you would need to sell Kyron in a 12-team, 1 QB tank team that has aspirations of competing in 24. Thanks for the question, guys.
Well, I'm assuming this is Cody, but maybe it's not. I don't know. It's Cody if it's Cody or Chase, but you got to sell him. I don't care if I have Kyron Williams in 2024. If I'm not competing, I'm willing to bet that doesn't survive until 2024. So, I mean, the goal here, Shane, is to get him off my team, right? Like, it's probably what pick would I take? What's the pick that's being offered to me that's the best? Is it a early second? Is it a late first? I mean, at some point it becomes what's the best pick I can get in my league. And does it give me any value down the line if I'm tanking and it makes my pick maybe one slot better? Like if someone's only going to offer me 202, I mean, what else do I do? I don't want to hold and go into the offseason with a running back like Kyron Williams because you won't be able to move him for anything.
What's the minimum you would take for Kyron? You're going to require a second. Would you give Kyron in a third for a second right now?
Yes.
If you didn't need the points?
Yes.
I mean, sure, if it's giving me some extrinsic benefit on the back end, like it's moving my pick up a point or two or a slot or two, sure. But I should be able to get a second for Kyron. But it's a running back. You say that until you get to your league and, I'm not interested. Don't need him this week, so I'm not going to give you anything for him. And then he gets hurt and he's useless. So, I mean, that's how easy it can end.
And even if he stays healthy, right? Say he stays healthy the rest of this year, he's doing what he's doing about this year, what he's done this year, which is being really bad on a efficiency level, but killing on volume. He's not going to be the dude situation isn't going to repeat itself next year. So yeah, you're getting out of him. He's not a long-term, he's not a long-term asset. So yeah, I'm getting out for a second. If someone would have told you before the season, you could have traded Kyron Williams for a second, you would have done a backflip.
So we've got some crazy ones, a couple crazy ones starred here. Let me go to this one first. Michael asks, sold Olave and a 25 second for Diggs and a 25 first today. Thoughts?
Diggs is smashing this year, Shane.
He is.
Would you do this?
You doing this, Shane?
Sold Olave and a 20. Yeah. I'm getting the first back too. So I'm getting production right now and I'm getting a first.
Yep.
I can't be mad at that. I love Olave, but deals like this is a true test of the process, right? Like this is the true, yes, I want to have a baby with Chris Olave, but I'm willing to cheat on him right now with Steph Diggs and let him get it in there.
There you go. That's a
Yeah.
that's a 20-second short right there.
I'm gonna let him get it in. Thanks again, by the way, Fantasy Draft Room. But look at this. So going back to Mike, he says, can confirm. Wife says hi, Clay. These are the ones who met in the Dynasty Trades in 5 chat. Oh, wait. Okay, here's a question though. He's like, all right, yeah, I can confirm, but I'm going to need something else from you. Here we go. 10-team Superflex, start 10, half PPR, no tight end premium. What is this? Is this full? Yeah, okay. Deshaun Watson, Tony Pollard, Kamara, Evans, Pittman, and Kelsey for Lamb, Pickens, Spears, Musgrave, a 24 first, 2 seconds, a 25 first and second, and a 26 first. Look at this. Look at this roster swap here, Mike.
Deshaun, Pollard, Kamara, Evans, Pittman, Kelsey for Lamb, Pickens. I'm not looking at all this. No,
it's not enough. Like Lamb and Pickens, there's not enough firsts.
I mean, let's give a half-assed attempt to break it down. So Deshaun Watson is equal CeeDee Lamb straight up, or what else is added to CeeDee Lamb for Watson, Shane? 2 seconds?
I mean, that's
probably
fair.
Straight up.
That's probably fair.
I mean, we probably value Watson more than the community, right. So you may not be able to get. Yeah. So I think in a lot of leagues, though, people would go, I'm not giving up Lamb for Watson. So let's call that even.
All right.
Okay. So let's go to Tony Pollard. He is a running back. So let's use Tajay Spears plus what to get Tony Pollard. Now it's a 10-team, start 10, half PPR. So we got to consider it's shallower. So the issue is the issue is he's given away potentially what 4 or 5 short-term or hammers that he's giving, and he's giving up a bunch of stuff. So, I mean, Pollard plus what? 2 firsts, a 25 and a 26 in Spears. Would you say that's pretty even for Pollard?
Yeah, probably in that format.
Okay, so Kamara and Evans for Pickens, and I mean, yeah, I think if you move, okay, just say Pittman and Pickens, let's wash them out, even though I'd probably prefer Pittman pretty easily. Let's just wash them out. Yeah, I think I would be okay with this if this is the very best you can do in your league. But I'm looking at going like, man, you're selling a hammer in Kelsey. You're selling a potential hammer in Pollard. You're selling a top 10 quarterback in Watson and Evans, Kamara, and a young receiver in Pittman. Like you're basically trading teams with this guy, and he's giving you all his junk. And you're just having to do all the work on the back end. So I think you got to charge a tax here that you're going to have to build an entire team with what you get back. And if you can't do it, then, what did you end up doing it for? So I'd say maybe a little bit more. Remove 2 of the pieces and I'd be fine with the deal.
Yeah, exactly. It's just too busy. Tighten up what you're trying to do there. So, and congrats again that you met your wife in the chat. And look at Kanja here. Guys, I just proposed to my girlfriend while watching Dynasty Trades in 5, and she said yes. Love this show. This is crazy.
And then he said he was kidding.
He was kidding.
But he's kidding.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's back off on the proposals and all that kind of stuff. Because if it's real, that's
not
cool.
us.
But if it's just to get a reaction, then
I got to be honest with you. I don't even know if proposing to people is cool. Like, just stay single. What do we get married for, man? Just whatever. Anyway, sorry.
Different show. That's a different show.
Okay. Let's go to another question here. So this is from, let's see. Actually, I'm going to go to one this is a Twitter banner that I had in the hopper here. So what should I be trying to do with Bijan in a complete rebuild? Team is a disaster in a 12-team Superflex start 10 picks and or players. What would you be trading him for?
Why do I have him?
Yeah. Why do you have him in the first place? You would have tried to move that 101.
Well, I mean, it could be a situation where you're like, all right, I have Aaron Rodgers. Cooper Kupp's going to come back. He should be okay. Javonte Williams might come back and he'll be okay. And instead, baby Jesus was like, no, also no, and also no. And now you're stuck with Bijan, bro. So good luck with that. I'm just saying, I don't know if that's happened to anyone I know like me, but there could have been that situation. You're trying like a mofo to sell him. The problem is people aren't going to pay you what you think he's worth, right? I've been trying to trade him in a league straight up for CJ Stroud. I don't even know how big it is. It's a bigger league and not even a chance. Like, dude just keeps rejecting it. So yeah, I guess you're going to look at players and picks, and you're going to have to be either decide, am I going to hold Bijan on this roster and take the risk that he's going to last all through the year, not get injured, you know what I mean? And I can run it back next year with him, or am I just going to get out now and take what's probably going to be lesser value than what I really want to accept? So, I mean, it's really a philosophical question.
That's very interesting. You try to move him for Stroud, and the person just isn't even having it. It's
not even close.
Very, very interesting in the current market, and that kind of speaks to, you know, why you're hesitant to draft Bijan unless the team is fit for him in that slot. You know, because immediately you knew whatever one of the quarterbacks hit and was good, and that's obviously Stroud and Richardson right now. The person's looking at him going, "Nah, I'm good."
Yep.
You got to add a first to Bijan to get one of those guys, and you're going like, you know, 8 weeks ago, Bijan was going ahead of him in a lot of drafts, but not now.
Exactly. Bijan's no longer the 101. So let's go to another one we had from Twitter. And then, guys, I guess I can just take off for bye break. Yep. Yeah, sounds good.
You can go away.
Let's do this. Let's do this last one, my friend. 12-team Superflex PPR start 10. Side A is Tutu, Khalil Herbert, Kyron Williams, 25, third, and fourth. Side B, Wan'Dale Robinson, Brandon Johnson, R. Jarrett, 24 second, and a 25 second.
Shane, Tutu Atwell or Wan'Dale Robinson? Are they the same thing?
I mean, Wan'Dale's targets per route run is absurd, even if he's going to have 400 receptions for 300 yards. Asset-wise, yeah, they're probably the same.
So it's basically Kyron Williams and Khalil Herbert for 2 seconds.
Yeah, so give me the seconds.
I'd take the picks here. Yep. That's one of those where, especially if you have access to running backs on waivers, like you just take the seconds and you go, you know what? I'll just bet on some variance going my way. And in 2 weeks, you may be able to buy Kyron Williams for that second back and still pot the other one. And, you know, you're in better shape. So take the picks.
All right. I'm out of here.
Bye.
I'm going to take a break. I got to switch scenes here too, move to a different part of the house. So, yeah, crush the review. We'll see you guys in a bit.
All right. See you, Clay.
Bye. Get out.
All right, let's set up our roster review. Boom. Shane, help me out with a couple of the logos while we get all this stuff set up.
Oh, I'm busy.
All right, get the pull in the old Dynasty Daddy logo and throw it up there on the screen if you can.
All right, let me see here. Thanks. Okay, we're gonna do that's a brand. I believe that's that. Okay. Oof. I'm exhausted.
Good to go. All right. So anyone that hasn't seen these roster reviews before, we've done a couple of them on the channel before, but we do these live reviews, either recorded like this or live on the stream, or we do them with people directly on Zoom. So there's a couple different options. Roster reviews at dynastytradesin5.com. Send an email there to inquire on how to get one. But Shane, we're going to get into this one. I don't know if you reviewed the Google Doc, but we send everybody a Google Doc, fill out a bunch of questions about your league. You send us all the information on it, the link, the settings, all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to go through it. Do you have it ready and pulled up so you can see the same info while we're reading it?
I feel challenged, like you don't believe in me, but I definitely do this time.
Okay, good. So this is, I think it's, what is it? Anahat? Is that how you would say his name?
Yeah, because I'm great with names. That's what we want. That is definitely Anahat. Yes.
Anahat. All right. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. If we're wrong, you can roast us later. So this is
the dude's name is Ken. That's whose roster this is. So I'm not sure what Anahat signifies.
Well, I would have not gotten the name Ken out of what we're looking at on the screen. But anyway, I digress. So this is a 10-team. So for everybody that's watching that is in 10-team leagues, we do get a lot of 10-team questions. Shane, I want you to work the comments and stuff while we're doing this. So 10-team super flex PPR scoring. There's no premium. So there's no point per carry, no tight end premium, nothing. So it's a 10-team start 10. We've had quite a few 10-team start 10 questions tonight. So 10 teams start 10. This was a startup that happened earlier this summer. So we're literally only like 4 weeks into this league. And immediately this team, as you can tell, based on Dynasty Daddy, we use Dynasty-Daddy to do the reviews. This is a rebuilding team. That's what he answered the team was. That's what it's clear on Dynasty Daddy. When you look at the rank, overall rank 1, which overall rank of 1 will rank your assets. But in terms of where your team stands, it's 10th in starter rank. So basically the worst set of starters in the league, top to bottom. But as you can see, Shane, a lot of assets, good receivers, a bunch of picks, some quarterbacks to, lean on in the future, even if Derek Carr really is one that you'd probably prefer to move, but you still got Kyler and CJ Stroud. So we got a shell of a team that's pretty good here. And then obviously 2 of his firsts, he says one of them is top 2 and the other one is early. So assume we're going to be able to add probably 2 studs in next year's draft. Oof. So we'll stop there. But where do you start with this team? What's your initial thoughts?
Well, the first thing I looked at, I did read through his notes a little bit. He talked about there's no max points for. That's not how they determine the standings. They determine it by standings. And so that means he has a chain on his taxi. And I would hope that he also has Stroud on there as well. Because it would be really nice rolling out Derek Carr and not Zach Wilson last week, but Desmond Ridder every week. But anywho, obviously I love the wide receivers, Jamar Chase and Garrett Wilson. We like Jackson Smith and Jigba. There are people on this earth that will go to their grave telling you that Jameson Williams is good. And whether I think he is or not, what's important, he's an asset. He's almost like another second round pick, if not more than that. If that dude comes out and has one good game, the Jameson fanatics are going to go nuts in your league's comments. You find that person and you sell them Jameson quickly. Kyle Pitts, you have the dream of a tight end, right? So that's fun. Multiple picks, lots of seconds, lots of flexibility. So what I like about the roster best, I guess, is the flexibility. And he's going to have a great quarterback room, right? It's going to be Stroud, who looks like a top 10 quarterback, and Kyler Murray, who has been a top 8 point per game quarterback his entire career. So I do like this roster. Obviously, if we're tanking, even though Devin Achane doesn't hurt us right now, I would be probably exploring moves for Devin Achane and cashing out high, but we can get there later.
Yeah, that was going to be my first thing is we immediately look at, okay, what's the direction this year? Clearly, direction is we don't really care what production is on the team. And then what survives into next year, given that. And then you look at the market. There have been a couple questions, and I don't want to navigate away from the team right now, but it does say he's 1-3. And someone mentioned Graphic 13 says this team still has a chance. What is the all-play record? And what are some of the other peripherals that I talked about earlier? I mean, let's just address that first, Shane. Does this team have a chance? Do you think, does it have enough to win this year to where you would consider making any sort of moves to go and buy points in a 10-team start 10? So typically we'd say, oh yeah, you can win with a bad running back room. But here, you're probably going to need a couple hammers at running back and maybe one more hammer elsewhere, either tight end or receiver, or probably quarterback too, because you have Kyler down.
That's more the issue for me, is that if, say, Kyler was actually playing right now, then I'd go, sure, you have a chance. You know what I mean? Because you have your elite quarterback and you have what looks to be an elite quarterback, for at least scoring wise this year, a top 10 quarterback. Pulling Devin Achane off the taxi squad, there's additional, I don't know, point per touch. Let's just put it there. I don't know, 10 to 20 points, depending on how many times he touches the ball. But no, it still feels light, because that's not what's happening. It's Kyler Murray's out for, I don't know. We haven't heard anything about when he's coming back quite yet. Kyle Pitts is, I hate to say this, but he's basically a zero at the tight end position. He's not even, forget a tight end positional advantage. He's not even giving you, like, he's not matching bad tight ends. So he's legitimately just like a flat out zero. And you've talked about this before. Having him on your roster pretty much means you have to start him, you know? So I might be better off going, you know what? I'm going to start Luke Musgrave, assuming his knee's correct, because at least he's going to give me 8-9 points, whereas there's weeks Pitt's going to give me 0. But you can't do that because of Pitt's upside, right? So you won't do that, I should say. So no, I don't think it can compete this year, but it's definitely a team that I think will be ready to compete next year, because we're going to be adding another quarterback. We're going to be flipping Devin a chain for probably another high-end wide receiver. At least that's my hope. And then with all these picks, we'll definitely be able to make some moves. And he's already made some moves. I think he said, nope, he tiered down. Never mind. Go ahead.
No, he moved Kyron Williams for a second.
Mm-hmm.
So it's good that Ken's in here so he can update us on what's happened since he filled out the sheet. He moved Kyron for a second. He moved Baker Mayfield for a second. I'm fine with both of those deals. Then he made this one too. Dobbs in a second for Zay Flowers, and then flipped Zay Flowers and Jalen Warren in a second and a third for 2 firsts to a pretty May team. So he's hoping that those firsts end up being, good firsts down the road. So he's made some good deals, but the fact that he's already traded away Kyron Williams, Romeo Dobbs, those players, those would have been some of the ones where I'm like, you know what, I'd be willing to let them just bridge to points, but I'm not selling any of my picks. I'm not disrupting the build that I already started, because he says I have a lot of players in bad situations. Like I have Pitts, bad situation, JSN, maybe bad situation for this year, Garrett Wilson, bad situation for this year.
Mm-hmm.
So there's just too much, I think, to overcome. The good thing about when you built this team, this is a team that might have been able to compete if things would have gone right, and you still would have planned to kind of tank for this year, but things haven't gone right. So don't tell yourself the story about, oh man, if this happens and this happens and this happens, and I move one of those first for 2 pieces, I can still contend, because I think there's a lot that has to go right here. And he says right now people overvalue their first round picks, which tells me that the whole league is probably trying to feel out where they're at.
So they properly value their first round picks.
Well, they're not sure about just dumping them for, it tells me nobody is like, I'm for sure going to win, so I'm going to hold back my first, which is probably the proper thing to do when you just did a startup over the summer.
So I'm just going to bring up Graphic 13 because he seems to be indicative of what the room's asking. Can you get Burrow cheap? I hope and assume this is towards this roster, because I've seen it a couple times in there. I don't know that we need to put any assets into Burrow. I'm fine with Kyler Murray, who's frankly in Joe Burrow's tier, and CJ Stroud, who's already moving there. So I don't know that I'd want to go get Burrow.
Can we get Burrow in a first for CJ Stroud and Luke Musgrave?
Okay. If we can do something like that, definitely.
Propose it.
Right.
And well, there being, I'm moving Luke Musgrave in a format where the tight end doesn't matter that much. And I'm essentially, one of the first comments was, and I think Sanford said, too many tight ends. I mean, agree. Yeah. This is a league where you either have an elite producing tight end, which I don't care about having when I'm not winning. So like right now, I'm not worried about it. And I have too many tight ends. I have too many tight ends that hold some semblance of value. And you probably can move Musgrave, assuming he comes back from his concussion, which it sounds like he is. You may be able to move him easier than Pitts, but he's not even really he's maybe worth a second. So like if I can get a first and Burrow for Stroud and Musgrave, then I'll just take it. I'll bank the first, and I'll go into next year with just Musgrave and Mayer.
Yeah, Musgrave's the cheap out on that, right? Like that's just a cheap throw in to do end if or add a little more. I'd expect if I was trading for or trading, I'd probably want a second if I was the person on the other side of this deal. Also, I don't think I would make that deal if I was the person on the other side of this. I like Burrow. I need it put out there, but I'm not adding a first to CJ Stroud to get to Burrow. Which is what I think you're going to need to do in most leagues.
Just wait. Just wait for and it's not just Burrow. It's any QB that's in that tier where something happens. Burrow's just the one that's on the mind right now that, he's a loss or two and an aggravation of his injury from being a dead asset for the rest of the year. At least even if he comes back later, he's in the community's eyes. They're going to look at him as like, he's not helping me win. So if I can get another QB in the same tier, that's when you're able to tax them. And you got to throw them something back. They're not going to send you Burrow in a first for Stroud, but you hide the value in there of Musgrave or whatever the hell else you want to throw in Treylon Burks, throw in Jamison Williams, like those types of players, you hide the value and say, all right, you're going to pay me the tax. I need the tax in the form of what I want, which is a first. I'll give you some of this other stuff, which, Jamison Williams, that's not helping you in this format anyway, whether you like him or not, but that could be somebody that's appealing to the other teams.
And just on that end, I mean, Sanford did bring up the fact, too many tight ends, and I think we obviously feel like there's way too many wide receivers when the wide receivers that you have roster, Andre Alasova, that's not how you pronounce his name, but I don't care because it doesn't matter.
Yoshibas.
It doesn't matter. Terrace Marshall. Calvin Austin Jr., even if he did the third, excuse me, Calvin Austin Jr. might have been pretty good. I don't remember, but Calvin Austin the third, even if he did have that one really good catch 2 weeks ago, was that 2 weeks ago? Thursday night or Monday night? I forget what night. Rondell Moore is a Treylon Burks. I was telling you people that he was bad, but nobody listens to me. Anyway, there's too many wide receivers on this roster. They're just there are a lot of these wide receivers. I don't know, a lot's the word, but I'd move some of these wide receivers just for thirds for next year or even 25 so that I'd have more capital and more flexibility.
Yeah, he says it's the first league for everybody in Dynasty, so they didn't implement a max points for 4 rule or a potential points rule, so it's just standings.
Good for him. Good for
Which I didn't check you'd have to go through and look at each team, but I'm trying to figure out where the other teams might be and see this team is 1-3. This team's 3-1. Just seeing if there's how many other teams are 1-3 or 0-4, because you want to ensure that you get that 101 or 102. I mean, you want to get the best pick you can if the team is headed nowhere and you can't afford to win a game. He does say A-Chain is on his taxi, which was approved. Right. So he's not scoring any points. So
I'm wondering why Stroud isn't on the taxi. But although, I mean, at this point, it's probably too late. I'm guessing there's if you've started 3
before the year, if you didn't put him there, then you can't. It says he says this. He says he can start 1 to 2 scrubs, but if he does more, the commissioner will start calling him out and switching things around. So, Ken, here's the reality. We always preach, do what you can. That's the best for your own roster. I will go to bat in any league that I'm in. If it doesn't say I can't do it and I am acting with what is the best interest of my team, I'm always going to push back on, well, you have to start your best players or whatever. If it's not explicitly stated, do what you can for your best team. You are pushing your team in the direction that you need to. So I'm not saying piss your commissioner off, but if he's going to get on you because you start too many scrubs, which is probably not fair and completely subjective, what's a scrub, right? You start Wan'Dale Robinson, you say he's a scrub, and then he sucks, and they're going to say, the point is,
but there's things that aren't subjective that you need to be able to do. You need to be able to put CJ Stroud on your taxi squad because he is a rookie. I understand,
but it may be too late if you didn't do it. If you can put CJ Stroud on the taxi, if you can't because the season already started, then that's where you would look at, okay, can I move Stroud for a Burrow deal, right? The whole point is legally getting points off your roster where they don't disrupt what you're planning to do next year, which is CJ Stroud, Kyler Murray, the 3 top receivers, and you don't have to move A-Chain because he's on your taxi. Pitts or Musgrave. That's it. Everything else can go or get cut.
There's no reason to move Pitts, though. That's the beautiful thing. Starting him every week, he's not going to get any points.
Correct.
Unfortunately, what's hurting you is Jamar Chase. We're not moving him. Of movable pieces, we're not moving Jamar Chase. Garrett Wilson's another player I wouldn't count on moving. CJ Stroud is probably your only out. CJ Stroud, Zach Wilson, and Derek Carr. Because Zach Wilson, if he plays as well as he did the other night, which is doubtful, but it's in the realm of possibilities. He's going to hurt you. So, maybe you do go to the Burrow owner and go, here's CJ Stroud in a second. You give me Joe Burrow in a first. Here's CJ Stroud in 2 seconds. You give me a first. He sent Stroud, Musgrave, and
for Burrow in a first.
Yeah, try it. Look, I'd add a second to that to move off of it too.
And I'd add Jamison Williams to that. I'd add Treylon Burks to that. Anything that the other person wants to get that form of a deal done in this format, it's not going to matter. If you can get Burrow in the first. And the thing is, Burrow in a first actually helps you get potentially the 101 instead of the 102 or the 103 as well.
Right. And that's the purpose of all this, right? And to your point with Jameson, I'll give you Jameson, I'll give you Wandell Robinson, I'll give you dudes that actually might be able to score some points. Like Wandell is going to score some points. And if you're doing that whole, you have to start the best team available or whatever, he's one of the dudes you probably should start. I'm fine just starting Jackson Smith and Jigba under his current situation. Jameson, like I said, all it takes is a couple big plays and he's going to put up points. So I'm good. I'd like to move those guys. Yeah.
So this is the next thing. Ricardo says liquidate. This is 100% what you want to do. So what I'm doing here, we've already talked about how to maximize my standings next year by essentially tanking my team within the rules, whether it's fair or not, tanking my teams within the rules to get the highest picks. But assuming you've done that, let's go through and just liquidate what we can. And here's where a lot of people get hung up on teams like this, and it applies more to potential points leagues. But it drives me crazy in potential points leagues where people are so stringent on what they have to get back for a player that they will let them sit on their roster all year and accrue points. And you never know when 10 points difference can move you from the 103 to the 105 because you haggled over the price of Desmond Ridder because he was a starting QB at the time. You wanted a second. No one would give you more than a late third. And you were like, man, I can't trade a starting quarterback. Meanwhile, you don't think ahead to next year when Desmond Ridder is a backup at best. And you're at 105 and you wish you could get to 103, Shane. How much does Desmond Ridder in that third move you towards getting the 103? You know, like, think about that now. You pick in your direction. I know this isn't a potential points league, but let's go down the line. Liquidating Derek Carr. This is a 10-teamer too. So think about quarterback value a little bit differently. You probably need to have 4 in a 10-teamer, but I really don't give a shit about QB 23 Derek Carr. You know, I can replace that year to year. So, I mean, I would take any second for Derek Carr gone. Way I can't start him. And
I don't even think any second is the question. I think it goes and it gets to the point where, what are you trying to do? Get points off your roster? Would you take any third?
2/3.
2/3 done.
Yep. 25 second, 26 second. Ken, he says he can't sell Carr. Well, obviously Carr got injured 2 weeks ago, and then last week he played with one arm and it was an embarrassment.
Didn't look good.
But,
it didn't
so
look good.
Wait until somebody needs a QB. Give it a week or two. I actually am not worried about playing Carr right this second that he's going to hurt you.
Right.
But as long as you start a competitive lineup, I mean, you can start Desmond Ridder and Zach Wilson and probably be on the wrong end of winning.
Yeah, and then look, Carr's going to at some point be playing again, and his arm's going to allow him to throw deeper than 4 yards a pass. And if I'm not going to lie to you, I would go down so low as to if the league, I spam the league for everything. So if they won't get him for a second, fine. Third, all right, whatever. Fourth at that point, because I don't even care about his long. He's not valuable. He's not a valuable asset, and he's hurting me more when he's going to put points on.
Yeah, and don't go right to the fourth, but spam for every second.
Right.
Go to then spam for the 25 seconds. Like, you can see how much work it takes to actually do this if you're going to do it right. Spend or spam for the first or the seconds, 24, 25, 26. Then try 2/3. Then try any pivot where you can pick up extra value for next year, whatever it might be. Spam for players like, I don't know, Marvin Mims, someone like that, where it's just a better trade asset 6 months from now, or at least you think it could be. Like, be creative. You should send out 40 offers to get rid of Derek Carr. All you need is one to bite. So let's move on. Zach Wilson and Desmond Ridder, Shane.
Real quick, back to that, though. You were talking about, so I was making fun of it not being work. It is kind of tedious sometimes when you're like,
it is.
Am I going through all this just to get Derek Carr off my roster? Yes, you are.
Yep. Yeah. Well, and so here's what you do when you get rid of all these players. I'll save that for the end. Let's go Desmond Ridder and Zach Wilson. Anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any pick. I would literally put it in the chat. Any pick. And let people sell you on what they say the floor is for that pick. If they send you a 25 fourth,
you might be better off starting Desmond Ridder. And at some point, he's not going to be starting anyway.
No, I get rid of them all. And what I'll do is I'll just start CJ Beathard Or
Yeah,
I'll get rid of every usable player on my team except for the players I want for next year, and I'll just start any QB. Doesn't matter.
Super flex. I don't even need to start 2 QBs. I'll start one QB and Sean Tucker. You got 2 touches last week or no touches. Guess what? You're in my super flex, buddy.
Yep. So yeah, you agree. We got to get rid of Derek Carr, Zach Wilson, and Desmond Ridder, right? They need to be off my team in the next 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah. Let's get off of them. And Carr, I can understand if it's going to take a little bit longer, only because yes, his arms were broken.
Yep. His arms were broken. All right, the running back room. There's no value, and A-Chain's parked on your taxi, so we can just ignore the running back room. And if there's ever any value on any of these running backs, like Zamir White, because Jacobs gets hurt, or Zach Evans, I could see him getting a shot some point later in the year. Abanikanda, same thing.
These are good guys to start every week, though.
So that's what I mean. There's nothing I need to do immediately with these running backs that I have. So you just kind of stick with them, and they're not hurting you. So, he asked in the chat, what should he sell A-Chain for? He's not hurting him from a points perspective. He does not have to start him. So what are you selling him for here?
The problem is I want young receivers, but the young receivers I like are actually producing -1 game for Chris Olave. Man, that is a thin line. I almost just want to just move him for pick so I don't get any points on my roster.
What about T. Higgins and a first for A-Chain in a second?
That's funny. His name that's who popped in my head. If it's going to be someone, it's going to be T. Higgins, who's not producing and has a broken rib. But if he gets he's going to put points on the board. I mean, you're almost A-Chain. You're almost in the spot where if you're going to move him, I almost want picks, just picks. Hi, Dan.
Yeah. Let's put A-Chain aside because he's not hurting you. You're not forced to start.
Right. And there's
wait.
No reason to move him other than he's a running back and his value is really high.
Wait a little bit of time. Wait till we get to. I don't even want to say I want to buy a receiver that has a season-ending injury, but what you want to do is wait until and answer this, Ken, because we don't know. Do you have a trade deadline in here potentially? That's a big factor as to how aggressive I am moving some of this stuff. I would wait until
no trade deadline.
No trade deadline. Perfect. That's awesome. So I would wait until week 10, week 11, week 12. There's going to be a couple players that are valuable next year that get a MCL sprain or a high ankle sprain. That's a good one. That's okay.
Add in a London. Yeah, thanks. I couldn't think of like a young wide receiver that I like-ish that isn't producing, but London falls in that bucket too. And I don't expect it to change anymore, but maybe he produces just enough that there's hope for him in the future and it works out. So A-Chain for London in a first, A-Chain for Higgins in a first, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. And just wait until there's that moment where the injury is looking. Remember Cooper Kupp had his ankle injury last year and it was a 6-week return and it was going to put him right on the brink of the fantasy playoffs. Mm-hmm. Like that type of injury where the person that has him is like, I'm going to be right up against the wall, whether this player is going to be usable. I don't want to buy the guy that blows out his ACL in week 10. I'm okay with that. But the guy that looks like they're going to have the potential season ending or injury that's going to hurt me from getting to the playoffs, I'll buy somebody like that. If you can get points or if you can get points off your team in the form of A-Chain, I'll be willing to buy a player that's injured later on in the year. So we had a couple comments. We'll keep moving forward. The guy who has London wants A-Chain. Yeah. Okay. That's an interesting one, dude. What's the tax, Shane? London for A-Chain. I'm definitely charging a tax, but what is it? Do I give him, throw in Musgrave or J-Mo and get a first back? Do the same kind of thing you were doing with Burrow and Stroud?
Yeah. And the same thing. I'll throw on a second if it gets me a first back. And now, obviously, I'll look at the seconds and go, oh, which one I think is worse. And that's the one I'll try to send to him, knowing that, we don't always predict those things as well as we'd like. But that would be my thought.
Yeah, I'd be willing to give one of the tight ends, probably Musgrave plus, J-Mo or J-Mo and Burks or whatever the hell it is. Like that, those players don't have much value. So if you can get a deal done like that, the important thing is getting the asset that is going to start for you and banking the first. Like that's the dominant move here in this case. So receivers. So I think Ruben said in the chat, shout out to Ruben. He said liquidate earlier, get rid of all the receivers below Wan'Dale Robinson. I mean, I'd even get rid of Wan'Dale and Jalen Hyatt and Burks and J-Mo. Like the top 3 and then the rest I'd be willing to liquidate for picks. Yeah.
Yeah, and the only reason I want to put this out there, the only reason I'm specifically moving JMO, even not Burks, Hyatt, and Wandell is because they can accidentally score some points, but they're not good enough to matter long term.
Correct.
You know what I mean? Like I'm fine starting Traylon Burks. I'm fine starting Rondell Moore. And if Rondell Moore is going to break off a 60-yard run, whatever, it's going to happen sometimes. I'm fine starting Alec Pearson as 10% target share. I'm fine starting Terrace Marshall. And is he even active anymore? Anyway, and Andre Isashova, the hockey player. I'm fine starting him too, because these are guys. Well, then Ken, you would pull. He says JMO's on his taxi squad. Okay, so JMO won't hurt you either. So fine, hold on to JMO. So that's good. But if JMO pops at all, please get off of him. Don't be like the other JMO people.
Keep him on your taxi, but also be trying to trade him at the same time.
Yeah.
So just don't worry about him being in your lineup. Ken, I have a team like this where I have Anthony Richardson, Patrick Mahomes, like 18 picks over the next 2 years. And literally I'm starting. I don't even have enough players to start. My entire bench consists of 17 backup quarterbacks because it's the same thing as your league where is not potential points. It is record. And they can force me to start the players that I have. What they can't do is force me to go pick up roster clogger players off waivers instead of Kyle Allen, CJ Beathard, Cooper Rush, Tyrod Taylor, Blaine Gabbert, Mitch Trubisky, Andy Dalton, all of them. My entire bench is backup quarterbacks. And the only goal is I have enough to be where I want to be next year. And if anybody loses a quarterback, I have the backup. And some people don't take them, but I have them all. And I also cannot start anybody better. So there you go. Unfortunately, one of the players I had was Logan Thomas. So that sucks.
Oh, Logan.
In my lineup, put up like a 28 spot. I'm going, really going to happen. But
bro,
the point is, you eliminated the issue. I don't have any players to start. So, well.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you do that, I got a feeling because they talk about ethics, he definitely has to start players in those roster spots.
Nope.
They don't have to be good ones.
Nope, not this league. I just tell the commish, listen, I don't have any running backs. Sorry.
Yeah, no. I'm saying I don't believe Ken's league will let him get away with that. Is my
how challenge it? How can the league tell you cannot roster a player? How can they legislate? You have to go find somebody off waivers to pick up.
I get that. Sometimes you just don't feel like arguing with everyone, and
I'm going to argue too.
And you pick up
on this type of thing,
and you pick up CJ Ham and start him at running back, and you're like, sure, I'm picking up Alex Ingold and I'm starting him every week because technically he's a running back. You know what I mean? That's all.
I don't even want to waste my time with those players. If you want to start making moves for me, then fine. But yeah. So that's the goal. That's my end goal here, at least, is I end up with a team that is CJ Stroud, Kyler Murray. Hopefully he does not return, so you do not have to start him. A-Chain on my taxi, and then Chase, Garrett Wilson, JSN. They're in my lineup every week, so I'm going to have to play them. And then Pitts or Musgrave. And my other 4 starters every week are, like Shane said, whoever. Hopefully they don't score any points. And everything else, we get 40% more draft picks. And then I go into next year with the 101, Stroud, Kyler, or whatever quarterback you pivot from Stroud to. Those 3 receivers, and I own damn near half the picks in the league over the next 2 years. And just rebuild from there. That's where I'm taking this team. I'm maximizing the tank.
Yeah, and if you haven't moved a chain, look, you only need one more running back to start. You've obviously got a good one in a chain. The quarterbacks are going to be set. Hopefully Jackson Smith and Jigba will pull out of the first 4 weeks, and his next 13 weeks will look a little better. Maybe Kyle Pitts will have a spike week. That's another one. If Kyle Pitts has a spike week, get the hell out, would be my advice. Or even 2 spike weeks. If it takes 2 spike weeks to get out to get a decent value for him, do it.
Yeah, that's a good point on the tight ends. Is I'm very, very much I only need a tight end when I'm trying to win. I mean, we already know what the position distribution looks like from a war standpoint. Like, I'm not sweating if I don't have my tight end in place the year before I'm ready to win.
Right.
So it's nice that you have Pitts and Musgrave. It gives you 2 shots at maybe having an elite producer. But I don't want to say, okay, if Musgrave has a top 8 season this year, I don't want to sit there and go, you know what? He's going to be a difference maker, so I can't move him. If anything, you move him and bet on the one that's not producing this year, because I think I'd still bet on Pitts over Musgrave, but the point is you don't need both. So get rid of the one that you can get value, which is probably going to be the one that's producing short term. So any final thoughts on this? Ken, if you're in the chat, any final questions you want to get to before we move on with the rest of the stream? This was a good team to break down because I think he had a plan. And I liked that a couple people in the chat brought up at the beginning, hey, this team can still win. But I think there's too many factors in a shallow league where there's just too much for this team to overcome. And you did a startup this summer with this in mind. Mm-hmm. Don't let a 1-3 record and the recency bias of what's going on in this season sway you on the plan that you've been sitting on for the last 6 months. And that's the dynasty discipline that Ray always talks about, is like, stick with your guns, especially when 15 arrows you've pointed are going in one direction, and just because 2 of them flip around doesn't mean you completely overhaul the roster.
No. I mean, look, it'd be one thing if you already had another quarterback and we're like, you know what? If you just add a running back to this roster and one more like wide receiver 3, then sure. But I wouldn't right now.
Yep. Good stuff. Well, Ken, one of the things you get with the roster review is, and if you get a chance, join the Discord if you're not already in there, or you go by a different name. I didn't recognize the Ken handle in there. So, but let us know. You can follow up with us if any trades come in, anything comes up where you're like, yeah, you guys mentioned that, but this isn't exactly what I'm seeing in my league. Let us know. Message us. We do check Twitter every once in a while, but honestly, a lot of the messages we get on Twitter, we just don't get to. We just focus everything on the Discord. So find us, hit us up, tell us you had a roster review follow-up. We'll be able to answer anything that comes up as you move forward. Shane, any final pieces of advice other than be the aggressor? Don't just put players on the block. Like, be sending out the offers like it sounds like he was already doing, right?
Yeah, no, like he's already aggressive. We see that, right? We said, hey, what about this Burrow deal? He's like, oh, yeah, you know what? Let me try to send that out right now. Let me try to do that. And if any other opportunities present themselves throughout the season like that, obviously go for it. If God forbid something were to happen to Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Josh Adams, who am I thinking? Who am I not thinking of? Lamar Jackson. See if you can make moves with Stroud and get something back. Plus, which is is the better quarterback for fantasy purposes. So just make sure you're keeping an eye on what's happening, and just remember to be aggressive.
Yep, and I like that he had a plan. So it was a good review. Yeah. Thank you for the review, Ken. We appreciate it. It was a good one to kind of talk through some points. And there's a lot more people that have teams like this where, you know, maybe they got more points than they expected, and they're wondering, man, I don't want to punt this season when it looks like I have a chance. And it's very hard for me to overcome that threshold and flip the direction of a team after 4 weeks. So thanks for the review, Ken. If anyone's interested in more info on the review, roster review, dynastytradesin5.com, get more information on it, and we'll hit you up with some of the options that you can get a review with. So appreciate you, Ken. We'll move back to the stream. I think Clay's back, isn't he?
He is. He's hiding out, waving backstage. I think we're going to let him join whenever he wants. I was looking through the comments, and I did at you, but Connor Flynn, could you give me an idea of what time you put a super chat in there? Because I don't see one starred for you. And there's a lot of comments tonight so far. Hey, Clay.
What's up? How are you? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We're here.
You can hear me? Good.
We can hear you.
For anybody in the crowd, when I say that to Shane and Scott, oftentimes they just don't say anything. And I'm like, hello, can you hear me?
Well, it's always, Clay, can you hear me? Clay says, can you hear me? And I just say no.
Yeah.
And it takes him a couple times to pick up on the fact that I responded. Clearly, I can hear you.
Poor Clay.
Yep. Okay, so I'm in a different spot. I'm downstairs now. We've got Ray G coming on in 20 minutes, which will be a lot of fun. He was on our last super stream. So, all right, excuse me. Let's jump right back into it. So here's a non-super chat that was starred. Ryan asks, what's the value on Stroud in a 10-team Superflex format? I keep getting Garrett Wilson and a lot of almost hammers. I don't know what to do.
So he keeps getting offered Garrett Wilson, I assume, is what he's saying?
Sounds like
yeah. and some almost hammers. So not, thrilling
I mean,
players.
one thing, remember when we had Mason on the stream over the summer, and he was definitely pretty convicted on quarterback values in 10 team, how even though they're valuable, especially this year, if you look at the war at QB, it's very flat. Like the elite QBs are not dominating. A couple are, but it's not like, man, if you didn't have good QBs, you're not winning. If you had one of 15, 18 QBs this year, you're in contention. And in a 10 team, there's a very good chance that everybody has at least one of those guys, right? Everybody's got a Goff or, somebody like that. Even if they're not valuable, they're not scarce because it's a 10 team. So I do wonder, what is the line for, assuming your roster construction is pretty good and you have access to fill those QB spots? Because I still want to have 4 in a 10 team if I can. Isn't the value for a quarterback in a 10 team? Like, I know it's Garrett Wilson and his outlook right this year isn't awesome, but isn't it kind of like a high-end skill player like you would consider in a 10 team versus a 12 team, right?
Yeah.
Shane? Stroud for Garrett Wilson and what? What do I need on top? 10 team. 10 team.
I want Garrett Wilson and T. Higgins.
What if they don't have T. Higgins? Give an approximate value, not one player.
Well, him. I hope
him.
That exact way. You don't have T. Higgins. Sorry,
but I hope at least by now, when people know, like, I name a player, I mean more specific, more
25 first
that range.
Let's hear.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that. 25 first and Garrett Wilson gets it done. Amon-Ra St. Brown and a 25 first gets it done. AJ Brown and a 25 first, just to give multiple names. But generally, anyone in that tier plus a first would get it done. I mean, just again, look at it. I'm not doing it straight up. I talked about earlier how I was offering Bijan for CJ Stroud and got declined. So Garrett Wilson isn't going to be enough, even though it's not a 10 team. So it's not apples to apples.
It just feels like in a 10 team, though, if you go and you say, I have CJ Stroud and you want AJ Brown and a first, that manager's just going to go, I'll just go get a cheaper QB.
Okay.
I'll go get Joe Smith for a 10% of the price you're trying to charge.
Joe Smith sucks, though. So you go get
Geno Smith.
Geno Smith. Okay, you can get Geno Smith. I thought you said Joe Smith. I'm like, that's not even a person. You could get Geno Smith. That's fine. I mean, you're betting on him not turning into a pumpkin still, which is fine. And his 14 points a game. Okay.
All right, so let's move on to this. Go ahead. What was that?
Oh, I just threw that up there.
Oh, yeah,
Shane wanted it in a 14.
Okay, again, I said it was not apples to apple, right? I said it was not apples to apples.
We're talking about like the ceiling versus the floor there.
So let's go to Ethan's super chat here. Thank you very much. So 12 team superflex PPR tight end premium start 11 gave Deshaun Watson, Achan, Zach Wilson a 24 third and fourth, got Burrow and a 24 second.
I don't hate it, but I also don't love it because I think well, maybe it's just my bias. So I'm going to check my bias here. I'm going to let Shane answer because I'm still willing to bet that I think you're going to be able to buy Burrow cheaper in the next month. So I don't love just tagging A-Chain into a deal where maybe I could have sold him for at least a first. You know what I mean? Like I don't love that. But what do you think, Shane? Do you think this is a convicted price, or do you think it's one where you would have held your guns back a little bit?
The problem with this is that I also think I'm higher on Watson than the market, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, I got Watson, who's basically for me, if not in the same tier, very close to Burrow.
A lot of people would say this was a great deal for the team that got Burrow because they're thinking Watson's just cooked forever.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't believe that. And again, I said earlier how his last game was a good game. And then people told me he didn't play. Well, no, the last game he played, he obviously played in. I'm not stupid. Well,
So let me pull this up because there are two more parts I realized. I looked over to the right. Roster now is Burrow, T-Law, Bijan, Bigsby, Trash, Justin Jefferson, JSN, Elijah Moore, Sky is in there, Downs, JMO, Dio John, and Wandale. Michael Mayer at tight end. Have 324 firsts. One is likely the 101 or 102, and one is a top 4. Then he's got 3 seconds and in 24 as well. Any glaring moves to make? Pretty much tanking this year.
I just want to point out something on part 2. It's funny how we don't even know the running backs he has because he just lumps them all into trash.
Yeah.
But then he lists like Sky Moore, Wandale. You know what I mean? Like, really what we're talking about in this format, like they're probably close to the trash can. Maybe they're not all the way in, but they're like the cup that's hanging right out of the trash can. They're close.
Well, he would have only ended up naming like 6 players. That would have been Burrow, T-Love, Bijan Bixby, trash, JSN, trash.
But that's the receiver versus running back bias, right? Where it's like, if it's not a starting running back, trash.
Yeah.
But then it's like, it's a wide receiver 5. Let me list him, you know? It's just, the psychology is funny. I notice that kind of stuff. So anyway.
Right. Yeah, I would need to be tearing up to above Burrow. You're giving up a lot of points right now. I'd try that for Herbert and see what happens, but I'm not doing that for Burrow.
Yeah, I like the Watson side. Again, I guess we are a Deshaun Watson show, and which is weird because Scott is a Cincinnati Bengals Who-Dat. Is that what it is? Who-Day? I don't know. Whatever they stole from the Saints. He's a Cincinnati Bengals fan, so you would think he'd like Burrow, but I'm still confident that Watson's going to be fine. So it feels like you got a similar quarterback and then got a chain who, even if you don't like as a player, even if you know he's not going to continue to score 2.5 points per touch, you could still move him for a lot. So I like the Watson side.
Okay, so let's go on to Shane. Is this one you were talking about? Connor Flynn? Were you looking for this one?
I found that, but then I just found his actual comments.
Okay, so I got it. The 1 of 2 down here.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the super chat, Connor. So, okay, 10-team, 2 QB, start 9, PPR, no tight end premium. Team is Tua, Kyler, Young, Daniel Jones, Pickett, Gibbs, Walker, JT, Pierce, Olave, Waddle, DJ Moore, Puka, London, Christian Watson, Addison, Gabe Davis, a tight end, Hawkinson, and Ferguson. Have too many receivers and somewhat tentative league mates. Traded first in 24 and 25 for Waddle and Olave. Well, that was good. How do I get some hammers? Look, Shay just bounces and leaves us in the.
He took it literally when you said, Shane, if you have to leave, just leave. Don't say anything. Don't put it in the chat or anything like that. So let's go back. He says he's going to try to come back now and disrupt the changes you just made on the screen. Are we going to keep him in timeout till this question's over? Nope. He just adds himself right back in.
I know, right?
So let's go back to the first part again. Just read it one more time because that makes for good viewing and radio.
Yeah. So it's 10-team, 2 QB, start 9, PPR, no tight end premium, and then you're looking at his team right there. Okay. He's got a lot going on at QB.
He does.
I like it though.
I mean, I like his team a lot. He's got nice roster construction. It's 2 QB, so again, it's 10-team, but it's 2 QB. You got to have at least 4. I mean, he's got 5. 3 of them are horrible, but I mean, this year they're horrible, and then Kyler's not playing. So I'm sure his QB room, he's probably sitting here thinking, man, my QB room is killing me. At least you have Tua, who would have thought that? Tua's carrying all my other QBs, but I don't know. Go to his second part because he says he has too many receivers, which makes me kind of wonder why. He had London, Watson, Addison, and Gabe Davis as his 3, 4, 5, and 6, and he traded all his future picks for Waddle and Olave, which I don't hate. But now what do we do? How does he get hammered, Shane? He's got a lot of assets here, but it's a 10-team, start 9, and you got 17 good players. It's almost like you want to either tier up or start liquidating for some flexibility and then try to tier up when you can get better deals.
I mean, I don't know if anyone else believes. Does anyone think DJ Moore is a wide receiver 1, notwithstanding his 230-yard 3-touchdown evening last night?
He is one of these where go to his second part again because you got DJ Moore, you got Puka, you got Watson, you got Addison, you got Gabe Davis. The problem with this roster is you are picking 1 or 2 of those out of 5 every week to play. So there's a chance this week he didn't even start DJ Moore.
Right.
And next week, what are you going to do? You're going to start DJ Moore, and you're going to sit Christian Watson, who could have 40 points next week. Then you're going to start Christian Watson. So You have too many receivers, but the problem is it's not whether they're a wide receiver 1 or not. It's
no, but my only point being was DJ Moore is not a hammer. So we should just I don't want them getting the wrong impression, thinking like, well, this means DJ Moore. This is who he is now. Right. So I don't want him to be lumped in with the Olave and oh my God, I'm about to say this Puka bucket.
Well, and here's the thing is we're starting to see, and Ray's done some really good work on receivers. We're starting to see Jalen Waddle's not anything close to a hammer. What's the difference between him and DJ Moore?
Yeah,
I'd rather have DJ Moore has been a better player than Jalen Waddle in his career. It's just which situation would you rather have? So that you got to trim down to make the decisions on this team easier. That's your problem right now. You have more assets than probably everybody in the league. But Clay, if you have this team, how easy do you think he's going to have an opportunity moving Jordan Addison and Jalen Waddle for Justin Jefferson? No one's going to do those. Let me throw 4 things for studs. So what do you do if you can't get those deals? It's easy to do that until you can't.
I liked that team. Honestly, I looked at that team and I was like, I don't necessarily feel like I need to do anything right now. I thought it was had enough in the way of hammers.
Would you liquidate a few? Would you liquidate like an Addison for a first or like something like that?
Yeah, if need be. But I like that squad.
I mean, if you're going to tier up, it's going to be let me use Waddle and let me use what was one of the other back end wide receivers?
DJ Moore, Addison, Christian Watson. I need better QBs. I can't win with Kenny Pickett, Bryce Young, and Daniel Jones.
Okay, you can. Well, not the 3 of them. The 3 of them is a bad triumph.
Kyler's not bad.
Bryce Young's going to be fine. Daniel Jones is a trash can. Kenny Pickett is a trash can with a knee brace. So there's that.
Oh man, Michael Roberts, thank you for the super chat. Shane, we will start with you on this one, sir. 12-team Superflex PPR, 6-point per pass, touchdown, 0.25 point per carry. So a big point per carry. Win now team with Jordan Love and Tua. Gave up Deshaun, Miles, 2 seconds for Henry, Judy, and Pickett. Other running back, Connor, Ramondre, and Ford. Get the hammer?
Where's the hammer? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's it. There's only one.
That's
is Derrick Henry a hammer now, Shane?
Derrick Henry, Judy, very nice lady, and Pickett are the hammers.
Nice lady.
Judy.
Yeah, I know.
That was great. I agree. What hammer are we? The only hammer in this
Derrick
deal,
Henry?
I think, is Deshaun Watson, and you gave him up.
And I don't want it out there like I was.
Henry is a hammer in this format. Weather's going to get cold. He's going to be a total hammer in this format. Win now team.
Okay, so I'm giving up to Deshaun Watson and Miles Sanders for Derrick Henry. What he's going to be in the future, I don't see it. I don't like that deal.
Can I give up Miles Sanders in the second for Derrick Henry instead of adding?
I'm fine with that. Yeah,
I don't want Jerry Judy and Kenny Pickett here. Now, what are they adding?
No. Exactly. Can I give a second for Kyron Williams? Can I give a second for another running back? Like I'm fine giving up a second of Miles for a running back, even Derrick Henry, on the hope that, hey, once it gets cold, you know what that means. He's going to roll. He's going to roll for 300 yards a carry or whatever he does in the winter.
300 yards a carry. Yeah.
It's usually that. Yeah, you know what he does in the winter. I think I've seen the stats where he rushes for a point. His yards per carry is 1.5 in September and October, and then in November it's like 75.4, something ridiculous like that. The math might not be exactly correct.
The end of the season last season, like literally had just finished, and it was determined that I had like the 111, like somebody's 111, and I bought Derrick Henry. I just went and bought him because I was like, I like my team for the following year. I was like, that's cheap enough. I don't know. I kind of like my Derrick Henry shares right now. I'm holding out hope that he's just gonna turn into a freaking monster in the winter like he normally does.
I like Derrick Henry. Look,
in that point per carry, it's good, but I'm not giving Deshaun Watson for him.
Derrick Henry started slowly before. Yeah, I definitely don't want this to be like, oh, I don't like Derrick Henry. I don't like Derrick Henry in the context of this trade.
Right. Okay, so Japhet Martinez. Part 1 of 2. Howdy, gentlemen, he says. 14-team Superflex, start 8, tight end premium. What are your thoughts on Stafford? Thinking about acquiring him. QBs are Howell, Ritter, Purdy, and Young. Offering Dulcich and Ritter. Need a constant QB2. Also have Mark Andrews, Kincaid, and Friermuth. Problem is he's just
you're
getting
adding
more of the same kind of quarterback.
Yeah, but you're giving up Greg Dulcich and Desmond Ritter. What are you even
You're
giving?
giving up nothing, but
There's that. Yeah, you are giving up absolutely nothing to get him.
I'm okay doing this. If Stafford's healthy, he's going to give you
Sure.
another option in the Sam Howell, probably maybe slightly lower than Brock Purdy. But I'm fine doing it if you're giving up literally nothing. You're giving up 2 useless assets.
Here's the other thing. Sam Howell is technically bad at football. And I'm not sure how much longer he's even going to be starting there.
Yeah, sure.
So yeah, I'm 100% okay with making that move.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right. I meant it's, he's working in Stafford territories. I want to get better at QB. I feel like I'm just getting like another guy.
I'll take Stafford though.
Quarterback.
I'll take
Ritter
Stafford.
Dulcich,
Yeah,
sure.
when you're taking the half piece chewed of gum and another piece on that you're giving up nothing for a free Stafford and worry about it in 2 weeks.
So Chance says, first off, congrats on the success and anniversary. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So his question was, I haven't heard you guys discuss much start 2 tight end leagues with tight end premium scoring. How would you value tight ends like Goddard and Njoku as a fringe contender in a 16-team league? So this is a big boy girl league, 16-team, surely super flex, start 2 tight ends with a tight end premium. What does Goddard and Njoku types mean for you in that format, Scott?
How would I value them? Less than other teams in the league would value them. So I probably wouldn't want to invest in them. I mean, here's the reality at tight end. The way that it's distributed right now in a 16-team start 2 tight ends, you have 90% of the starters in the league are just replacement level. There's a couple teams that are going to have a big tight end advantage, and you know who they are. But if I'm fishing in those waters of like, I have David Njoku or I have Pat Friermuth, there's more value in what you could get for him versus what I could just go throw in some random tight end and go, wow, hey, Shane, did you know Colby Parkinson has 2 top 15 weeks this week? How about Noah Gray? 2 games over 13 points. The problem is no one would have ever started him until you didn't have anybody else.
Well, until you were forced to.
And in a 16-team start 2 tight end, I'm okay going with, I have 3 or 4 tight ends, and they're awful. And I have to play them. And anything I get from them is a complete bonus. So, yeah, if you can sell Njoku or Goddard on the fact that they are hard to get scarce assets in a 16-team, I'd rather have that value in the form of something else besides tight end.
Yeah.
Here's Bob.
Hey, Bob. Bob's a personal friend of mine. Give me lots of money to do personal things.
Yeah, you gave him sexual favors. Yeah.
We can't say that on the radio because we could go to prison. We can infer it. We can infer it. Yeah, I don't care. What was the question?
Bob, thank you for the super chat, man. So trade offer, get Purdy, give Mostert. 12 teams, start 8, 1 QB. My QBs are Allen, Young, Levis. Running backs, Kyron Williams, Henry, Sanders, Mostert. Definite contender, stand pat or accept.
Allen, Young, and Levis. Wolf. It is a 1 QB, so that really doesn't matter a whole lot.
Right.
Henry, you want to probably upgrade, but like right now, you can ride the high of the running backs you have. You can ride Mostert and Kyron Williams while they're usable. Mostert you could decline at any point. So you may need running backs in a couple weeks, but I'm not paying for an upgrade right now as long as I have 2 starters that I feel are both top 15, top 18. I'm good with it.
Yeah, I'm confused. We're saying he's trading for Purdy by giving up Mostert?
Yes, gives Mostert, gets Purdy.
Yeah,
I got Josh Allen.
Yeah, I was going to say, why are we even bothering moving one of those running backs for another QB?
No, thank you.
No,
it's purposeless. I don't like doing things that are purposeless.
Cody says, drop Levis. It's not crazy, is it? Wouldn't you almost rather have another running back body than a third string QB in a one
a
QB?
one QB, yeah. Honestly, I don't even know if Levis. I don't play in any one QB dynasty leagues, but I can't imagine that his rostership rate would be especially high in those formats.
Yeah, look, Cody Smith. Shout out to Cody. He answered the question in 6 words when we stumbled over it for like 3 minutes.
Well, you guys stumbled over it, and it confused me because I thought I was missing something. I'm like, why are they putting so much effort into this? But
Yep. So we got Ray G hanging out backstage.
we should
Let's
bring
get
him
the,
on. He's really good.
I think, yeah. I don't know Ray. Do you guys know Ray? No. Let's see here. So,
which overlay do I got to bust on here? Let's see.
Just the standard background action. We'll do the group layout. Mr. Ray G, what's up, sir? Right. How are you?
What's up? Can y'all hear me?
Indeed, we can.
I'm so tempted just to say no.
I know. I was waiting for you to say no. I was just waiting for
it. Can't. Oh, okay. There we go. I can hear y'all. What's up, y'all?
What's up?
What's going on, man?
What's going on, boys?
We're back on another super stream.
Hey,
you were on our last one. Ray G's always on the short list for the super streams. And hey, we're colleagues now, right? We're partners.
Hell yeah,
partners in crime. It's been fun so far, man. How are you?
Oh man, I'm good, man. Congratulations to y'all. What, 200? 200? That's dope. Let's go.
2 years.
2
years.
2 years.
I
was 300 this morning. Y'all are 2 years. I'm 300 today.
Yeah, congrats to you too.
Yeah, I come on to y'all thing and start taking it. It's about me. 300. Yeah, let's
go. Hey, whatever. It's the community, right? We root for people we like.
Yes, sir.
Ray. So I was thinking, I heard you the other day, it's probably today or yesterday, put out a lot of, you know what I'm saying? You put out a lot of content, but you were teasing doing a State of the Union on the 2024 class. Okay. So you haven't prepped that show yet, or maybe you have in your head. I know you've got a lot of stuff up there. Give us a general State of the Union with the 2024 class. We know like 4 or 5 names, but let's make sure we think the right people are good. And what are the wide receivers we don't know about? I know it's kind of a weak running back class.
Yeah, and to be real with you, Clay, like that State of the Union, and I blame this show. I blame Scott for this. But honestly, I think the more important thing, and we could talk names, I'm fine talking names, is understanding that it's going to be a valuable class. Like, I think that's the really important part, is understanding that because of the quarterbacks, because of some high-end wide receivers and potentially some high-end tight ends that should be drafted early in the NFL draft, this is going to be a coveted class. Although we're probably not going to get, hell, y'all, I don't even think we'll get a run. This might be one of the weakest running back classes that we've seen. God, I'm going back 2015, 20. It's going to be weak. It's going to be a weak running back class. But there's a potential that we get 3-4 first-round quarterbacks. We get a couple of first-round tight ends, high-end tight ends. And we're probably, if I had to set the over-under right now, wide receivers drafted in round 1, I bet the books would probably set it at 5.5. So it's going to be a valuable class. And I think that's what's really important. And when I think about a class in its totality, the way that I view it is I look at
the freeze for you guys too.
He's frozen.
Am I frozen?
Oh, now you're back.
Am I frozen? Okay. Oh shit.
It was the perfect time too, because you were like, "This is what I look at," and then you froze.
So what I'm looking at is honestly, like, I look at when you think about the quarterback class, think about the 32 teams right now, and how many of those squads can you say are confidently just solidified at that position? And I don't think it's that many, man. So when you start going through the potential players that could fit in round 1, that could be paired up with teams, it's going to be strong. Good quarterbacks, good tight ends, and dope wide receivers in the game where we're all chasing the next Puka Nakuas, the next Jamar Chases. It's going to be a good class, man.
Yeah, the value of 24 picks versus 23. 23, the hype train was ridiculous. Scott, what do you think is going to happen with the value of 24 picks as we get further along into this season?
Well, I think it's going to be another class where, I mean, Ray just nailed it. Like, the problem with this class is it's aligning with exactly the direction of everybody is chasing asset-wise in Dynasty. Like, nobody likes running backs, and now you're going to show me a running back class that I don't even want to say it's the running back class is weak. It's just picture. I look at next year's running back class, and maybe Ray disagrees, but I think you're going to see running backs just like you saw this year. But take this year's class and remove Bijan and maybe remove a guy that's 80% of Gibbs. And then you go, next year's running back class is going to look a lot like, hey, this guy went mid-round 2, this guy went late round 2, this guy went round 3. We get a bunch of guys go round 3, round 4. But really, what do those equate? They equate to, A, they're not going to be valuable assets from a dynasty perspective right off the rip, unless they're players people like, but more importantly, they're in situations where people go, they're going to be able to start. They're going to be able to get opportunity right away. Then people will take next year's Braylon Allen and go, yeah, he's going to start. So, okay, he'll probably be a top 20, top 24 running back, just like you're seeing with A-Chain right now. No one necessarily saw him coming, but as soon as he gets opportunity, he jumps up in the running back value range or in the running back ranks to the point where he's worth something. But from a rookie draft perspective, those players that go in those ranges, especially because this class lacks the name. You know,
that's
it was
what's important. That's when I say it's weak. If I ask Shane, I mean, yeah, I know you're not Devy, God, and all this other stuff, but last year, if I asked you to name some names, you would have threw out Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs. Like, you knew those names. Yeah. Nobody knows anybody in this class. Like, there is no hot name. There's nobody that people want. And that's what I mean by weak, right? Last year, even the A-Chains, people loved him. There are people who were like, man, I can't wait for that guy over Isaiah Spiller. The problem with this one is the guys that people like coming in have either not played or significantly disappointed, and there's no separation. So a lot of people look at it and there's no guy. No Rocket Sanders. Travion Henderson's been disappointing. Donovan Edwards has done absolutely nothing. You know, and Trey Benson's been a colossal bust for what the expectations were for him coming in. So by weak, I mean weak in market value. There's nobody that people like or that are going to covet now. And sure, as you go through the pre-draft process, Senior Bowl, Combine, yes, players will, I like that guy, but that's liking him like people like Chase Brown, not how they like Bijan Robinson or Jahmyr Gibbs.
There's a world where we get to April and we are looking at this class of we may not, because you know what we do a bunch of mock drafts from February to April, and it's all based on combine and projected draft capital. There's going to be mock drafts where people will go, I'm not taking a running back in round 1. None. Maybe at the very, very end, but I'll be very comfortable going, you know what, 3 or 4 quarterbacks easy, 5 or 6 receivers easy, a tight end easy. I'll start taking the running backs. And that's not something we've seen, but that correlates perfectly with the current dynasty market. Who the hell wants a running back that's not starting? Who wants Kendre Miller right now? Sure, I'll buy him for nothing. Who even wants Zach Charbonnet right now? He's getting some touches, but not to the point where somebody goes, I got to have him. He is worth what he is, but really where you see the value is when the opportunity comes. And I think that's what we're going to see is a class that has a bunch of guys that if they get opportunity, people will start selling themselves, but that doesn't equate to, I got to have those 2024 firsts so I can get the RB1 in the class. The RB1's just not going to have, it's not going to have the punch that it has in the past couple of years. That's for sure.
But we've hated on running backs for a couple of years now, though, even though it was Bijan last year. Everybody was like, well, there's Bijan and there's Gibbs. But after that, it was like, I don't know if I want any of these dudes in the first. What we liked was there was a lot of depth. You know, we still get horny over wide receivers.
But the other positions are going to move the running backs down, is I think the point Ray was making. Like,
no. But that's what I'm saying. The picks will still be valuable, though, because we love wide receivers. We will hump all over wide receivers. Like, we'd much rather the class be built with wide receivers and quarterbacks and even tight ends than running backs now, because we're all scared of running backs because they frighten us.
You think it's going to make it difficult to sort of parse out which ones you want if we get 5, 6 in the first round? Like, you don't want to be the one that has to take the Quentin Johnston of next year's class. So how do you feel about that? Because we're just like, all right, first round wide receiver, I'll dive in. So are there some archetypes or some things that you want to avoid that we've learned from, or at least through 4 weeks of the NFL season, feel like we've learned from this one? Because you do it right now. You lay out all the receivers right now, first round or not, where's QJ going if we had to redo a rookie draft?
Not in the first.
You know,
we drafted him in the first round. The people that did, well, no, there was a couple people that told me I was stupid, that he was really good, and I was like, he's not. I'm taking him in the first round only because of non-better options, and I'm gonna have one share just to see if anything can happen because he has the first round draft capital. But we'll lean on the old metrics, the old, the breakout age, and the things like that to differentiate them. And then obviously, as soon as as soon as the combine hits, whoever runs a quarter of a tenth second faster in the 40, all of a sudden they'll be our favorite guy over the guy that we liked for 3 years in college.
Well, I just wonder if this is going to be like at the end of every first round, and maybe it is always, even in the strongest of classes, but is it going to be the type of class where at the end of, once we get to the 106, 107 range, we're already trying to bail to 25 again? That's what I'm always trying to get a beat on, because that can determine what we're doing today.
I'm going to answer that. I'm going to answer that because we should have always been doing that. We just now have the data that says, yeah, that 109 is probably not worth the value of you potentially getting the 102 or 103 next year. We've always known that. It's just we didn't really have the data to support like, hey, that's probably a good bet. Because when I first started playing Dynasty, you were a dummy if you traded away a 108 or a 109 for a future first. It was like, man, I should be able to get next year's future first for the 202, the 203. Why? Because I'm getting a player now. But now that we're smarter about those picks and realize the delta between the 103 and the 109 is massive, way more than the speculation on picking a prospect now, I think that's always been the way you should play it. It doesn't even matter the class. Now, we may get a class where there's more than 9 or 10 players that have that value that you could flip for a future first, but I wouldn't bet on it. And I'll let Ray answer this next part, but I think the biggest thing is, how is the class perceived? That's all I care about right now.
Yep.
If I'm holding 3 first next year, I don't care if Quentin Johnston type is one of their first round receivers. I don't give a shit about that. I care about what the community thinks of the class. Is the community look at that receiver class and go, man, I watched Ray's last video. He told me there's 6 dope first-round receivers in this class and 4 first-round quarterbacks and Brock Bowers. Like, that's all I care about if I'm holding picks. That's what's going to drive what I can move that 110 for versus if it's a bad class. I mean, what could you get for the 110 last year when it was in March? Nothing. The 110 was like, yeah, I don't really like the players after the 107 or 108. So it's really, what does the community think where the strengths and weaknesses are in the class? And that buys me, 6 months to move those picks if I'm holding them now versus having to actually make player picks with them.
Yeah, it is interesting because if we already hate running backs and it's not a strong running back class, is that going to make, and basically the quarterbacks are going to be spoken for in a super flex, is that going to make those wide receivers, those top couple, just super, super coveted? We obviously know Marvin Harrison Jr., but you know what I mean? Like the second tier of them, is it going to make them seem like even more?
To answer Scott's question, I think the community doesn't really know right now. And that's what I mean. There aren't any, everyone knows 4 names: Caleb Williams, Drake May, Marvin Harrison Jr., and Brock Bowers. Those are the 4 you hear. And then the next statement is, and then there's a lot of other good wide receivers, and then Jatavian Sanders. So I think those 4 are holding it up right now. I think those 4 are turning it, are holding up 24 right now. But the names after, I'll tell you right now, Clay, once Keon Coleman goes out there and does his stuff at the pro day and combine, I think a lot of people have him as wide receiver too. Malik Neighbors is going to look like a stud. Xavier Worthy is going to be playing deep into the playoffs with Texas. You've got A.D. Mitchell. You've got the receiver from South Carolina that's starting to get a lot of first-round buzz. So Roma Dunze from Washington is an incredible receiver. So the players are good. There are good names. And the quarterback position with Quinn Ewers, J.J. McCarthy, they're great names. I just think that the community – outside of people who really tapped into college or Devy or C2C, I think people don't really know. Nobody has come out with a strong, this is wide receiver 2, because nobody knows. There's like 5 guys that could be. I talk to Jordan Reed all the time, and he's like, yeah, I think these next 6 weeks will be really telling for separating some of these tiers and positions.
Clay, I wanted to ask Ray a question for the people that play in Devy leagues or they're trying to figure out their picks. Ray, do you think over the next, you and I have had this conversation a ton of times, but I wanted to bring it to the stream. Do you think over the next 6 to 8 weeks, as we get some more, I don't even want to say clarity, but louder speculation on who's QB3, who's QB4, who's QB5, who's the guy that's legitimately going to declare has a shot to be a first-round pick. Same with the receivers. If you're in a Devy league or you're holding picks and people are already starting in your league going, oh, man, that's this 106 next year, I'm going to get Quinn Ewers. Or if you have Quinn Ewers in a Devy league, or if you have, JJ McCarthy in a Devy league, if you have these players, is that the window to start moving off of them when the speculation is at its peak? Understanding the variance of how hard it's going to be for, I'll definitively say between Quinn Ewers, Shador Sanders, JJ McCarthy, at least one of those guys has zero shot of being relevant in Dynasty.
Mm-hmm.
Probably one of the others has no shot of being in next year's class. Yet all three right now, if people had them in Devy leagues, they'd be valued as like a first round pick. You could go get, I don't know, insert wide receiver 22 for one of them just because this person thinks that is the next NFL first round QB. You go get Brandon Ayuk for one of them potentially. Are you always selling in this speculation window where everybody's a potential first round QB, everybody's a potential top 50 receiver, when the reality is there's 10 players per rookie draft that really truly get those capital?
I'll say that's probably what we should do, and it's easier said than done. It's very easy to sit here right now and say, oh, yeah, sell Quinn Ewers and JJ McCarthy until you're rostering them, and then I send you an offer, and you're like, well, I don't really want to do that right now. That's not a move that I need to make now. Is it probably the prudent move? Absolutely. It's so difficult to actually be good in the NFL. It's a very hard thing to do, as talented as some of these players are. It's very interesting that we sit back and we look at players right now, like a Justin Fields or a Kenny Pickett or a Trey Lance, and how could this happen? He's so good and all this. You know how many first-round quarterbacks come in and don't do shit? It happens every year. It's all the time. Quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers. And, again, we talk about a lot of things, a lot of strategy, a lot of theory, a lot of, process. But when your process is put to the test and the offer's in your inbox or you've got to make the deal, it's just, do you have the discipline to get it done? It's a lot easier said than done. And those people who are holding the Quinn Ewers and the Drake Mays, knowing that asset could be a zero, it's trying to figure out what they would sell for. What motivates them to open the door to say, let's get this deal done. Hope, baby. Hope. They hope. I hope I hit on the big. I hope. I want to hope and hit the big guy. I want to hit the big play. Yeah,
I mean, the hope that you're getting Patrick Mahomes is more enticing than the fear that you're getting Brady Quinn. It just is, or even knowing that you'll get Kirk Cousins. It could be Patrick Mahomes or it could be Brady Quinn. I'll take the risk.
So let's switch gears a little bit, and we're gonna pose this one to Ray. We got this little we got a super chat from Tyler Beck. What are we doing with JSN? Question is, what are you doing with JSN, Ray G?
I'm being patient, man. Gotta be patient. Gotta be patient. In Dynasty, the first inclination is be patient, but the second thing is, and Scott, you play in multiple leagues with me, I'll trade anybody. Can I move JSN? Yep. Can I? If I wanted some points, if I'm a contending team, yeah, I would explore a trade, but I'm not panic selling JSN. I'm not selling JSN for any second. I'm not selling him for Calvin Austin in a third. If I could move off of JSN and make a pivot to, let's just keep it simplistic, a different rookie within his own class, whether that be Puka Nacua plus. Can I do that? Probably not. But can I? There's a lot of people who still love JSN, who still believe he's a top 10 dynasty receiver, who thinks that he can be the second coming of whomever it may be. So it just takes the right partners. And would I do it? Absolutely. If somebody wants to buy him for a cost that I feel is appropriate, I'll move him. But what I don't think people should do is panic sell him right now after 4 weeks in the NFL. The capital's there. The talent is there. Situation is, he's still getting targeted, but it's just not the same type of passing offense as it was last year. Look at the numbers. DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, they're both roughly around 11 to 14 points per game, even though they're getting 30% of the air yard share, 30% of the market target share. So just the offense is a little different than it was last year. Be patient. Be patient.
Let me ask you this: in a 12-team super flex PPR, let's say it's a 1.75 tight end premium, start 10. What is the delta between JSN and HN? Okay, so cross positional trade here. What's missing on either side, Ray? I was in this spot earlier, or I'm sorry, yeah, the other day. I sent out an offer. I was giving HN for JSN, and I pulled it. I pulled it, or yeah, I don't think it was
You
rejected. I
pulled
think
it.
I
So
pulled
you
it.
were
I
sending
think I pulled it.
HN
Yeah,
to
I
get
was.
JSN. Why'd you
I
pull it?
was like, can I get more? I mean, long term, I do like JSN a lot, but it's like right now, I don't know. I feel like
Can
could
I
You
maybe
feel
get
like you
more.
should
What
get
did you
more.
get?
You feel
What
like
did
you
you
should get
get?
more. Yeah.
What did you get then?
Nothing. Yeah, I just I withdrew and didn't send anything else yet because
That's
I was
late.
waiting for Ray to come on.
Why didn't you?
Shane, come
What are you
on.
thinking? What's the more? What are you thinking? What more would you add? What more would you want back? Excuse me. What more would you want back for your HN?
Just another piece. Give me
Just something to
give
make
me
you
at least
feel.
a second. Give me a
Just to
second.
make
Give
you.
me a
You need
24
something to
second.
make you feel good. What?
You
I
got
don't
it.
have a second. I got a third. I got a third. You want to do it or not?
Ray, this is
No.
neither side will do shit
You
unless
don't
they
really.
get the leverage,
You
right?
don't really want the deal. Then
It's a leverage.
Right?
It's a
Like
leverage.
you
He
don't really.
needs the leverage or he
Come on.
will not do it.
I gave you the leverage, a third. I'm giving you a dope player back. I'm giving you a third round
Start
pick
10.
back. I'm giving you a
Keep your
third.
thirds.
So really you want, yeah. I mean, I don't think you're crazy for it, but I mean that's why I was like, what a third?
Yeah.
I'll give you a third back. So you want a second back? Ask for it.
Yeah.
Take a 25
Okay.
second from him. I'm sure he's
Would
got
you take a 25 second?
Maybe. I don't know.
Clay, what was
Now
the
you got me-
psychology?
I'm like picturing the team and everything. What's up?
What was the psychology that got you to even send the 1-for-1 offer to begin with? Tap into that feeling that made you go, man, I need to get off this running back for a
Yeah.
receiver. Then you pull it. If I see you send me that and withdraw it in 10 minutes, I know I got you
Yes.
to get a deal.
No,
Because
it
mean,
was-
you got cold feet and you pulled it back, and now you're going, all right, I need to get off this
No,
chain, but how do
so
I do
sent it in bed. I sent it from bed, and yeah, it was a wake up at 3 or 4 in the morning, and you go to piss and bring your phone, and was like, oh, what did I send out here? Modify / withdrawal. Yeah.
Oh, see, it would have been
That's
better
funny.
if like you woke up thinking about Devin the Chain and you're like, I gotta make a move. I can't have this dude on my team. I gotta do this before I'm finished paying.
Oh man, that's good stuff. That's good. Here, because Ray's on here, Nelson. We're not going to do a ton of trades with you, Ray. We're just going to chat. But Nelson dropped a 50
Brandon
burger
guy
on
is
us.
something else. My goodness.
Brandon in the chat.
Yeah.
What
My
does he?
dude
does he
has
need-
My dude is scouting the whole class, man. I need to know what
Oh, yeah,
model
he
he's
is.
using. He's got it down.
Yeah, I'll go back through and screenshot this now. Nelson Baba, let's bring this one up here. Thank you very much for the super chat. 12-team Superflex PPR, start 10, stack team, Christian McCaffrey, Tony Pollard, Justin Jefferson, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Christian Kirk, Jahmyr Gibbs. QBs are Burrow and Fields. Trade Fields, Zach Moss, Algier, and a 24 second for Jordan Love and a 24 third. Scared shitless of Fields. Love the channel.
Well, the good news is you probably started Fields this week, so maybe the market's different if you can't do this deal until next week. But
I guess it's how high are you on Jordan Love?
Calculated conviction here. If you're scared shitless of Fields and that's truly how you feel, you're giving up a second and a third, and you're throwing in a couple potting running backs here to get the deal done. I'd ask for more. I'd try to play the fact that Fields just has had 2 straight games and he has 3 straight great matchups coming up. So I'd be willing to maybe push it a little bit, but he said he's scared shitless. If you're going to feel uncomfortable every time Fields drops back, make the deal. You'll feel better if you have Jordan Love, I guess.
I guess right now with Fields too, like Shane wants to take the life raft. that's being handed here. I wonder if it's not only a last ditch effort to pivot off of Fields, but see if you could do one last tier up from Fields to see if he has the juice to be able to get you up into, a Herbert range or what have you. I'm just thinking out loud here. But
can I just tell you, my initial thought is hell no. Like, I'm good on that. I would try for a different quarterback than Jordan Love. I personally, how much more secure are you with Jordan Love than you are Fields? Maybe a little bit, but I probably would try something else. But to Scott's point, if you're going to be uncomfortable and it's not going to make your experience of how you navigate this league and this team, then I definitely think there is peace of mind, man. And Scott and I talked about this on Wednesday. If you look down the line and this is a quote unquote bad trade down the line, you could recover, man, with all the pieces that you have. Like, I wouldn't be scared. Like, feel good about your team and your direction. And if getting off of Justin Fields will help, then go for it. But ask for a little bit more because his schedule is very favorable. He just smashed, but see if you can get a little more, bro.
Yeah, as I was gonna say, I don't like Fields. If I can get Love plus for him, but not add anything on my side, I'm probably okay with it. But like Ray pointed out, his schedule is going to be nice for a little bit. Like, you might have a couple more weeks. Obviously not like last night, because again, I don't think defenders are going to be running away from DJ Moore like they're scared of him. Hopefully, maybe they will. I don't know. I think you could risk one more week, though, right? One more week, see if he pops again, and what else you can get for him.
Yeah, you probably could. What's up, Scott?
I'll say the only caveat is just you got to know your league, because if your league has been saying Fields is toxic for a year, don't expect one more good game and they're going to go, all right, I'm sold. 3 straight good games. He's a stud now. He's a top 8 QB. Like, we say that, we hear that on Twitter. You see people say, oh, how many crying emojis did you see last night from people taking victory laps that Fields isn't a bad passer now because he's had a couple good games in a row? None of that matters for your dynasty league, though.
He was 48% last night. That's good. That's good in NBA shooting nowadays. In the old days, it wasn't, but it is now. But 48% completion percentage. All right.
My point is your league going to change because his production changes over the next couple weeks? If the answer is no, what are you waiting for? Well, you want off of him, get off of him,
Here's the thing. It will, though. All right, I don't play in every league. I play in a lot of them. And I talk to a lot of people in a lot of leagues. And just even the people in our Discord, like 2 weeks ago, they wanted to burn Justin Fields to a stake. I'm still there. I'm like, yeah, let's put him up on the stake. And now people are like, oh, I don't know. I think I like Fields again. Dude, one more game, dude's going to be a top 5 quarterback. In my brain, what I was thinking as we're talking about this is let Burrow have another bad game and let Justin Fields have a good game. And then see what kind of nonsensical trade offers you could send out.
Get Burrow plus.
Yeah. Or add a first to him and get Burrow. Like something that just seemed completely unfathomable.
It's possible.
That word.
Every league's different. Some will react to the high heavens on every single game, and you just want to have the right assets and be willing to move them at the right time. Others, Fields market's dead forever. Doesn't matter what he does.
So I'll pose this to everyone. Is there any player that comes to mind when I say this? What player has a huge week when it comes to their dynasty value? Who seems like they have a big monumental week coming that's going to determine a lot of action in league markets? I mean, obviously Fields was one this week. I remember Drake London maybe 2 weeks ago kind of was, and he got that touchdown that game. But does anybody come to mind for you, Ray, that you're watching? It's like a pivotal tipping point here.
Got to think about that for a minute.
Shane, Scott, anybody come to mind? The crowd can chime in too.
I'll say this. I think there's a big dynasty sort of tipping point coming this Sunday with the Sunday night game, the Dallas Cowboys and the San Francisco 49ers.
What a game.
I think for the 2 quarterbacks in that game, every other quarterback in the NFL can throw an interception, and Dak throws one, and it is front page news that he throws an interception. So he's got a tough matchup against the 49ers. If he can go out there and handle business, I don't know if it's going to raise his dynasty value per se, but I think people that have Dak will feel like, man, all right, like I feel good. Hell, I don't care if anybody else doesn't want him. I'm good. My Dak Prescott is solidified. On the other side of the ball, I think, and you can look on KTC or whatever service you use to gauge dynasty value, which is crazy. 4 days ago, Fields dynasty QB 18, and today QB 11. But Brock Purdy, I think a lot of people have been very, very skeptical to buy in because of all the things that we've talked about ad nauseum. However, I think everybody has sort of realized and accepted the fact that he is the starting quarterback for the 49ers. But that's where it kind of stops. Okay, he's the starting quarterback for the Niners. But he's also facing a good defense that has been incredible against opposing quarterbacks, opposing teams. I think this is a very big prove-it moment for him. If he can go out there against Micah Parsons, against this defensive line, DeMarcus Lawrence, Leighton Vander Esch, the safeties, the defensive backs, even absent Trayvon Diggs, I think this could do a lot for Brock Purdy's dynasty value. To go out there, play well, I think he could potentially win some people over to say, you know what, like, I feel really good about him. I've got him as my QB3, but I feel good about him being my QB2 long-term. And I can take that QB2, that Trevor Lawrence, that Tua, that whatever is sitting at QB2 if you wanted to, and see what I can extract on the market. So I think this is a big game for both of these quarterbacks for two very different reasons. One, I think the dynasty value could sort of rise and be solidified. And the other, while it may not rise because of age and other factors, whoever has Dak Prescott or other league managers looking for maybe a discounted veteran that they can go buy, they'd feel a lot more comfortable asking for that Dak Prescott if he plays well. So hopefully both of those guys play well this weekend.
Yeah, those are good ones. Yeah, go ahead, Shane. Lots of pukas.
Not a ton of pukas, but that is the truth every week at quarterback. Because you'll notice, like, 1 week, Kirk Cousins, everybody likes him. As far as trade, like, you feel more comfortable. You're like, I'll trade for him. He just scored 40 points. But if he's coming off a 15-point week, you're convincing yourself why it's not a good deal. So that's definitely going to be the case with Dak. Because I'm not going to lie to you. I was looking at sending out offers on Dak earlier this week, and I'm like, let me just look at his per game score and make sure I'm not missing anything. And I'm like, nah, never mind. I'm good. But yeah, if he goes out there and he lights up San Francisco, I'll go, all right, yeah, I'm back on Dak. He's back at being in the top 12. Puka, everyone thinks Puka with Cooper Kupp coming back. Makes sense. Someone said Jameson Williams.
JMO, of course.
Dive into the Puka, though. Like, what's the psychology? So everyone's waiting to see what happens with Puka. So if you have him or you're considering, what do you do? Because think about it, everybody is saying Puka, and I don't know if I'm not saying they're wrong, but the fact that everybody's kind of like, I want to see what happens with him this weekend, would that make you more inclined to go buy him now on that hesitation that people are waiting? If he smashes, I mean, it's over. If he does it's a wrap, no chance. I mean, what is that telling you when everybody's just like, I want to see him. I need to see it. I need to see it. Does he have some artificial dynasty value right now? ADV, artificial dynasty value, by people not really being in on him.
Yeah, let Kupp go out there and get 14 targets, and Puka go out. We kind of talked about this the other night. Puka go out and have a good game, 6 targets, 7 targets, 8 targets. Just a very normal good game. People are going to be like, told you. Kupp is that's who Stafford loves. Like, he's the target hog. It's always going to be Kupp until the end of time. Like, never mind the fact that Kupp can barely walk anymore, and he's just coming back from another 4-week injury. But whatever, that's definitely going to be that. I kind of want Puka to go out there and do a nice, like, 7 for 70 and touchdowns. Just a nice, quiet 14 points. And Kupp, it sucks because they're playing the Eagles. Of course, I want to see them get absolutely just lit up and destroyed. But for dynasty value, I wouldn't mind Kupp going out there and putting up a bunch of garbage points after the Eagles are up big, of course. And Puka just having a nice, quiet 14-point game, something like that. And then I can go, all right, well, let me see if I can go get Puka off everybody that was selling him for 3 firsts earlier.
Yeah, his value is already so high. I don't see how I can. I don't know. I don't think I have any Puka. I don't have any Puka.
Ray's right though.
About that.
And someone noted in there, Kupp's been limited in practice, right? I get that. I don't know if everybody looks at actual snap shares and things like that when they're looking at stats, to be honest with you. Maybe I'm going to assume anybody watching this at Friday night at 10:30, you're watching a Dynasty Fantasy Football YouTube show. You probably do because you ain't right. But I don't know that everybody's doing that. Like the dudes that are going out and actually doing fun stuff on a Friday night.
This is fun, man. This is fun.
Yeah, man, we got
fun.
355 people in here with
Let's
us.
go.
Or-
Hit the like.
yeah,
But yeah, so
hit
just,
the like.
but just if Puka goes out there and smashes, dude, it is over. Like none of the rookie wide receivers are ever even having a shot at being the wide receiver one rookie out of this rookie class ever again.
So go ahead, Scott.
I was say I think one that because the initial question was who has a chance to boost up in value after this week. I don't necessarily know if Puka can go much higher than he is. I think the guy that you're just waiting for it, and then he's going to be a sell because I don't want any part of this offense for this position. Looking a little bit deeper, the guy that I think we could look up after one good game and go, I'm willing to give a late first for him when he's trading for nowhere like that. Rashee Rice is one where give it one good game. Because if you look at his numbers, he's just not playing enough, which has been the Chiefs pretty much how they've deployed their receivers since Tyreek left. But he's the one where you look at his numbers and you're starting to squint and go, man, if they only let him play another 10 to 20 snaps, like maybe he's the one where, because people have been starving for a Kansas City receiver to do something.
Yep.
And I think he's the one that he could go out if he has a 7 for 90 and a touchdown game, then it's like, all right. And his usage goes up because there's a lot of people that are going to look at the utilization and say, all right, he started running more routes. He took over a couple of those routes that Sky Moore was getting. Because you look at it, Sky Moore is running a lot more routes and playing more, but doing much less with each of his targets than Rashee Rice. So that's just the one where if you have a couple of Rashee Rice shares, if he starts going, well, man, I'll give you a 25 first for him, then I'm okay selling. I don't want start 10. I don't want any Chiefs receivers. Like I'll bet against just the system that they have going. But I think he's one that any week now, and they play Minnesota, highest total on the week. So like if there's a 32 to 30 game, it's probably that one. So I think he's one to feel good about those shares going in. You may have a profit next week.
Yeah, Shane and I made a trade, and I got Rashee Rice in it. Let me see here.
What was that deal? I don't even remember.
I gave you, so this is one of our listener leagues. This one's, I don't know, maybe 14 teams, but I gave
Hammer.
This is the OG one. I gave Jordan Addison and a 25 third, and I got Goddard, Rashee Rice, and a 25 second.
Oh, I smashed that deal.
It's nice.
It's a 1.75. You did destroy that.
How's Dallas Goddard working out for you?
Nice.
He's a fake. He's a Fugazi asset in tight end premium leagues. It's like, oh, it's 1.75, so Dallas Goddard has to mean something, and it's like, no, he doesn't mean anything.
That whole cluster is Fugazi. That whole cluster of tight ends, they're all Fugazi. And what we all end up doing, and a lot of people, some people pivoted this year and faded it, but people end up overpaying for that whole cluster. Njoku, Friermuth, Goddard. I know y'all love him. Kittle's in the same range. He's in the same range. Love what he did in the past. You go have fun rolling him out there every single week and praying there's a touchdown. I mean, it's a Fugazi tier. Fade it all.
Yeah.
Fade it all.
Fade it all. So okay, Scott put in that he's gonna get a break. He's actually been going for 3 hours and 37 minutes. Yeah, at 10:45.
I'll stay for a little bit.
Yeah. At 10:45, he's gonna go on a break. If you want to roll then too, Shane and I can hold it down while Scott. What are you gonna do, Scott? Ice bath right now, and then get back into it. What's the move? A couple energy drinks.
Yeah, it's okay.
Shane chain smokes. What do you do?
Yeah.
Well, I'm golfing in the morning at 6:30, so this is going to be a late night. But no, I'm just going to go down and just get a couple things ready for the morning. So I'll be good back in 15.
Oh yeah, we know you well. All right, well let's go. Let's do another $50 one here that Joshua McTee gave us. So I got Ray on the screen here. Joshua, thank you very much. Started listening in January with the goal of improving my ability to work the trade markets. You guys have helped me rethink trade process and jumpstart league activity and create contenders. Thanks for the weekly info, education, and entertainment. I didn't realize that was just a shout out. Joshua, thank you very much. Hopefully everybody in here is subscribed to Destination Devy too, right? And if people in here don't know, our content content is now dropping on Destination Devy Radio and also the Wake Up feed. So we've been asked forever. Do we have podcasts
when you
for?
gonna have
Yeah.
a podcast, man? When you gonna have a podcast? People
Ray
jumping in my
helped take
DMs.
us out of the
Yeah.
out of the dark ages. I'll put that on me.
And shout out to
I've
Josh
been
too.
told
He's
this point. And
Josh is a very, very engaging Heisman member. That's he's definitely made me think about a lot of stuff too. So thank you, Josh, for that super chat. Appreciate it, dude.
Yeah, appreciate you, Josh. That's what I was gonna say. Like the great thing about these communities that I found, whether it was former ones I've been part of, current ones I'm in right now, join the Dynasty Trades of 5 patron. Go ahead, do that. It isn't just talking at people; it's talking to people and having people either challenge your thoughts or sometimes even change your thought process. You know what I mean? It's just expanding your thoughts, like, because it's easy to just be like, do this, do that. Like, and that's what I do love about the communities is jumping in. And then someone like Scott A, who will seemingly always disagree with me. And I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, and sometimes I'm just like, yo, I'm going to smack this dude, I think. But most of the time I'm like, yeah, you know what? I didn't think of it from that perspective. And that's what I love is just the people that actually think it through, and that's the thought process.
The beautiful thing about the community, man, is this game of fantasy football is large. I mean, fantasy football in general, but the dynasty space is even smaller. It's an even smaller slice of the fantasy football pie. And then when you get to this level of dynasty, where you're talking about war and replacement level value and level trades, and literally 10:30 at night on a Friday night, you're in here. This is a different level, which is even smaller. So listen, people have got to do whatever they can with their own financial situations. But if you really, really enjoy like this game, the strategy, just everything that encompasses what we do, then you need to be a part of the community. I'm just telling you right now, like the level of access and engagement with Scott on a day-to-day basis, with Shane on a daily voice conversations with one another. Hey, Scott, it's 5 minutes till kickoff, or Ray, can you help? Shane, who do I start? This player or that player? Like, that's not what we do, but we do that inside of those things. And some people that we have seen inside of these communities have met from across the globe, man, from East Coast to West Coast, and they're best friends for life now through just the community. So if you're out there, and I don't know where you all are, what stage of life you're in, but you're looking for a deeper connection with this game and people who think and love the same thing as you, it's no different than joining a damn country club or 24-hour fitness to hoop every day when you get off of work. Come be a part of the community, man. Come be a part of the community. Tap in. If you do it and absolutely hate it, like legitimately, you get in there and you're like, this is the worst thing I've ever been a part of, DM me. Hit me up privately. I'll give you your money back. It ain't even about the money. It's about pulling people in to learn, to get better, to be in active leagues, to be in cool leagues, and to be with like-minded individuals talking about this shit literally 24/7, 365. Like that's what it's about, man.
It is, and we've got the combo tier with Dynasty Trades in 5 and the DD tier, and it's, if you go in there and try it, and you should give everything in there a try. There are so many different sub channels, like Ray was saying, the voice chats. There's so much content in there for you. So just do yourself a favor and make sure you check it out. Browse around and see what is available to you. Help frame up the costs and whatnot for you. But yeah, that was good, Ray.
And there's some people in there that just take stuff in. Like they don't jump in.
Yeah, sure.
Conversations. Once in a while, you see them pop up. You're like, I forgot you were in here. But they just stand in the background taking it on, and maybe that's just how some people like to be. Yeah,
and we give 50% off of roster reviews. Apparently, is what we're doing in the Patreon. maybe I shouldn't say that on the air. No, I'm joking. Discounted roster reviews, and we love our hammers. We call them our hammers, right?
I was calling them the squirters, but apparently
you're calling them the squirters.
Apparently, the audience or the room wasn't a fan of that. Calling everyone in the DT5 room squirters. They didn't like that.
And they all at least know what squirters are if they're in our Discord. They get it.
Yes.
All right. You guys want to take off, and Shane and I can hold it down. Ray, give you some of your time back, man. You're the man for jumping on
Appreciate y'all having me, man. Y'all are doing awesome. This is crazy that y'all are doing this on October the 6th, but y'all are crazy and we love it, man. It's dope. Dope to watch.
Real quick, plug your website though. I want to make sure people check that out.
Dustin, go over there right now. Get it for free. Check out the articles for the end of the month. Use this code ASTRO, Astro. Free for the end of the month. You can check it out. The premium articles, the content, the War Machine, the other tools that JB built there. You use Astro for the rest of the month. You can check it out for free. I don't get you in the Discord, but you can check out the website for free for the month, man. Check out the tools. Use some of the stuff that Scott and be laying down. And read the articles. Check out the content, man. Astro, use that.
Love it. Love it. And thanks on behalf of the community for the for the free trial there, free test drive. Guys,
take advantage of it, y'all.
No doubt. Appreciate y'all.
See you,
having me
Ray.
on. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray, for coming on.
Thank you, man. Have a good night.
Be
back.
Talk to you soon.
Thanks.
Yeah, Cody Smith pointed out you get his waiver wire article for free. You get Scott's article for free. You get Ray's articles for free. My articles for free. The War Machine for free. All types of stuff free. That's what free means.
It's too much free.
All of it's free for the month. So just go use that code, bro.
All right, let's keep rolling. What's up, Shane? How are you,
Hey,
sir?
I'm not struggling at all. Hour and 15 minutes left. I'm not clock watching even a little bit.
It feels like it's gone like pretty quickly though, right?
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Too?
I've exhausted the cushion in my cushion that goes to my, the extra cushion you get.
Yeah. It's tired.
Yeah,
It's
it's done. So let's get some of these questions though, man.
Yeah, we got to get caught up here. So Seth, thank you for the super chat, man. It is a 1 QB PPR Dynasty Keeper Best Ball League. Here we go.
Ooh.
Keep 10. Have Pickett, Roshan, JT, Dalvin, Jalen Warren, Tank Bigsby, Tucker, Olave, Dotson, Rice, Puka, let's see, Watson, JSN, Addison. And then it looks like at tight ends, Logan Thomas, Musgrave, moves/trades I should make. That's one of two. Where's the other part of Seth there?
It's after that. It'd be 2 of 2.
Yeah, but I don't see 2 of 2. Do you see 2 of 2, sir?
Okay.
I'm in the start right here.
What time was that? 9:26. Let me go back.
Okay, I'll just keep looking at this. Good old keeper best ball league. 1 QB Pickett, Roshan. You finding it?
I'm looking, sir. I'm looking. Lots of comments.
I know that's a good problem to have, right?
Yeah. 9:26. Oh, I'm half an hour away. I'm still looking, man. Just
You're still looking. Nice. Here, I'll go to a different one here.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, so Deloney, Dylan E. Deloney. Thank you for the question. It is a Dynasty 12-team Superflex tight end premium start 11. I have Lamar, Richardson, Jordan Love, Gibbs, Kendre Miller, Garrett Wilson, JMO, Mims, Kincaid, and then a bunch of stuff. I also have 324 firsts, most likely the 101, and 324 seconds. What move should I make? So going back to his team here, it's a 12-team Superflex start 11. Only has one running back, right?
I don't even care about
it's that. It's not that deep.
I mean, bunch of stuff. It's start 11. It's a very thin roster.
Yeah,
right. Obviously, like you're naming Lamar, Richardson, J Love, Gibbs, and Wilson. That's your assets. Kincaid, obviously, and then a bunch of stuff. I'm sorry, JMO goes in a bunch of stuff for me right now, and so does Kendre Miller. He hasn't earned it be not a bunch of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I think I'm looking to move one of these quarterbacks, right? Preferably, who I want to move is Jordan Love. I don't want to move Anthony Richardson or Lamar, so I'm looking what can I get with Jordan Love, because he should be able to get me at least a couple starters in this if I'm trying to compete. His team shouldn't be competing though.
No,
with Lamar and Richardson, because the rest of the team is so thin.
I'd be trying to do something with Gibbs. I'd be trying to move off of Gibbs
and just moving for a wide receiver. I mean, look, I'm actively
trying 2 for 1, a 2 for 1, and a start 11. Gibbs for 2 pieces.
Yeah, I'm actively looking to move Gibbs in leagues I'm in too, specifically for like wide receivers and stuff. Obviously, I'm not finding a lot of success right at this moment.
Mm-hmm.
But that's probably the dude I'm looking to move, him and Love. But yeah, I guess you're going to have to wait for Gibbs to have a game or two where he actually pops off. We need one of those.
Yeah, he does think he has the 101 as one of his picks there, but yeah.
And I thought so. That was Seth's complete question. I remember I did that earlier.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I kept looking and looking and looking and looking and looking and further looking, and there was no second part of it. So Seth was just actually messing with me. So appreciate it, Seth.
Nice. All right, so let's read it again. So 1 QB Dynasty Keeper Best Ball League. It is a half PPR. Keep 10. Have Pickett, Roshan, JT, Dalvin, Warren, Tank Bigsby, Olave, Dotson, Rice, Puka, Christian Watson, JSN, Addison, Friermuth, Logan Thomas, and Musgrave. Moves/trades I should make.
Keep 10. Best ball.
1 QB. He's gross. 1 QB. He's taking like a 0.
Yeah, exactly.
Practically.
I hate Pickett, even in best ball. So I know I don't know who your other QBs are. Did he name? He did not. He has other QBs, but I guess that's literally the only one that matters. I mean, I want to go get me a QB that matters. I'll overpay for him. We've talked about this before, even in 1 QB leagues, or especially in 1 QB leagues. I want one of those crooked number quarterbacks that's going to make a difference every week. If not, at least a couple quarterbacks that can rotate into. Obviously, it's best ball, and hopefully, you know what I mean. Like their scores will just rotate weekly. Pickett ain't it. He ain't one. He won't be one of the dudes I want in the rotation.
Sean Tucker, he's like a 0 on your roster. I know Scott always says that you don't want zeros like those backup rosters. You know,
Sean Tucker's pretty much worthless right now.
It's tough. It's tough. It's a challenging format. Dynasty Keeper Best Ball League, keep 10. But I can't get past the QB. Like it's such a 0.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously you know that. You definitely know, I think, that your quarterback room is terrible. And you need to do something about that. You didn't list any other assets, so it's really hard to say how you would get there. I mean, looking at the players, because it's best ball who you have, I'd say could you split someone, but there doesn't even look like there's anyone particularly strong enough to split.
Yeah, I could split a couple of those wide receivers, I suppose. But okay.
There was Olave. I mean, and obviously that's
Puka.
And Puka. So I mean, you could move those two dudes and see what you could split for them.
Oh, and here was Deloney's super chat here. Okay, let's go to another one here. Shane from Cassius Carter. 12 team start 10 Superflex PPR. I'm a contender. Traded Flowers and Christian Watson for Cup and DK to a tanking team. Also have Mahomes, Daniel Jones, Kyler, Brees, Olave, Keenan. Won or lost?
Traded Zay Flowers, Christian Watson for Cup and DK to a tanking team for Cup and DK. For Cup and DK.
Yeah, got Cooper Cup and DK. Gave up Zay Flowers and Christian Watson. I mean, if you're a contender, you just potentially bought a lot of points there.
It's fine, but I gotta be honest with you, I would have tried to take a shot on another wide receiver besides Cup. But obviously, you only make the deals that you can make. I'm sure he probably tried that, or she probably tried that. They probably tried that. I'm okay with the deal. I mean, it's not like you gave up an exorbitant price when you gave up Christian Watson and Zay Flowers. I like Zay Flowers a lot, but it's not like you gave up too much.
Right. What's the latest, by the way? Have you heard, or people in the chat can chime into JT? Is there any latest blurb as to whether or not he's going to be playing tomorrow or on Sunday?
Last I heard he was, but if anyone wants to tell us differently, last I heard he's going to be playing.
Yeah, I was just curious. It came to my mind. Okay, so JT asked, thank you for the super chat. 12-team Superflex, start 10, QB room of T-Law, Herbert, Dak, but short on assets. What kind of tier downs from Dak make sense? Or are you holding all three until a desperate buyer emerges? What do you think, Shane?
You're not going to like the tier that you're going to get for Dak if you tear down. Like, you're just not going to like it. What are you tearing down to, Derek Carr? Like, what do you think you're getting? You're getting like Derek Carr in a second right now. It is the problem. Because like we just talked about earlier, Dak hasn't been great.
Where's Dak these days? Like everybody wanted Daniel Jones above Dak a while back. Is that still the case now? I mean, is that an option? You can go from Dak to Daniel Jones. Do people like Purdy just as much, if not more, than Dak now? Like those are a couple names that I was thinking of, were like DJ and Purdy, just like small tear downs. Because who else would you want to go to?
That's the problem. You can't tear down from Dak right now because who you tear down to isn't going to be useful to you. They're just not. It's going to be Derek Carr in a second. Like that doesn't help me. Like, you know what I mean? I don't want to do that. I'd rather hold on to Dak and see if he can turn it around and see if, because at worst you could make that deal anytime later.
Yeah. So short on assets. I wonder what other assets he or she has. He has probably to be able to tear down, because it would also be nice to not have to mess with that QB room. That's such a good looking QB room. You know, you don't have to touch it.
Look, you know, I like getting off of 3 QBs. I don't want 3 QBs, but I don't want to sell them just to sell them because, like, oh, I don't want 3 QBs. But tearing down off of Dak, what does that look like? What's the return on that? I don't want that.
So I've been holding off putting this one up because it's Go Birds, or excuse me, Birds Go. You see, you Philly fans do Birds, go. Instead of Go Birds.
Dan's just telling him saying the Birds should go.
They should. No, thank you for that super chat. Okay. Shane,
I yawned, and I apologize. I don't want the audience to think I'm a bad host, but mind you, we are going into our 4th hour.
Shane, did you make a trade today that you have in mind that you can pull up?
I did. I don't remember what it was though. That was hours ago. Did you know I send out so many offers? There's sometimes that I legitimately don't even realize a trade's gone through until I go to set my lineup, and I go, "Well, why is this starting roster spot, especially sleeper?
Yeah. Why is it empty?
Why is my wide receiver empty? I had someone in there, and then I'm like, hey, I made a trade." But I know I traded. I did make a couple moves this week trying to get, just in general, some Nico Collins. I traded for I traded for CJ Stroud in a league. I know everyone's going to hate this. I went balls out. I gave up Joe Burrow for CJ Stroud. You can come at me
straight up.
Pitchforks. Yeah, come at me with your pitchforks if you want. I was high on Stroud before the draft. I Stroud in my top 10 quarterbacks anyway, coming into the year. So for him to come out smashing this year, obviously, I bought in.
Is that the team you were trying to get Nico on too? Like after getting Stroud, are you now trying to stack that one? Is that what it is?
No, 2 different teams, but yeah. So, and I've also been trying to get Michael Pittman everywhere, but no one will give me Michael Pittman. I was hoping a down week I would have been able to get me some Michael Pittman. Oh, here's one. I traded Drake London for Nico Collins straight up. Like that's how out I am on Drake London.
Yeah,
you can come at me. That's fine.
Shane is challenging anybody.
Anyone come at me. I don't care. Just. Look, I was a big Drake fan, that, and especially after coming off his rookie year. But now I'm just to the point where it's like I can't, and maybe it'll be like DJ Moore. Maybe 5 years into his career, he'll have a 230-yard night, and I'll regret the day that I traded away Drake London.
So Pittman and Achane. What's the again, I keep thinking of how I'm gonna trade Achane selfishly, but I guess it's the same kind of thing as like JSN, right? Pittman, same kind of delta when you're talking about versus Achane.
I mean, the upside of what we thought JSN was going to be is higher than Pittman, right? Like everybody had him as a top 10 dynasty wide receiver coming into the year.
Who do you like more right now?
I mean, for rest of season, obviously Pittman. That's cheating. But he's also not a rookie. So obviously he should be going out there and commanding more targets and things like that. He doesn't have DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett level wide receivers challenging him.
Here's favorite fantasy player of all time. This is a Shane and Clay question right now as we go into the 4th hour.
Priest Holmes.
Oh, I like it.
Priest Holmes was one of the first, and I know Marshall Faulk was right around the same time. Priest Holmes was one of the first dual backs that was not obviously like Roger Craig and stuff like what was obviously when we were kids, but fantasy wise, he was this first all in one, he can break your soul in so many different ways. You know what I mean? That's what Priest Holmes was me. And that's what I remember. And it was just a short run and it was so great. But that dude was absolutely a monster for like 2 or 3 seasons.
I loved I used to love Vincent Jackson, and I
Yeah.
also used to love Marcus Colston.
Yeah.
For some reason on the Saints, like I was a Marcus Colston fan. I don't know. Those are a couple more
Dude,
niche picks.
I loved Hakeem Nicks. What's even
Oh,
weird
yeah,
about
yeah.
that, he's a giant. You know what I
Carolina.
mean? But no.
No,
Well,
he went
did
to
go with
UNC.
Carolina?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
But he was so physically gifted, and he got
Yes,
the
he
league and
was.
just kept getting injured. Like, you know what I mean? And it was
Yes.
just like the dude could never fully put it together. But that dude was so fun to watch, like the times he was healthy. But yeah, I loved Vincent Jackson too, because he was just a different type of dude, man.
Yeah, athlete. Let's see, Scott.
Cody said Demaryius Thomas. Yeah, Demaryius Thomas was fun. Yeah, I mean, I had a type, but like the running backs, like Marshall Faulk. I was always in the dudes like that. You know what I mean? Brian Westbrook, obviously being from Philly.
Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, so Scott, are you ready to come on? See you sitting in the background. He's nodding yes. So let's go back here. Welcome.
Oh,
how was your break?
It's good. Got a couple things done, ready to go. Final hour. I listened to you guys on my AirPods, just walking around the house. So some interesting trades by Shane that he was making behind my back. Drake London for Nico Collins. That is
I'm done.
That is, I'm just out. I'm out this week. I'm out forever for the rest of the year until, in 7 months when Shane is on a massive Drake London buy spree next summer.
And you know what I'm buying him for next summer? Multiple
Nico
seconds.
Collins.
Here's 2 seconds. Here's Nico Collins. Here's the difference. So here's the thing about me, right? So, and I don't want to say that you should always make trades with this in mind. I'm going to make more trades. Like, there at no point am I going to be stuck with a player. It doesn't matter if I mean, it matters if I win a trade, obviously, and it matters if I lose a trade. But in general, like, that's not going to be the end of the story by a long shot. Like, I'm making, like, literally every day I send out multiple offers. You know what I mean? Like, I'm to the point where if I don't make at least one trade in one league a day, like, I'm like, what the hell? Like, what's going on here? I'm in 33 leagues. I should be pulling off a trade. Every day I'm looking at every league and I'm going, can I make a trade here? Can I make a trade there? Like, that's what I do when I'm not on Discord, when I'm not answering questions on the YouTube. Jesus, how old am I? On YouTube. I'm just playing on my phone.
Or working.
Yeah, we're working, but I'm just going through my phone and I'm on Sleeper and I'm like, what can I do here? What can I do here? What can I do here? Clay knows. He gets offers from me all the time. He's probably annoyed by it.
No, you send me good offers, though. You can send me as many offers as you want. You don't bullshit around. You know that I don't either, so.
Yeah, I mean, I sent Supermodel multiple offers. She's like, oh, make a trade me someone. I'm like, all right, well, here's some offers. I'm trying to get JT offer.
Clay, how many trades do you make a month, would you say?
5 or 6.
Okay. So maybe one or two a week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, probably.
Well, because I wanted to bring this up, and I know we have a couple other super chats we got to get to, but I put this question in the Discord. I know Shane heard it, but I dropped one of the benefits of the Discord is you'll get voice chats and just voice messages sometimes. Like, I'll just be driving and I'll drop a 5-minute message of something that's on my mind, and it generates some discussion. But I put this in there, and it was how to get trade offers, how to solicit them. Because I was sitting here thinking, like, all right, there's leagues where I have to grind and send out all the trades. Like, you just know those leagues, you're going to have to drum up some activity. But there's been a couple leagues, and Shane's in one of them, where as soon as one deal gets made and like someone else that's not Shane or I goes rogue and just starts blowing up their team, then like 7 deals get done in the same day. Sure. And some of them are somebody goes to that team and goes, oh, you just traded everything away, or you just did this. Let me go try to make one with you. But then a couple other people get involved, and boom, all of a sudden there's just like a flurry of activity in the league. But just in general, leagues, how do you, and I'll ask the audience this too, but I want to ask you guys, how do you get offers? Because I figure, you know what, if I get 100 trade offers, 80 of them I'm probably just going to reject. Maybe 60 of them I'll send some sort of counter. But there's probably 20% where I'm like, you know what? That's actually an offer I may consider. And maybe 5 to 10% of those trades are just deals where I'm like, oh my God, you're actually offering me this? You're giving me a third for this running. You're giving me a third for Gus Edwards. Sure, I'll take it. Like just smash, accept. Don't even have to think about it. How do you get trades though? Because I figure, man, if you just can get a lot of trades, you're going to get deals done just by proxy because you got a large enough sample size. So how do you solicit trades from your league? What tips do you have or thoughts or things you can do to get deals in your inbox?
So what's nice about our leagues, I'm in a couple where it's not like this. If you put someone on the trade block, they instead try to like cock block you. They're like, oh, okay, yeah, because blah blah blah, and they like trash the player on like the league chat or whatever. So it's obnoxious. So if you put somebody on the block, it doesn't even matter. In fact, it's like it's a negative for you, right? In our leagues, if we put somebody on the trade block, you get offers, pretty quickly. And
how many bad ones?
Oh, 97% are bad. That's part of the that's part of the reason why I could get more trades done if I were grinding out thirds and fourths and stuff like that, and like turning over the back half of my roster like you guys do. You guys keep it fresh from like player 1 to 30. So I don't know, Shane.
I don't know. I always say this, and I've said this for a while now. Like part of my reputation and part of the deal with like I make so many trades is it invites other people to trade with me, because there are in any league there's going to be a couple people that are active. In any league, there's just going to be a couple people that for whatever reason they just don't. Maybe they don't like making trades. Like some people just don't like making trades. Like I draft my team, I love my guys, I'm not making moves. There's always going to be a few of those guys. But, if I'm in a league with you, it's almost like a neon sign that's like, this dude likes trades, stick it in here. So, like, people just come at me with trades because I make so many trades. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. I guess if you're not me and you don't make 47 trades a day, you go to the league chat, you go, such and such is available. I make fun of people updating their trade block with terrible players all the time. But every time someone updates their trade block, if there's a player on there that I like, you best believe I open it up and go, what can I propose here? Like every league, I do it. Every time when I get that MFL email, I open it up and I go, do we have a deal here? Do we have a deal here? Do we have a deal here? I hope other people in the league are doing the same thing. I don't know that. But if it catches my eye, hopefully there's someone else in the league that has OCD. And so real quick, Ricardo's noting, some people will resent you for being so active. I've noticed they resent you when the trade offers are bad. I've never had someone come to me and go, dude, too many offers, too many good offers. I've had people come to me and be like, this offer's terrible. You know what I mean?
To where it's annoying. Yeah.
Right. Like I send out a lot of offers, volume offers, but I think they're generally within the realm of good to respectable enough that they don't just annoy people.
Well, something to add to that, and Ruben, I saw Ruben in the chat. He does a really good job of this, and I think I generally do as well. Like, if you're going to be the hyperactive one that goes through your league and just sends out a bunch of trades, they need to be trades that are within 10 to 20% of acceptable on both sides. Right. If you're trying to sell a player, don't ask for a first for a player that's never worth the first. You know what I mean? Don't be that person that just egregiously sends out the offer and then goes, well, Shane, I sent you Nico Collins for your mid-first, and I knew you were going to reject it, but I had to start high. No, send something that you actually think they're going to accept, or if you're going to do a trade block or an auto-accept trade block, don't put a bunch of shitty players up and go auto-accept second, auto-accept first. Like if you want to get rid of a player and you're not sure if there's a market, you either spam and you just say, I'm looking to sell this player and here's the price, or put up the price. But if you're the active trader that sends 8 trades a day, and like, cause I have a league where, a couple people, I have such a large portfolio. There's a couple people across my leagues, and I'm excited to get a trade offer. And then it's Darius Slayton for a 4th. What's the point? You know what I mean? Like it's a player that has no market. And a lot of times that's not even the level of it. It's, they got to start with the second first. And then it's okay, well, I'll take a third. And that's, well, I really would take a fourth. And really, I'll just drop him to waivers in 3 days. Like they're starting in a range where it's going to elicit someone to be angry, where if you're starting in a reasonable range, it signals that, hey, Shane, I send you a player for a third. You both know what I'm doing when I send you a player for a third, right? I'm just trying to get a third. That's it. If you don't want to get it or send it to me, decline it. But that offer isn't going to anger you to the point where you go, I'm never sending you a trade. You're too active, just decline it and move on. But you got to start in a range that's reasonable. Otherwise, it's going to broach some arguments where people are mad at you for sure.
For sure. Jackie Moon, thank you for the super chat. So 10 teams, start 10, super flex, PPR, 2 tight ends, tanking, and wanted to get takes. No, it was funny because I was reading tanking and I was like about to say stanking, just like to have fun with it, but then I was still stuck on the tank word. Okay. Wanted to get takes on a recent trade, 0-4 in 9th place. Rookie picks are by regular season standing. Have Purdy, Olave, plus Taxi, Flowers, Laporta, Mims, 424 first and 525 first. The second part is I traded Bryce, Nico, a late 24 first in 2 seconds for Hurts. I own my own picks. Was this a good move to get the QB since my team has no one else to start? How are you approaching the team from here?
In a vacuum, I think it's an okay trade because you got Jalen Hurts for, the package that you paid. What's the plan though? Because I don't know if you have enough assets right now with what you have. I mean, yeah, you have the 424 first and the 525 first. How are you going to build out your team? If you have a plan, I have no problem doing this because you bought a top 5 asset, even though it's a 10 team, you still bought a positional advantage guy there. And you have Olave and you have Flowers, and maybe you get something with Laporta. I know it's 2 tight ends, so he's probably a starter in that format. But now you got a lot of work to do. You have 9 first. How am I going to build out my team? So I know Shane likes to start spending these picks now, but what would you do here, Shane? Would you wait?
Sorry, I was attending to something else real quick.
He missed everything I said, didn't he?
Yeah. No, it's
Look, we're 4 hours and 8 minutes into the stream before I stop paying attention. I think I deserve a round of applause.
So he gave up Nico,
fine.
Bryce in a first and
like
2 seconds for Jalen Hurts, but now he's got Olave, Hurts, Zay Flowers, and Laporta. And Purdy.
Start 10. Yeah, but it's not that's not good enough to win, I don't think. I mean,
well, he has 9 firsts.
Because will I go, okay, here's 3 firsts for Jefferson and here's 3 firsts for Chase. I'd send them out in unison, separate firsts, because I'd be like, if we're going to do this, we're going to do this. You give me both of them, and then I still have 3 firsts to play with, and I'll go spend 1 on Amari Cooper and a Tyler Lockett player, right? So then I'm like, all right, my starting lineup's pretty decent now. I got 4 wide receivers, 2 of them that are in the top 10. Would I do that? Yes. Probably.
He's 0-4, Clay. Is it too late to blow every pick for those 2 players right now?
I'm not blowing all those picks. No freaking way.
Shane's going from 0-4 to the title.
Dude, 0-4. Look, 0-4. I'll tell you what's about. You can give up on the season.
Because you don't have to worry about like losing like a year of key people's ages or something like that.
You could still make the playoffs 0-4, man. Look, you just went on a 4-game losing streak. All you need is a 4-game winning streak, and you're 500, baby.
There you go. Okay, let's go to this one right here. A to Z. Thank you for the super chat. 12-team super flex, PPR start 10, 1.5 for tight ends. Major QB challenge with Pickett and Carr. CMC, JT, ETN, Pacheco, Algier, CD, AJ Brown, Hawkinson, and Trash. 24 second, 25 first, 2-2 record. Time to break up the team to get picks. 1 last year.
I mean, here's the thing: your quarterbacks suck, right? Pickett and Carr. That's just trash-tastic. But it's not like you really have to break up the team. It's just like you need to move a couple of the pieces, right? Like Lamb and AJB and Hawk. There's no reason to move those dudes. But the dudes that we would probably tell you to move are dudes that we would tell you to move even if you were contending and trying to repurpose your assets. JT, ETN, Pacheco, obviously CMC. you've got to get paid on it, obviously, for CMC. JT, ETN, and Pacheco, though, are all pieces that I'm fine with moving. Pickett and Carr, if anyone wants them, if I can do anything to tear up it anyway at the quarterback position and those two are involved, great. I don't think you can, but I don't think you necessarily need to break it up. You just need to move off of some of these running backs.
Yeah, this team is probably 2-2 because they have Christian McCaffrey and TJ Hawkinson.
Yeah.
Which highlights that you don't need a great, balanced, valuable roster to win a title. You know, one or two players can carry you to way beyond what you thought you could get to. But, you know, this is a very fragile team that is centered around those two receivers. It's got a good tight end. I get that. But it's also got a lot of equity in running back. You're holding, you know, ETN, who's doing very well. Pacheco, who continually defies odds in terms of like, you think that would be a guy that would have never lasted to here, but here we are. And then you got JT coming back. So I can see where this team goes, yeah, I can win. But I also feel like you can move one of those running backs, even if you can't get what you want for CMC and want to give yourself like a half-assed chance to continue to win. I would not be rolling into next year with all four of those running backs. In fact, you might want to move ETN or Pacheco and just rely on maybe if JT comes back, my team can sustain, but I liquidated at least one of those others and gave myself some outs if it doesn't work out this year. That's what I would do. I wouldn't give up on it because, you know, here, I guess here's my last question for Shane on this. Shane, you need another quarterback here, right? Even if it's another gross one, you need a Geno Smith or a Sam Howell or somebody to get you through, right? Like these two are not going to probably last, and both of these guys have already been injured.
I'm already giving up on this. I mean, look, if I'm moving off the running backs on this year, I don't think I'm competing this year.
I think if you get
quarterback room, well, I'll tell you what. Can I move CMC?
I was about to say what quarterback? That's what I was literally going to ask. Can you get CMC?
What quarterback can you get for CMC? And it's got to be an elite one. Like
give me Jordan Love in a first
for CMC. I'm good with that. I'm going
or Bryce Young in a first or something like that, where I'm getting a young QB, but I'm getting enough, even if it's 2 seconds. I want to get a third quarterback on this team, even if I'm not fully addressing the build with my QB room until next year. But I can't win with just these two, you know, like I need to move off a couple of those running backs and at least move some of that equity to another position.
Yeah.
Look at this name here. T-Law Shampoo. It's pretty good. Thank you for the super chat. Shane, 12-team Superflex, start 10, PPR 1.5 for tight ends. Currently 1-3. I'm the lowest scoring in the league on purpose. Stroud, Kyler, Baker, junk running back. Addison, Pittman, Godwin, Hollywood, Myers, Judy, Ferguson have 424 firsts, including mine. 3 of them are 1-3, and 1 is 2-2.
2-2.
What does that mean?
Their record's 1-3 and 2-2.
Reading we're at the point of the night where reading comprehension is out the window.
Oh, it's bad. So
I heard he had the 101, the 102, and the 103. I'm like, hell yeah, that's awesome.
Exactly. That's how I read that. Okay, so yeah, one of them's 1-3 and one is 2-2. Okay, go ahead. What are we doing?
What's the question?
Well, I mean, I think he's probably wondering like where to go from here because he just gave his record. And yeah, I mean, so you have the foundation of Kyler and Stroud, and then you have no equity in running back, which is good. You have some young receivers. Now he has a good receiver room. He just has a lot of like good receivers, right? And so I'm fine moving any of the ones you have, including Addison and Pittman, and keeping a couple of them for next year. Like if you want to move off of 2 or 3 of those receivers and move that equity towards even more picks next year, I'm fine with that. And just try to say next year, I need to find some upgrades. You know, I'm going to need to take another third QB. I'm going to need to build a running back room. But, you know, I like this. You could go into this next season with this receiver core and be okay. But you're always going to be seeking, okay, can I get out of, you know, Jerry Jeudy at his peak, Chris Godwin at his peak, Hollywood Brown at his peak. Like all of those guys, it feels like they're up and down, and they're not going to hold their value based on their name much longer. So they have to continue to produce. So that's where I'm at.
I'll tell you what, you should be moving Baker for some value too. Obviously not this week because he's off, so no one will notice that he's. Oh my God, Baker's actually good again, apparently. Whatever. I don't know, but sell him if you're trying to shed some points.
He's got a market. He's got a market to somebody that, needs a fill-in QB. Yeah.
He was what, look, when you were buying Derek Carrs, the Jimmy Garoppolos throughout the years, whatever, he's back into that realm. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, okay, this is a guy, if I pay a second, I'm going to get starting season out of him the rest of the year. Will I get it beyond that? I don't know. But for this year, that's worth it.
Yep.
Chris, thank you for the super chat. 10 teams, start 11, super flex, PPR, T-Law, Watson, Anthony Richardson, Mixon, Mostert, Charbonnet, NERB on a 53, JJ, CD, Olave, Amon-Ra, St. Brown, Tutu, Downs. Ferguson is making his way onto the screen a lot. 524 first, at least the 101 or 102, 124 second, no first in 25 or 26. The league is tired of all my trades making it harder now. Moves?
Well, let me give a shout out to Chris real quick because we missed his super chat, so I went back and found it, and he's waited over 4 hours to get it answered.
Well, thank you, Scott.
He put it in at right when the stream started. So he even said, "Hey, I think you guys missed that super chat." And I was like, "Yeah, we don't have Chris's in there." So sorry. Hopefully you hung on for over 4 hours to see this super chat, Chris. So
can we timestamp this just in case? Timestamp this so that if someone reaches out to us, we can be like, bro, we know exactly what you're talking about.
We know exactly.
11:20 p.m. Eastern is when we started answering it. So, oh man, Shane, you ever been in this situation where everyone's just so tired of how much you grinded the league down in trades, where they just everyone's just tired of, they see Shane and they go, it's a 50% tax just to get the deal done,
No, but I'll say this. I've been in leagues where I don't know. We've all been in leagues where things just always seem to go right for us, right? We all have leagues where things just go bad no matter what we do, right? Like no matter what you do, it goes bad. And there are some leagues just no matter what you do, it's like, hey, I'm in the title game again. And it's kind of like, all right, well, I'm bored with this. Like, I need a new challenge. Unfortunately, you can't challenge yourself and tear this down because I don't think you've won a title yet with this, but go win a title and then tear it down. Starting back with the 101 and the 102. You can't force people to trade with you, but if you keep sending out good offers to people, I mean, eventually they're going to have to accept them unless they're just going to cut their nose off to spite their face. I don't even know what that saying means, but I hadn't thrown enough cliches into this tonight.
You have been light on cliches.
Keep sending out good offers. That's all you can do is just keep sending out good offers. You can't force people to trade with you, but if you're sending them fair offers, more likely than not, they're going to entertain them.
So this team, when I look at this team and all those picks, I think of Shane just saying, what are we doing? Time to start buying that this team can win. Just look at those wide receivers, quarterback's good. Is he missing a hammer like running back? No.
Well, okay, so the team has obviously a ridiculous QB room, right? T-Law, Watson, Richardson, and then JJ, CD, Olave, Amon-Ra. So he's got 7 really valuable studs there, and then he's got 5 firsts, one of them being the 101 and 102. So he has probably 12 of the top 30 assets in the whole league on his roster. So I'm just vibe with me here. I'm guessing what Chris has probably been trying to do is like, well, I don't want to trade any of those 3 QBs. I don't want to trade any of those 4 receivers. I have my 5 firsts.
He's not having any luck selling his running backs. He's
peppering everybody with Jake Ferguson and a second for a first, Charbonnet, Ferguson, and Josh Downs for and he's trying to get their 25 first and 26 first. And they already know he's stacked for the next year. And he's just trying to trade his extras to cripple everybody a year down the road is when everybody just goes, no, we got to stop this bleeding. This dude has us by the balls. The worst thing we can do is start trading our 26 first for Josh Downs, and then, but people do that. People go, man, I can't compete with him unless I get something that can score. And so you go to his 13th player and you give him a 26 first, and all he does is just put it in his back pocket and wait a year. And then he has 5 more next year. And you go, so that's probably what he means. And maybe I'm wrong, but that's probably what he means by people are tired of this, because I'm guessing he's not he's not trying to really upgrade his team. He likes probably the way that it's built. He's not sending anybody Amon-Ra. You know what I mean? He's just trying to protect all the good shit that he has, which that can be frustrating when people do that. They're just never willing to move anything that actually helps the other team. So maybe I'm wrong, but that's kind of the vibe I'm getting here.
Gotcha.
Any ideas for moves? that's what he has. I mean, it's tough. It's tough. He might have already like pissed his league off.
I mean, my thought was exactly what I just said. He's probably doing is can I get a 26 first for Josh Downs and Jake Ferguson?
Well,
you know, like who cares?
What he's got to do is, if he wants to make a move, okay, well, guess what? You got to nut up and spend, like Scott likes to say, you can't just sell your trash pieces. You need to sell the pieces that matter. Like, all right, who wants T-Law and CD? You know what I mean? Like that. What does that get me? Like,
show that you're willing to sell a nice piece as well. That'll totally open the league market back up to you, Mr. Chris Burrell.
And Clay, if you see a guy in a league that has half the first round next year, do you really want to start sending him your picks 2 years out, 3 years?
No,
it almost feels like
exactly that you'll never get that pick back. You feel like it's just you're flushing it forever.
Doesn't it feel like that's the guy you don't want to load up in the future years when he's already stacked? So I can see where there's some bias where they're probably just like, nah, we've already created a monster. Just do not give this guy any more picks. Whatever he has to do, don't give him any more picks.
Yeah. Scott, we'll go with you on this one. Saeed, thank you for the super chat. Shane, this is for Shane. So Shane, I just traded Michael Wilson, Achan, and I can't say that. I still can't do it. Achan. Okay. I just traded Michael Wilson, Achan, and Christian Kirk for Olave and Demario Douglas. 12-team Superflex start 10. What do you think here, Shane?
I love Olave, but really a changed market, you almost should have been able to do this without adding Christian Kirk and Wilson to it. I don't care about Wilson now, so that really doesn't matter to me. But look, I'm fine with it. You know how I feel about Olave. I can't profess my love for the guy anymore. You're moving a running back that was drafted at, I don't know, we'll just say 110 to 202 in most rookie drafts. Yes, he's absolutely blown it out the box in 2 games. I talked about it in Follow the Volume. Unless he's Christian McCaffrey, unless he's actually better than Christian McCaffrey on a points per touch basis. Points per touch. Yep, that's correct. Fantasy points per touch basis. He'd have to be the greatest running back of all time to maintain what he's doing. Is he good? Yes. Is he that? Again, if you think he's better than Christian McCaffrey, sure. But I'm fine with making this deal.
Let's go to Fabian's here. Scott, 2 QB, start 11, 10-team. Traded Goff, Ayuk, and a 25 first. Got T-Law, Michael Thomas, and a 24 third, says likely the 301, and a 24 first. Currently 4-0. Try to get Burrow for T-Law. Okay, so just to clean that up, 10-team, 2 QB, start 11. Traded Goff, Ayuk, 25 first. Got T-Law, Michael Thomas, a third, and a 24 first. Currently 4-0, trying to, should he get Burrow for T-Law? I wouldn't worry about that.
Honestly, again, it's a 10-team. I don't even love the first trade because, I mean, I don't love Goff, but in a 10-team, I just need enough starters that can get me by every time I need to use one. And you added a first and Ayuk to the deal on top of Goff. I mean, I get it. He's 4-0, but I think this might have been one of those situations where you're 4-0 and you thought it was because you had a hole you needed to fill, but you may look up and you go, I went from Goff, Ayuk, and a first, and now I have Joe Burrow. And Joe Burrow's not even coming close to outscoring Jared Goff this year. So, I mean, I don't love it. You're 4-0. I would have rolled with what you had, but no, there's no reason to trade Trevor Lawrence for Joe Burrow. Unless you're getting a plus. You know, that's like some of the deals we talked about, and I'd wait till Burrow falters. But here's the thing. He's 4-0. You know, Burrow goes on injured reserve. Do you really want to move your T-Law for Joe Burrow at that point when you're 4-0, 5-0, 6-0? So don't get too cute, Fabian. You made the deal for T-Law. Just stick with it.
Yeah, hold on for now.
Hold. Okay, thank you, Fabian.
I was about to start singing Wilson Phillips. You could turn off the super chats at some point because I would like to go to bed eventually.
Yeah, I was literally doing that. They're officially off. Let's go to this next one here. After YouTube Studio is so whack. You go to turn off the super chats, it toggles off, but then toggles right back on. You can tell they're being sneaky because they're trying to get their, constantly get their cuts, right?
Good for them.
Okay. And Shay, what do you call this symbol?
N
It's a
squared
caret.
forward.
N squared 4.
Yeah.
Holy cow, a 5-hour stream. You guys are the goats. Thank you very much. Thanks for joining. Yeah, we've had the usual strong 355 in here. Okay, let's go to Alexander Burton here. Thank you for the super chat. It is a super flex 10 team start 8, 1-3 with injuries. Trade Chase and Michael Mayer for Garrett Wilson and a likely early 24 first. Have Burrow, JJ, Higgins, London, Pollard, JSN, and my own 24 first.
No.
You're not going to trade Chase for Garrett Wilson and an early.
I mean, how
24?
early? I hate this likely early 24. Like that's one of the most vague comments, and I'm not coming at Alexander, but just saying like it's so vague. It's likely
yeah.
early. All right, so what's early? Like anything before 106 technically? So is this the 105?
Crystal ball, it's the 104.
Well, here's the thing. It's a 10-team start 8, and if it's the 101, if it's I don't even want the 102 here. In a 10-team start 8, I want the number 1 skill player, and that's it. So if it's the 104, I traded away a nothing pick.
It's a super flex, so I'm thinking I could get if it's the one I could.
10-team start 8.
Devil's advocate, calm down. You're getting feisty at the end here. Devil's advocate. If I get Garrett Wilson and Marvin Harrison Jr.
Oh yeah.
Okay, great, but that's a very thin range of outcomes. You know what I mean? Like it has to be the 101 or the 102 for this trade to make sense. Like it's as simple as that.
Yeah. I agree with that.
10-team start 8. Sean Salka, 12-team. Thank you for the super chat. 12-team start 9, half PPR. Lamar, Watson, Carr, Bijan, Gibbs, Henry, Chubb, Ford. NERB on a 53. Tyreek Hill, Olave, Cup, Godwin, Burks, Diojon, JSN, T, Hopkins. Tight ends, Kelsey and Njoku, and has a 26 first. Not surprised there isn't a 24 or 25 on there. JJ and Jamar Chase are unavailable. Thoughts on this?
I feel like I've seen this team before, Sean.
Would you try to just not mess around? Yeah, I feel like I have to. Try to not mess around. Just maybe grab just stack on top of Watson and try to really lock up like a elite QB to go with this one. I think.
The problem is, I mean, what do you got to add to Watson? Because again, we're higher.
You're going to have to
Watson
throw a Gibbs or something like that on there.
Probably. Yeah, I mean that's the format probably says you should throw a receiver on there too because you're really deep at receiver. I mean, you got T, JSN, Deontay, Burks, Godwin, Cup, Olave, Hill. I mean, you got 8 receivers here. Problem is a lot of these receivers aren't actually startable. In name only, they're valuable, but like you really feel confident starting Burks or JSN or even DeAndre Hopkins? I mean, Deontay's injured. So like on paper, your team looks like it has a lot of value, but you're kind of wondering like, all right, what can I do to upgrade? And he even said, the hammer receivers as they should be are probably not available. So,
I mean, you've got a pretty good triumph assuming Cup comes back to some level of what he's been with Hill, Olave, and Cup. But yeah, like, can I move Godwin, Burks, Deontay, JSN, T, Hopkins? Probably not, because it's start 9. These dudes are all either down or not valuable, at least in the trade market. So maybe one of those times, you just got to go, all right, I'm sitting here. You got no picks. So what are you going to do? Like, can you move Kelsey and a player? But it's got to be a high end. So I don't know. It feels like any move you make might just cut your face off.
I mean, Kelsey is Kelsey is one where if you can move him at the positional advantage value that everybody else thought he had before the season, I would do it because you have Njoku. You can take the punt tight end strategy and just say, I'm going to play Njoku and just live with the result. But I think I'm with Clay. Like, you need an upgrade somewhere. You have You're weak at quarterback right now, and you're probably losing some games because some of the players you thought were positional advantage guys aren't necessarily providing that. Gibbs,
Yeah.
Henry before last week, Kelsey for sure. Like, it's also a team we could look up in 4 weeks and go, this team's unbeatable.
Well, that's what I was going to say. So,
No.
Kelsey, am I
Once it's
concerned
healthy.
that I'm not specific, especially concerned that Kelsey's not going to be elite by the end of the season. I'm not concerned that. All right, well, that's really the only guy that I'm worried about on this team that's underproducing right now, or even Olave, if you want to come at Olave because he had one bad week, whatever. But his team is pretty good. That the players are really good. That I expect some of them to bounce back. I expect Kelsey to be, well, he's Kelsey. You know what I mean? Putting up Sam Laporta numbers, maybe.
I love how Shane keeps trying to like rip noses off of faces. You said it. You're like, that's still not the.
Yeah, I just said cut someone's
me
face
up.
off. That is definitely not a cliche anywhere except in prison.
Oh, that's awesome. Somebody threw up here. Sean gave Zach Wilson and a 25 second for a random 24 first and a 12 team start 9 super flex. That's lovely.
Sean,
it can be done.
Yeah, you owe me $5 for that, dude.
Let's see here. Jacob, always surprised when everyone says trade London for a random 24 first. He's had terrible QBs. If he just gets a decent QB, wouldn't he be exactly what you hope to draft with that 24 first? Well, that's assuming we make that pick, right?
Yeah.
How long you willing to ride on that wild ride of waiting for the QB, Shane? From this stream, it's not that long.
I told you this morning, I was a little melancholy that I traded DJ Moore. And it only took 5 seasons for him to finally have the game that I thought he was going to have the rest of his career. You know what I mean? Like and maybe it's just that we've kind of seen this story before. All he needs is this. All he needs is this. You know what I mean? Okay. Has Atlanta shown any, I'm going to make up a word here, but I won't say it, but has Atlanta shown us that they're going to go out and get an elite quarterback? You know what I mean? Like if they're an average team, that means they're picking in the middle of the draft. Do they have the front office that's smart enough to move up into the draft? Like it's not as simple as just saying, here's a couple picks, let me move up. You know what I mean? I do like London if I can get them a little cheap. If I think the 24 first is back end, I'm okay with taking that risk. It's just I'm fine getting out on him as well. If you're more convicted and you want to stay in and dream the little dream and hope that it comes to fruition, that's fine. I got nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. But me, I'm just going to reroll.
Cooper Kupp or Drake London?
Go ahead.
Middle of the pack team could go either way. Just want the best asset.
I'll take Drake London there.
Yeah, for me, I think I might take Cooper Kupp and then just hope that he's scoring 1 million fantasy points and move him for something I like better than Drake London, or kick it to a 25 first, something like that. Okay. Yep. Jimmy says, been here for 4.5 hours and no giveaways. I realized I did that one hammer hat giveaway, and that was it.
You only did. Do you want to do a real quick one right now for anyone that stuck it out?
Oh, for sure. And real quick, while I put up the giveaway tool and the hashtag, Shane, Marcus, there's a 1 of 2, 1128. Can you see if there's a 2 of 2, please?
No, that's all he gets. It's late. He should have come out here. Marcus.
Okay. So what should the hashtag be, Scott?
Let's see. Something to do with our 2-year anniversary on Trades in 5. How about hashtag? Just make it simple. 2-year. Spelled out. 2-year.
TWO?
TWO or
TWOYEAR.
Nope. YEAR.
That's what spelled out means. Yes. TWOYEAR.
Okay. Hashtag spelled out 2-year, TWOYEAR.
There, Shimmy's in there first. Does he win?
We've got 8 entries and counting. Okay, right. So the winner of this is going to be a shirt, and you can choose to have it be the 5 process over players, hammer, squirt, orb, We got you. We got you covered.
I am a fan personally of the processed over player shirt. I really like it.
Yeah, it looks
accentuates
nice.
my breasts.
I think we need a shirt tonight. The one thing that happened tonight where I'm like, we need a shirt is the person, I can't remember who it was, but they asked the question and they just said cans.
Yeah.
Just cans. And we could go a lot of ways with
Cans.
cans on a shirt, but still, like they didn't even say trash cans, just cans.
Just plus cans. Yeah, that's one of our OGs, clearly. No, thank you to the 336 people are in here right now with us. I know a lot of you have been here the whole freaking time.
Crazy.
Love you. Appreciate you. Okay, so yeah, hashtag TWOYEAR already has 49 entries for a shirt. Marcus, Shane, thank you for finding the other parts. He says, weird one, maybe a pay to brag, but 10-team Superflex start 8 built a monster team capitalizing on buy lows, moved Dak and Tank Dell for T-Law after week 3, then flipped T-Law to the Ridley owner this week for Burrow straight up. Interesting.
Oh, go back to the first one. I'm reading slower. I'm sorry. Moved
Okay.
Tank
I'll
Dell
let you catch up here.
Flip T-Law to the Ridley owner this week for Burrow straight up. So he turned Dak and Tank Dell into Burrow is what I got so far.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. Happy long term, but this week Herbert / Watson / Baker all on bye with Zach Wilson and Burrow as my only options. Only going to start one QB this week and playing the DJ Moore team. Do I trot out Burrow for the upside? Other starters this week: JJ, Tyreek, Lamb, Nico, HN, JT, Kelsey. Sorry for the length. No problem. Thank you for the super chat, man.
Yeah, Marcus, was this did he say 1 QB or Superflex?
He said it was a 10-team Superflex start 8.
Okay. So Superflex 10-team.
But all his quarterbacks, so he doesn't want to start Zach Wilson and Joe Burrow?
Yeah, because everybody's on bye. So he's wondering if he should put Burrow out there for the upside.
Well, I mean, he only has 2 QBs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that he could play.
You're going to start Burrow over Zach Wilson. But Zach Wilson plays Denver. So, I mean, if you're not starting him this week, what's the purpose of him on your roster, especially when you don't have any other QBs, right?
Right. Like if I'm just looking at the rest of the starting lineup here, I'm assuming the person that would come out of the starting lineup would be either JT or Nico. And if I'm shooting upside, I gotta be honest with you, I'm probably taking out.
I'm not playing with this team. I'm not playing JT on his first game back.
Yeah, it's probably JT. So I'd start Zach Wilson over JT because he's playing Denver. Like I could throw touchdowns against that team.
Well, it's more of what's the point of him on your roster? Like everything's actually come together to where you get him when everybody else has a bye in the one matchup you might play him. And if you go, I'm going to just start a running back over him. Why is he on your team? You know?
Yeah. Yep.
And if you told me, hey, I'm never playing Zach Wilson because I'm not playing him this week in this matchup, and I just cut him, then I'd be fine with that too.
Look at what Fizzle Dallas says here. I want a Shane's the worst shirt. No picture, just the words.
So that's actually
What's up, Fizzle?
Those shirts exist. My ex made them, and I completely think that was uncalled for. She makes my kids wear them when I pick them up.
Fizzle made us some sweet we got some clips that we're gonna start using for shows and TikToks and stuff.
We do?
He went into the studio for us, baby. So we got some we got some stuff to work with.
It's like 10% that Shane is kind of serious about that X making the shirts. Part of me is like, wait a second, is he serious?
Oh man. Oh, the hashtag 2-year thing. Yeah. 53 entries. We're about to find out. We're going to present, share screen. How many minutes do we have? Is anybody watching the clock?
So what?
Okay. Let's we've got this up here. 2-year draw for a Dynasty Trades in 5 t-shirt of sorts. Don't be me. Oh
Hey,
my
we
gosh.
won.
Hey, look at
Yes.
that. Look at that.
Yes.
What are the freaking odds?
That you know what? That
the
means we got to give
1
away
in
two. We got to
58 or
give away
something?
2
We
shirts.
have to give away 2.
The one
Okay.
we won
All right.
gets given away, and then we give away
Yes.
another one. So,
So
how
do
about
we
that?
have
Okay.
to wear it? Should we wear it
So-
and then sign it and then send it to someone?
I'm gonna hit draw again. let's get this one worked out. Let's see here. Da, 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 da. And the winner is Zach
Oh.
Heller. Zach was on
Wait, who won the
earlier, gave
first
us a
one?
super chat. He already emailed me, so that's good. I've got his
He's
information.
on it. He knows you're on the stream, and he's already emailing him. Huh?
No, yeah. The first guy, sorry, I'm drawing a blank on his name, but yeah, emailed me immediately. Zach, if you could do the same thing, Clay at dynastytradesin5.com and say you're the shirt winner. Or hashtag 2 year, something like that.
Yeah, it was
That would be
Jeremy that won the
helpful.
first one. He just posted. So,
Yeah.
yep.
Okay, we're gonna do a but
That's
yeah, we
right,
are gonna
so
give another one, but it's gonna be a brand new hashtag here. This is gonna be hashtag
Marlboro Menthol Light.
Hashtag rigged.
rigged.
Because everyone's saying rigged that Trades in 5 won its own shirt. So we
Let's
have to do
do,
hashtag rigged.
RIGGED.
Hashtag rigged.
Yep. RIGGED. Okay, we already got 4 entries in there. Okay. Let me stop the screen. We'll go back to that.
And
Okay.
I always type it in the chat, and it gives us a entry in Facebook and YouTube. So
Yeah.
Trades in 5 gets 2 entries in every one. So we finally won one.
Oh, we did get one. Okay, here I've got a couple other questions. Let me grab this one here real quick. 12-team Superflex PPR start 10, Christian Watson and a mid to late 24 first or Devontae Smith.
I'll give you the pick in Watson. Pretty easy here.
Fairly easy tier. What about you, Shane?
Oh, I stopped paying attention. What was the question?
It's Christian Watson and a mid to late 24 first or Devontae Smith.
12-team Superflex start 10.
I want the package.
Yes.
Shane's on his last.
Shane,
leg.
what was the trade again?
Yeah, what was the trade, Shane?
Christian Watson, a mid 24 first for Devonta Smith.
Okay, yeah.
There we go.
You
All right.
you retained that info after 17 seconds. Well done.
That's about all I had.
Okay, let's. We don't need to share the screen.
No, I think we do because
we
we're
do?
clearly
Okay.
rigging.
Oh yeah, true,
things.
true, very true. Let me share the screen so we can be honest here on the stream. Okay, rigged. Hashtag rigged. You have 1 more second to do it. We're gonna hit draw. This is gonna be for another T-shirt.
And the winner is Brandon Katz.
Dynasty Trades in 5. Oh, just Sean. Okay, this is gonna be
Sean, you need to pay for shipping because you got on here just to brag and didn't even super chat.
Listen, Sean won a T-shirt and he traded Zach Wilson for first. I mean, what a night for Sean. What a night.
Sean, email Clay at dynastytradesin5.com. Oh, Zach says, can someone type out the email, please? Zach, it's Clay, CLAY, and then at ourchannelname.com.
Clay at our channel.
Clay does not
Yeah,
want to
exactly.
type it in the chat because you never know who gets a hold of it, right?
No, yeah, I know. It's like tempted. It's like, do I even want to say it?
Here, I put it in.
Okay, let's thank you, Shane. Okay, so whatever, we might sneak in one more later. Let's keep knocking a couple questions here. Zach says, woo, thanks guys. LOL, you're welcome. Thank you. Okay, we're almost there, guys. Let's get back to our overlay, shall we? I feel lost.
All right.
We'll hook us up. Boom.
Okay, so let's Shane, are you okay?
Yeah. So Kyle Pitts, would he be a top 5 quarterback if he had a quarterback?
Would he be a top 5 tight end if he had a quarterback?
Yes. He'll never be a quarterback. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's an easy answer. Yes.
Okay.
So where does everybody think freaking Kirk Cousins is going now? Kirk Cousins is always being traded somewhere for the past like 4 years. Where is he going this time?
It was what, the Jets?
And wasn't Atlanta one of the
Atlanta? I'd like to see him back with the Commanders. I don't know. Everybody wants to trade Kirk Cousins, and they've been trading Kirk Cousins or cutting Kirk Cousins for literally
Forever.
every year of his career. It's always that. Well, when they cut Kirk Cousins and they start, who's the kid they drafted last year that ended up being just absolutely trash?
Wait, you're asking?
Yeah, Minnesota.
Kellen Mond.
Was it Kellen
Yeah.
Mond? Was that 2 years ago? Then maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Rain Man says Cousins is San Francisco. That's been the spot every single time it's brought up.
So, okay,
He's
so
not
here's my
going there
thoughts.
now, though.
No, here's my thoughts. I think there's 3 realistic landing spots because they talked about this today or yesterday on the Athletic show. San Fran's out. I think they already view Purdy as the next Cousins. Like, there's no reason to pay Cousins when you have Purdy, unless something catastrophic happens to Purdy, like his elbow gets injured again or something like that. I don't think they're in the mix. The interesting one that I haven't really thought about, but it probably just depends on where their organization goes. Is before this year, there was a little talk of him potentially landing in Los Angeles because McVay was with Cousins when he was in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
And that might be one where before they had Stafford, they were probably looking in that same type of direction. But what's the acquisition cost for Cousins? Obviously, you have to sign him and you're paying him probably more than what Stafford's making. You know what I mean? So it's like, do they view that as an upgrade? And if Stafford's healthy, there's no reason to go from Stafford to Cousins. They're pretty much the same thing, at this point. So that's probably out. The chat questions earlier were, does he get traded if they go 1-5? And like, what do you guys think on that? Because I don't. The good thing is you could trade him. Most of his contract's already paid. So the team that trades for him doesn't have to take on a massive cap hit.
Yep.
But realistically, do we actually see a team trading a quarterback that soon into the season? Because the trade deadline, there's only going to be 3 more games played before the trade deadline. So unless Minnesota is 1-6 and they literally come out and say, we're gutting the roster. If they're 2-5, if they're 3-4, they're not tanking the season. So like, they're not just going to trade their starting quarterback. So free agency, I don't know next year. I mean, hell, you go through and there's probably only 8 to 10 teams where I go are going to have a quarterback opening where they're actually willing to spend a little money. There's going to be teams where they're just going to draft a guy. They're sick of the quarterback carousel. So I don't know if there's any landing spots, but he's a good quarterback. He'll be the top option on free agency, no doubt. So he's going to start. So don't worry about it.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. That dude's just going to be a starter as long as he wants to be a starter in the NFL.
Yep. So Fizzle said on and off the stream, so may have missed this, but at what point are we trading Cup and keeping Puka? Would you trade Cup for Puka? What's a good offer?
Scott, would you trade Cup for Puka?
When I did it, it was after the 2 big Puka games, and I probably would take that back now. I would take Puka over Cup just because the market favors that side. So yeah, I would trade Cup for Puka, no matter where my team is at. And but you can't do that now.
Nah.
You got to add to Cup to get Puka. You probably got to add a late first, or another starter or so to get him. So like, that's how fast the market's moved. And now that could change if Cup goes out and gets 15 targets and Puka gets 7, like Shane talked about earlier. Like the reactionary dynasty community is going to go, well, told you, Cup's the alpha, so that may change in a week. But yeah, I don't think you can move Cup for Puka. You got to add. It's probably to the point where if I have to add to Cup to get Puka, I might as well bet on Cup.
Yeah,
I'm not adding a first to go get Puka. I'll just bet on Cup coming back, and then maybe there's a window for him after this weekend or whenever he plays next.
Look at Shane's mom saying happy anniversary. Thank you very much.
Is she a night owl, Shane? Because she's up late watching her son.
It's like midnight. Go to bed, lady.
Yeah.
Come on, lady. Shane or somebody started this. What happens to Jefferson without Cousins real quick? He's still super good. I mean, would it be like kind of Garrett Wilson-y in terms of like taking a like recognizable hit potentially though?
Listen, it depends on who they get at quarterback.
Yeah.
There's still a world where Cousins goes, you know what? I may go back to Minnesota and I may take less money to go back to Minnesota if the options aren't what I think they are. And we would have laughed last year and gone, oh man, any receiver that ends up with a rookie QB is dead until the rookie QB is CJ Stroud. And you're like, okay, Jefferson just upgraded from Kirk Cousins. You know, like, is it going to happen right away? Maybe, maybe not. But right now, the Vikings are in position to have a shot to draft a quarterback. That's what it seems like the plan is, right? Like, they could be bad enough where they take one. How do we know it's going to be bad? Now, the risk is the Vikings go 6-11 and they pick 9th and they end up with, you know, a no man's land quarterback. And now you've downgraded Cousins. But does that come into play at all for you, Shane, when you're trading for Justin Jefferson, or are you just saying he's going to be fine no matter who it is? Because I can see the worry if he gets next year's. Well, but if he gets next year's like Bryce Young, like, you have to expect the efficiency is going to go down a little bit, right? And God forbid he gets the future Zach Wilson or Sam Darnold, and it could drag him down a little bit.
Yeah, I can't work that out in my head. Like, there's too many if this then that scenarios. Like, well, multiverses. Like, I'm just going to work off the Justin Jefferson's absolutely elite. He's one of the top 2 wide receivers in Dynasty. I'm going to hope whatever quarterback is there is decent enough to support him, because as long as they're decent to good, he'll be fine. Obviously, I'd prefer a high-scoring quarterback or someone at Kirk Cousins' level, but I'm perfectly fine taking a risk that Jefferson will be okay.
So how about this one? Is Mark Andrews a hold during a rebuild, possible contender in 24, but most likely 25? I mean, he's got some time, right? So do you even consider him when it comes?
I mean,
you'll have him anywhere.
He's 27, so I mean, you can argue his prime is just starting. So yeah, that's not a guy I'm sweating to move off of if I'm not contending this year. Now, can you move off of him for Dalton Kincaid and a couple picks, or Laporta and a couple picks? I mean, if you could do that and you want to re-roll and take a shot on another tight end, I mean, just understand that there's a chance Dalton Kincaid is never as good as Mark Andrews. And the difference between the positional advantage and the guys just a tier below is massive. You know what I mean? Because you're looking for who's going to give me a production above replacement or just tight end production. So, yeah, I'm not sweating that.
Here's one. It's Mark Andrews and rebuilding the same question again. 12-team Superflex PPR, no tight end premium. Start 10. Tank team in a big rebuild. Should I do Mark Andrews and Lazard for Puka? Or would you rather do that deal for London? Not for London.
Well, I know Shane is taking Puka over London. Not even close.
Should I do Mark Andrews and Lazard? It's a
You're giving
Lazarus.
Non-tight end premium.
Are
you giving Mark Andrews and Lazard for Puka?
For Puka? I mean, obviously you don't care about Alan Lazard, right? I don't know. I honestly probably not. Yeah, I'll give up Mark Andrews for Puka.
Shay just said probably not. Within half a second, he answered the other way.
Look, I'm going to tell you right now. Now would be a great time to send me some trade offers. But
does this matter who your other tight end prospects are if you're making that deal? If you also have Laporta, are you trading Andrews for Puka?
I'm more apt to, because then I have a player that I think is going to be a positional advantage. I have one of the few other tight ends that's going to be an actual positional advantage. It's Andrews, apparently Laporta, Kincaid could be it, and Kelsey, obviously.
What if the answer is I have Andrews and Cans? Are you still doing it? You got to start those cans every week, Shane.
Plus a bunch of cans. Oh man. Okay, how about this one? Okay, let's go to this one real quick. 12-team PPR 2.0 tight end premium, start 10. I got Stroud in a mid third for Dubs, Rashad White, and JMO. Are you guys high on Stroud? I have Herbert, Daniel Jones, JJ Olave, Devontae Smith.
Is this from the Discord, Clay? Is this from the Discord?
This is from the community tab. I was like just trying to go.
Is this a troll question? I mean, you got Stroud for. I mean, come on.
This is a troll.
Even if I didn't like Stroud, like this package, I'd still be fine giving this up for
Shane
Stroud.
would take Brock Purdy for
find
this
this-
package.
Should find this
yeah.
person's name.
Look, yeah. In general, I think we're all high on Stroud. I think Stroud was my QB2 for what it's worth this rookie class, or my QB1, and Scott's QB2. So I don't remember what Clay had, but yeah, we all like Stroud.
I don't spoke, but I want a cigarette when I watch it.
That should be a shirt.
Yeah.
MC says Dobbs is the wide receiver 16 right now. Yes, he is. I don't understand the context to that. Is he arguing with someone else? Is he arguing with me?
No, I think he's just posting it up there that because we had Dobbs in that last trade.
Yep. Let me just see here. What's up?
I'll say this was one more. I'm curious right now, Shane. Would no matter where your team is, you would trade Jalen Waddle for Garrett Wilson? No questions, right?
Yeah.
So, saw that in the chat. This is interesting.
Yeah, I'm definitely. I mean, that's an easy. What makes you feel even better about that is Jalen Waddle's not producing, and I know he's injured one game, not producing, even though the Miami offense is going absolutely bonkers. Meanwhile, Garrett Wilson is somehow finding a way to score fantasy points with a living, breathing dumpster at quarterback. So it's pretty impressive.
Yep. So I wanted to put this one up because there was somebody in the community tab saying new to Dynasty. Okay, so very basic here. Do you target 2-for-1s like in redraft, or is it best practice to do 1-for-1 plus draft picks?
So short answer, we don't have enough info to really say for sure, but generally the equation in Dynasty is if it's a 2-for-1, what can I pick up for free? Because it's really not a 2-for-1. If it's a 2-for-1 and then I free up a roster spot, that's why 2-for-1s in redraft is so beneficial, because redraft leagues are typically pretty shallow. So if you can trade a 2-for-1, you just go pick up a player in a shallow league and it's like you did a 2-for-2. Dynasty, it's not the same. If you're in 30-man rosters, what you're picking up in the second spot is not that valuable. So I think you just have to do that math and determine how deep is it, what's the value of a roster spot, and if it's a shallow enough league where, decent players are out there on waivers, then it's really a 2-for-2 because you're freeing up a spot. Easiest way to say it without knowing the details.
Yeah, and then just like Scott, just to piggyback, because I didn't get to use that word yet until now, but we want a player in a pick because a pick is fungible, pick's movable, pick's liquid. A human being is not. In case you didn't know, if it's a player, there's biases that go into that. Like people just don't like that player for whatever. Everyone likes a pick.
Right. So Heath in the chat still, sorry if you answered this already, is Swift a trade high candidate for you?
For me, no, just because I don't really see a trade high or, with a guy like Swift, is because I don't know if you can trade him high. What you can do is probably trade him. And so for me, it's, do I need him? Am I using him? As I said earlier, I have a lot of Swift that I bought, but it was for a specific purpose. So a lot of my Swifts are just in a spot where I'm just starting them every week. I've already bet on him. So yeah, sure. If you want out, sure, trade him because he's one of the few running backs you could probably actually trade. You try to trade guys like Damian Pierce or Najee Harris, and you can't even get anything. They're just placeholders. So sure, in that regard, if you don't need him, time to get out is now versus 2 weeks when he's injured. Sorry, Shane. I know he's on your team, but it's possible.
I stopped listening. What are we talking about?
DeAndre Swift.
End it there.
DeAndre Swift. Yeah. You should be looking to sell high on any running back that increased value like that. Yeah.
What is the cans to hammer ratio?
Hey, a shirt with a hammer pounding a can. There we go.
You're just creating more SKUs for me.
Children watch the show sometimes, Scott, please.
Yeah. Look at that. 459, 52.
Clay, what was your favorite part of tonight's stream?
My favorite part of tonight's stream. I think it was just I was loose. We were just chilling. We're just hanging out with everybody tonight. We had some guest action lined up that didn't end up going down, but we got to just hang out with our freaking subscribers, our tribe members, 300 strong the whole time, man. Yeah. Let's see.
Shane?
Mark is saying, click the like button, y'all. Shane,
what was your favorite part?
I did a lot of laughing. There was a lot of laughing. People made me laugh, and I found it humorous. And no, my favorite part is just people hanging out with us for 5 hours. I've seen a lot of these names in here, if not the whole time, most of the times when I looked in here. So as usual, just look, as much as I love you two guys, I wouldn't sit here and talk to you two for 5 hours about fantasy football or anything else related if it wasn't entertaining to anyone else.
Right.
My favorite part was we need to make a short of when Shane said the question had Jerry Judy and he was Judy and he said nice, what a nice lady. That was one of the best parts because it worked perfectly. He goes, yeah, this and then Judy, what a nice lady she is. And that's the one. That is the one. So
yeah, we got lots of cool people in the chat saying, oh, Ricardo's first time ever catching one of these. Been great. Yeah, not typically 5 hours. Yeah, we'll see.
It's only downhill from here, Ricardo. 5 hours, and it's always going to be
Destination Devy wants to throw a super chat in. I think you got to let him.
We turned it off.
But are they? Is it like lost? Like when you turn the thing on the island? Like I don't understand. Isn't it just a button?
Clay knows how to turn them back on. It's just how many ones you want to deal with.
One.
No, I mean, if there's one more super chat, then whatever. It's
No
it's
more
coming
than
from. Let me turn it on real quick. Just one. Nobody else freaking. Okay. They are on. What's going on? All right. Destination Devy.
Someone says in the chat, Brandon is a can. I love it.
Goes. Thanks, boys. I love the Discord. Good, Brett.
Yeah, I'll say this. If you're in here, you're not in our Discord, you really need to get in there. I used to say this on another show that I used to be on. But I like people in the Discord more than people not on the Discord.
Look at Ray. You didn't need to do that, man. Thank you very much, though.
Thank you, Ray.
YouTube thanks you. Thank you, Ray.
Yes. Appreciate you, Ray.
Appreciate it. All love. Thanks for coming on. It's been a blast. I never thought we'd get to a 2 hour or a 2 year anniversary with 2 5-hour streams under our belt. Like I knew what we were getting into a little bit. It was going to go somewhere more than 5 minutes, but I never thought it'd go to a 5-hour live stream. I never thought I'd ever do that. So
I think we should do
kudos to you guys and kudos to Clay. Clay has roped Shane and I in many, many times and kept us on the same page. If not for that, this would have been another version of Mannequin Chill that just
it was look, Mannequin Chill is
it's
fine. It is fine. I will say this. Mannequin Chill is fine. Dynasty Trades in 5 is just differently better. That's all.
Differently better. That's a perfect way to end it. Perfect way to end it. Clay's the glue, like Clay's like he says and David says in the chat. Hell yeah.
We got an awesome team. All right. Guys, girls, thank you for joining. SUPERSTREAM is over. We're going to end it. Are we going to see people on Tuesday? We're doing Tuesday? Yeah.
We can do Tuesday. And real quick, just thank everybody that's also helped us behind the scenes. It's not just us three. There's a lot of people that have helped us with graphics and with music and with social media and with coordinating stuff. And then everybody in DD that's volunteered their time to help us with the content and all like there. It's more than just us three. You know, behind the scenes, there's a lot of other people that nobody knows about, from the editors to, you know, all that stuff that, you know, they're all part of what's made this get to here. So thank you, everybody that's helped.
Definitely.
Good call.
Do you want to name any of them or it's late? I can't.
They know. We'll give them a shout out on another show. We'll forget people if we try to rattle them off now.
And then someone will be mad at us. And the next thing you know, our audio will be really bad next time.
All right. Gonna end the stream. We'll see you later.